earth is calling soft and clear, not with judgment, not through fear. She whispers through the wind and trees, remember who you're meant to be. We are not divided souls, but living parts of greater wholes. Every heart, every nation holds a piece of worldwide resolution. We have remedies beyond survival, beyond the stories of denial. 1,000 pathways join as one. The healing has already begun. We have the remedy for compassion revolution, peaceful collaboration, a worldwide resolution. Loving guidance lights the way. Hope for humanity begins today. With loving kindness, hand in hand, together we restore the land. True nature lives in every seed, in every generous word and deed. The rivers, forests, skies and seas reflect the peace we choose to breathe. Spiritual embodiment, a living sacred testament, not escaping from this earth, but honoring her endless worth. Sacred restoration, hearing every generation. The birthright to existing in freedom, shared by every life beneath the sun. Beyond our borders, beyond our names, love burns brighter than our blame. From every culture, every shore, we discover what we're living for. We have the remedy for compassion revolution, peaceful cooperation, a worldwide resolution. Loving guidance in our hands, healing hearts across the lands, living fully in our true nature, choosing love instead of danger. Sacred restoration, hope for humanity, loving kindness rising free, a future we were born to see. The answers bloom in every heart when fear and separation part. The earth remembers, so can we. One living world, forever free. We have the remedy. We have each other, and together we become the healing.
Hello, namaste all, and welcome to Climate Healers 26, the vegan convergence of the people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We're delighted to be here. And if you have any questions, my name's Krishna Gandhi. I'll be the MC for the weekend, some part of the weekend. We're thrilled to have you here. And if you have any technical questions, please put them in the designated chat. There'll be a Q&A after most talks. So you can either come on and turn your screens on, or leave a message in the chat. For now, we have our Interfaith Vegan Coalition's opening words by Dakota Mathis. And Dakota, take it away.
Okay, good morning, everybody. There we are. Thank you for welcoming all of us, Krishna. And it's great to see you all. And I just wanted to start with a prayer. Dear source of higher wisdom, inspiration, love, compassion, and all that is good, thank you for your constant presence with us. Guide us in our collaborations today and this weekend as we come together in community to share, to report, to listen, to create, and to refill our energy bodies for the work ahead. Bless this virtual space and quantum reality room with the magic of divine will, lighting our path to planet B peace, bliss, and harmony. With our animal brothers and sisters by our side and our children running ahead, let us forge the way to heaven on Mother Earth, our home. With our lights shining bright in truth, in strength, and love, we rejoice in our successful arrival that is already so. God bless the children. God bless the animals. God bless all life evolving here. Amen. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you very much for those wonderful words and blessings. We now have, for the opening keynote speaker, of course, no introduction needed, we have Dr. Sailesh Rao, the founder and the executive director of Climate Healers, a system specialist with a PhD in electrical engineering from Stanford University. We know he's been working on the internet communications, already changed the world, and now making a fixture in our planet and to resolve the crises and environmental crisis that we have. I'm going to pass it over quite briefly, and let's hear the words of wisdom and how to fix our planet.
Thank you, Krishna. We can bring Jamin up as well. So I wanted to talk to you today about the making of a Planet B food system. And this is work that Jamin and I started working on the urgency of Planet B sometime in March of this year. And we started, this is mainly focused on getting a press conference going. And then from the press conference, it was, how do you actually implement something? So we wrote a paper about it, and it's now going through the review process. It's called Planet B, a PolySolution for the Planetary Poly-Crisis Emergency. And this paper is going to be published in the MDPI Journal of Sustainability. It's almost all the reviews are done, and so we just have one last review that needs to go through, which we have addressed. So this emergency declaration was done at the AWA summit in late May. Okay, but prior to that, Jamin and I had attended the Global Earth Repair Convergence from May 7th through 11th. And there we met Rick Lukens, who had been running the Live Aid program. He's run a lot of international huge events. So we spoke to him about our idea of having a declaration of emergency and then implementing a food system solution for Planet B as an example to show what it could be. And we were talking about doing it in Seattle at that time, if I recall correctly. And it was called Hungerless in Seattle. So that's what Jamin had wanted to call it. And Rick said, why don't you do it in Port Townsend? So, which is right here, so it's a smaller city. And so we said, okay, let's think about doing that. And that's how it became Together Around Food. It became Hungerless in Port Townsend, and then we changed the name Together Around Food in Port Townsend. Now, am I not sharing anymore?
Not at the moment.
That's interesting. All right. Let me share. All right. So from the Global Earth Repair Convergence, we moved to, well, the planet poly crisis. Why is this an emergency? There are 26 different crises that we have a taxonomy listing all of them. 7 ecological crises, starting with mass extinction. They are listed in the order of importance. Mass extinction, chemical plastic pollution, disruption of nutrient cycles, planetary overheating, ecosystem collapse, freshwater depletion, ocean acidification, whole bunch of them. And then personal crises, we have 6 of them listed there. Selfishness, greed, and apathy, chronic disease epidemics, mental health crisis, obesity epidemic, excessive drug and alcohol use, and maladaptive worldviews. 7 institutional crises. Institutional miseducation is the number 1 there. Runaway animal agriculture, runaway commercial fishing, endless growth economics, endless war, runaway artificial intelligence, and runaway gene editing. And finally, 6 social crises. Chronic malnutrition. So we lumped both hunger and malnutrition together because most people in America, 95% of the people in America, don't get enough fiber in their diets. They may get enough calories, but not enough fiber. So malnutrition is widespread in the world. And so colonialism 2.0, slavery 2.0, public health deterioration, and breakdown of communities and rising inequality. And so you can look at these crises and you realize how urgent it is. And we said, we're all going to die if we don't leave this planet the way the current system is operating. Okay. And so I seem, the analogy I use is a house on fire. And this happens to be my house that caught fire. So I have a picture of it because the policeman who came to put out the fire realized he couldn't do anything about it. And he started taking photos. So that's why I have these. And this is from 1993, and it's my car that caught fire. And I remember when my house caught fire, my only interest was getting my children out of the house. So getting my children safe. Life is the only thing that I was concerned about. Nothing else. Not material stuff. None of the other things mattered anymore. So it was just life that mattered. And in the current situation, just looking at the ecological crisis, you can see how fast it's progressing. In 2009, the Stockholm Resilience Center had said there were 3 planetary boundary transgressions in the life support systems of our planet. And it became 4 transgressions in 2015, 6 transgressions in 2023, and the latest is 7 transgressions. So 7 boundaries have been crossed in the life support systems of our planet. Now, what this means is that the Earth has 7 major diseases. You can think of it that way, because the life support systems are systems that are ensuring that life can thrive on the planet. Now, we have 12 life support systems in our bodies, and we have a circulatory system, a digestive system, an immune system, and endocrine system, you name it. So there are 12 systems in our body. And if any one system fails, it can bring down all the other systems, and that's called death. It's called catastrophic system failure. And death just means that you cannot put the systems back together again the way it was. Your cells have to die off and go off and become something else, and eventually maybe another living system is born out of that, okay? Now, when you think of a planet doing that, when you have 7 life support systems of the planet that are outside the safe zone, and if you have any collapse of one of these systems, it is literally millions of years before the planet can figure out another way of sustaining life, or the planet may just give up, okay? So we are in a very critical situation because 2 of the systems have been rated as high risk of destabilizing the life support systems of our planet. And the 2 of the systems are species, transgression of the biosphere integrity planetary boundary, and chemical pollution. So let me give you statistics on the biosphere integrity planetary boundary. This shows you how much food is eaten by human beings, farmed animals, and wild land mammals. So I'm looking at all the food eaten by land mammals. And so the statistic is that for every 100 plates of food that land mammals are extracting from the planet, humans are eating 18 plates of food, farmed animals are eating 81 plates of food, and wild land mammals are eating exactly 1 plate of food. So which means all the elephants, all the tigers, all the hippos, all the rhinos, all the giraffes, all the, you name it, wolves, rats, mice, all put together have to share that 1 plate. Now, the first time I calculated this back in 2014, for every 100 plates of food, land mammals had access to 3 plates of food. Now it's down to 1 in 12 years. Okay? This is because the animal agriculture industry has been growing. So our farmed animals are eating more and more and more. And when they want more food, they go and get it from the wild land mammals first. So from 3, it's gone down to 1 in exactly 12 years. If this is not a reason for alarm, I don't know what is. We have to desperately bring them back. Okay? Bring them back and give them the food they need. And the next one that's also possibly beyond the point of no return is chemical pollution. And here's a statistic on that. For every human being, we are extracting 164 times our weight in materials and 440 times our weight in waste. We are putting 440 times our waste in weight. So it's as if for every human being, there are 30 elephants worth of chemical pollution that's being put into the environment. And this chemical pollution does not go away. This is every year. So it accumulates year after year after year, and it's stressing the life support systems of the planet every year. Basically, it goes and pollutes the waters, and then the trees have to go and suck it up and store it in their trunks. And the trees are getting saturated, and we are cutting down the trees are burning and sending it back up into the atmosphere. So if you look at the system, there's a whole lot of turmoil going on as a result of all this chemical pollution. Now let's look at the role of food systems in this. There was a paper written in 2017 saying that the food system is mainly responsible for all the planetary boundary transgressions as of those years, as of 2017, except for climate change. So they were pretending it was not because of climate change. I say it's pretending because in reality, if you look at the land use, and if you start accounting for land use properly, it is the leading cause of climate change also. But the system has been framing it as not the leading cause of climate change, and it's just fossil fuels, and therefore let's all go buy electric cars and solar panels and grow the economy. So that's why the media is focused on climate change alone. And I'll be talking about this on Monday at Simonics' special on what every parent needs to know right now. Okay. So if you look at how we use the earth, land use, it screams at us that you have to eliminate farmed animal use, because of the land area of the planet, if you take all the land used for cities, railroads, highways, all put together, it's exactly 1% of the land area of the planet. 19% is unused land, deserts and mountains. 22% is monocultured trees. Now, the UN and World Economic Forum, they are fond of saying we have 31% of the land covered by forests. What they really mean is majority of it is monocultured trees, and only 9% is original forests. Okay, and even that 9%, we have been sort of eating into them, chopping them, doing a buzz cut on the forests, because we want to give that land to the farmed animals for grazing. And we do a buzz cut and leave 10% of the trees behind in any 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid, so that we can still claim it's a forest. Because that's the UN definition of a forest, any area with 10% tree cover. Now, 37% of the land is used for just grazing farmed animals, and half the cropland output is also going to feed farmed animals. So totally, they're using 43% of the land area of the planet. And our farmed animals are giving us 12% of the food we eat in terms of dry weight. Okay? 85% of the food we eat is already coming from plants, and the remaining 3% comes from the ocean. So this is why when you look at this, you immediately realize that going vegan can address a lot of our problems. So in a vegan world, you can return 40% of the land approximately back to nature. And all we have to do is to go from 85% to 100%. Now, a vegan world cannot be instantiated in Planet A. That's the problem we're facing, because Planet A, the current operating system, is built on foundational myths. Myth is really a lie. It's a foundational lies. So when you build systems on lies, that system is not stable. It's going to collapse, okay? Because the system is not in alignment with nature. So the 7 lies, the 7 myths on Planet A is protein is only found in animal foods, calcium is only found in dairy foods, endless growth is the master objective, consumption and commodification is our social logic, and we are separate from nature and we are superior to all other beings in nature. And all of our ecological problems are caused by just fossil fuels. That's another lie that we tell ourselves. And finally, for every environmental problem we face, there is a technological solution coming. That's another lie we tell ourselves. This is why we keep continuing Planet A. Okay? So to solve the problem, to really create a vegan world, we have to build a new operating system, a new system that is founded on the truths, on axioms. Axioms are empirically verified truths. Number 1 is axiom A is interdependence of all life. And the second is non-violence, zero animal exploitation. I put that in there so that it gets to a vegan world. And I can now discuss with you, because most people will tell you, you really don't have to go fully vegan. You can still eat once a week or twice a week meat and dairy, and that will be fine. Now, my response to that is, what is the system in which this is possible? Are we still retaining all the myths or some of the myths? Or which of the myths do you want to retain? And once you know it's a lie, why do you want to build anything on a lie? Why would you transform a system, create a new system, and install a bunch of lies in it? So this is why I say we have no choice but to go to zero animal exploitation. And then sufficiency over growth. We don't need to grow anymore. We have reached the end of how much we can grow, and we can now create sufficiency. And we can design a system based on honesty and humility. So we are here as a caretaker species, and we are not superior to all the other species. We're just another species. And we are here to take care of them. And axiom E is universal provisioning within planetary limits. We have plenty of food on the planet, so we should be able to feed everybody healthy food. So, and then distributed participatory governance, and then finally technology subordinated to life. Yeah? So these are the axioms on which we built Planet B. And I wrote a book about this last year, and I called it There is a Planet B. And this year I wrote a more detailed guide to Planet B. And both of these you can download from the Climate Healers website for free, the PDFs. Now, every system has to have a goal. So systems are based on goals, and then you optimize based on the goals. So I took this from the website. For the goal of Planet A, the operating system of Planet A, is to maximize resource flow at minimum apparent cost. So this is why we're constantly extracting and holding, extracting and holding. So this extract and hold as the goal of the operating system creates a system that is completely in opposition to the life support systems of our planet. So if you want a system that's in alignment with the life support systems of our planet, you have to build a goal of planetary health and world peace. So achieve world peace and planetary health. That's the goal of Planet B. Then within that, within the operating system, you have food system. The food system on Planet A, the goal is to provide the most exotic food to the richest person at any time. And that's why hardly anyone is getting all the nutrition they need. Even the richest people are not getting it. Okay? They're also suffering. Instead, we say a food system should be such that it ensures every human being has access to complete nutrition. And if that's the goal, we can design a system for that goal, and you can actually implement it because we have plenty of nutrition available on the planet to do that. The goal of the education system on Planet A is designed for industrial economy and teaching compliance and measuring memorization skills. It's basically how do you extract and hold? That's what it's teaching. And the education system on Planet B is designed for critical thinking and systems literacy. So we need, because we are training people to become caretakers of the planet. So similarly, now we have one for the healthcare system, we have one for the governance system. So all the systems, you can look at the current operating system, what it's doing, and what the Planet B system should be doing. And we can design goals. Now I'm just going to focus on the food system. So to implement an example of the Planet B food system, we did this Together Around Food event in Jefferson County, Washington, from June 20th to July 4th. Now, when we started, we didn't have much idea how we were going to do this. Okay? We were just running around desperately putting out fires one after the other. And then, but step by step, implementing things so that we can get to some sort of order. And I have to tell you, the first 2 meals were a bit chaotic, but then I saw everything click and come together. It was beautiful to watch it happen. The goal of Together Around Food, the goal of the food system was, and especially this Together Around Food pilot that we did, was to first show that you can eliminate hunger and malnutrition. It doesn't take much to do that. Because in Planet B food system, every person deserves access to nourishing food regardless of income, circumstance, or background. Food is a basic human right and a shared community responsibility. When I say food, I'm talking about nourishing food. Healthy food should be basically available to everybody for free. Yeah? Second goal is to improve human health. And we wanted to see if we can do this over 15 days and show that we have improved human health. So this is why we used whole food plant-based nutrition. So it's completely whole food plant-based nutrition because it's been shown to support prevention and reversal of many chronic diseases while improving quality of life. Okay? So that was the second goal. The third goal was to strengthen community. We wanted people to have meals together. So there was a certain time, it was 1 hour for lunch, 1 hour for dinner, 1 hour for 1.5 hours for breakfast. And then we had a talk after dinner. So we structured it like that so that people come and they have meals together. And we wanted to see, does that improve community, strengthen community. The fourth goal was to accelerate the plant-based transition, because a lot of people want to go vegan, but they don't know how. So we said, okay, let's show you how to do it. Let's show you, what a weekly menu will look like. And what, here are all the recipes that you can use. And how, when you cook together, whether you cook for 4 people or for 100 people, you're putting the same ingredients at the same time. It's not very different, right? So when you cook together, you can basically tap into each other's time, and so that not one person has to do all the work. Not everybody has to do all the work, right? So a few people are doing all the work. So the cooking team who did it for 15 days, I have to tell you, they gave their life to this. They really slaved in the kitchen for making this happen. And I'm tremendously grateful to the Loving Hut team for making that happen. But by cooking together, we support this global shift, because not everybody is an awesome chef. But there are some people who love to cook. And in a community, you'll always find some people who love to cook. That's their way they want to serve the community. Some people want to chop vegetables. Some people want to serve. So if you find enough volunteers, you can create this community-based food system. Instead of just volunteering in your own kitchen, volunteer in a community kitchen. Suddenly you have access to this new food system, and you do that. And we want to support local food systems. We want to show at the end that everything we did, we bought locally from local farmers and at the local co-op, so that they could continue going forward. Okay, so it makes it resilience. And finally, it is, of course, to restore planetary health, to show that we can do this. If we can do this in one place, we can do it anywhere. So it's not that hard to do it anywhere. So that's what we wanted to establish at the end of the 15-day program. Now, did we accomplish this? I'll let Jamin also talk about that later, but it was awesome. When we started, we were giving out maybe 100 meals a day, and towards the end, it was packed. On the last day, there were lines going out the door, and people were, the community was coming together. People were getting healthier. So we have biomarkers that show that people's cholesterol levels dropped, and people were feeling better. They lost all their arthritic pains. So there are a couple of pictures of that. So I'm only showing pictures that I took. And there was a local participant who was taking photos of us and turning that into caricatures through AI at the local library. And he was putting all these pictures up to show. And by the end, the whole wall was covered with photos. And Marlene, I have said, if people can eat Marlene's food, the whole world will be vegan. I'm absolutely convinced of that. So Marlene is a magician at creating food that looks great, that tastes great, that has the right texture, and that's satisfying, is satiating. And people go back and you don't need to eat anything else once you eat this. So here's one lunch, I think. This was lunch. This is another lunch. So you can distinguish between lunch and breakfast and dinner, because dinner has dessert with it. So you can see this plate had dessert accompanying it. And these are 2 of the local participants, became really good friends of ours. They're wearing Rebecca's t-shirt showing the land use change, how we are using land on the earth. It's Robin and Annie. That's all I had to share. If you have anything more to add, Jamin, go for it.
Thank you, Sailesh. And hello, everyone. Great to see you all. What an awesome presentation, Sailesh. And it's been a real honor working with you very intensively over the past several months. In fact, in January, I sent a big, huge 63-page proposal to Sailesh And he digested it, said, wow, this is awesome. And so we started meeting in early February, and we literally met on Zoom every single day, 7 days a week for the next several months. And then, as Sailesh mentioned, we went to the Global Earth Repair Convergence in Port Townsend, Washington, also in Jefferson County, the county seat, the biggest city by far in the county. And so we went there, as Sailesh mentioned, and then we went to the AVA conference in Toronto. And then we drove all the way from Toronto back west, all across the country, which was super cool. So anyway, we've been working very intensively on this for a long time. And so part of my original proposal was let's bundle all the crises together into something called the poly crisis. And then what's the antidote to the poly crisis? The PolySolution. So Sailesh presented a very nice taxonomy and order of the poly crisis. I had come up with a list of like 22 crises, but not really had them in a very good order. And then Sailesh, of course, with his genius as a systems engineer, put it all in order, added some crises, and hence we got the taxonomy that he showed earlier. I encourage everyone to study Sailesh's taxonomy about the poly crisis, because it really helps put things in order. Okay. And so then I was like a big proponent of, let's do a press conference. The world needs to hear Dr. Sailesh Rao proclaim, right? Declare a planetary poly crisis emergency, right? Now that's very, very important, because, and then put it in order. Say, here are all the crises in order, and now here's how we deal with them. So also, I'll show some slides in a couple of minutes about this. But the basic idea is to go from chaos to order, right? See, right now in the world today, you open up the newspaper, you turn on the radio, there's just problem after problem after problem, and it's just one big hodgepodge of problems. And what's our response to all this? Bury our head in the sand, right? Ignore it, go into denial, and focus on things we can control, like our own hoarding, as Sailesh mentioned. Extract and hoard, on the hypothesis that if you hoard enough, you and your family will be fine. And the rest of the world, with that whole hodgepodge of problems, it's too much for me to deal with. I'm just going to focus on me and my family, and let the invisible hand of the market take care of it with electric cars and solar panels, all that Sailesh was talking about. So thanks for the laughter there. So how do we put this whole thing in order, right? So now I'll share some slides. I think I'm co-host, so I can do that. Okay, here we go. Okay. So the title of this slide deck, Veganism is a Planetary Emergency, Poly Crisis, Meet PolySolution. So I talked about the hodgepodge, right? Here's a hodgepodge of tools. You can think of a hodgepodge of anything, but you look at that and it's disturbing. It's too much. I can't deal with it. So what do? We put our heads in the sand. Don't look at it. What's the solution? Order. We need to put things in order. And oops. Okay, if someone can take care of the, okay, very good. So the order that I propose, and I'll give a nice example of this, is bundling. Put things in a structure, put things in a bundle, right? And this applies both to problems and solutions. So Sailesh did a great job bundling the problems into the poly crisis. Now let's talk about solutions, and how do we bundle the solutions into the PolySolution. If somebody can be diligent on the waiting room, because and letting folks in, that'll help.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, just
okay. No, it's just that I can't advance the slides while there's someone on the screen there waiting. Okay, so I'm going to use. I was a corporate strategy manager at Microsoft, And so I learned a lot of things there. And one of them was the concept of bundling. So we're going to start with Microsoft Excel. And in my analogy, Microsoft Excel in 1990 is like veganism today, right? Now, what do I mean by that? Well, both of them are great products, right? Excel, veganism, great products. But in 1990, Microsoft Excel had very little market share. Not very many people knew about it or were convinced that, hey, I should get this new software package and learn how to use it and all that. Sounds kind of like veganism. Wonderful product. We all know it. We're Microsoft, right? Hey, veganism's great. But how do we get veganism to the world, right? And so the answer for Microsoft at that time, and it's still true today, 36 years later, was bundling. So we took lonely little, sad little Excel with tiny little market share and put it into a bundle of Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Access. And what's really interesting, and then suddenly the market share of Excel exploded because the market share of Office exploded. It was bundled, and that actually created something totally new that no one had ever seen before. And we called it the integrated Office suite. And so people said, oh, if I just buy this one package, it'll be a complete puzzle, and I'll have all of my productivity software needs met. And it was just a runaway success. So we need to do something similar for veganism. So how are we going to do that? So in this case, there's actually two levels of bundling that we propose. We being me, Sailesh, all of us here in this room, we've all been working on this together for years and years. So this is just an encapsulation. But think of veganism as a basic component, a part of the puzzle of Together Around Food. And it's, and Sailesh summarized it very well in terms of what are the goals: end hunger, end malnutrition, get the world to go vegan, build community. And I actually look at it all as a spiritual transformation as well. So Together Around Food really encompasses a lot of things, including veganism. And that in turn, Together Around Food becomes the centerpiece of the big puzzle as regards solutions, which is the PolySolution. So let's look at architecture and strategy for the PolySolution. It's very, very simple. So imagine you're looking bird's eye view at a whole bunch of dominoes, okay? Now, the domino on top is what I call a double wide domino. And the idea is that if we push that big double wide domino over, it'll knock over these two rows of dominoes. So why are there two rows of dominoes? So think of all these dominoes as the PolySolution, just ready to happen, but we need to make it happen, hence the pushing over of the dominoes. And within the PolySolution, each domino is a solution. The one at the top is the lead solution, which is Together Around Food, because it's the most basic, it's the most fundamental, right? Before we can talk about, cooling the planet with this or that, or, rewilding, or all these weird, all these things that are kind of far and away from most people and most people's consciousness, we start with the thing that is the most important. Anyway, Sailesh summed this up quite well, but here's how I see it: as veganism plus feed everyone for free the healthiest possible food, build community, spiritual transformation, and the beginning of the grand mission. What's the grand mission? To solve the poly crisis and thus save and heal life on Earth. So Together Around Food becomes the first solution. Now, the dominoes below it on the left are solutions focused primarily on the planet, okay? And of course, Together Around Food, getting the world to go vegan, is the number one thing we can do to solve our planetary problems. Together Around Food is also the primary solution for those solutions focused on people. So Together Around Food, of course, addresses both planet and people. The other solutions focused on the planet rewild the planet, which depends on Together Around Food. We need to go vegan before we can rewild the planet. We need to eliminate animal agriculture and then turn all that land back to nature. cool the planet. Rewilding cools the planet, but there's also other things that we need to do, I believe, to cool the planet in time to save life on Earth, clean the planet, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So these are kind of the big four solutions in terms of focusing on the planet. On the people side, after food is number one. So together around food is number one for both planet and people. After feeding, making sure everyone is fed, the next highest priorities are, of course, shelter, community, healthcare. And interestingly, two of those three, community and healthcare, are addressed by Together Around Food. The best thing you can do for your health is preventative health. And the best thing you can do for preventative health is to eat whole food, plant-based diet. So here's the whole of the PolySolution. Look at the beautiful order. We knock over the first domino, and the rest of the dominoes will tumble, both on the people side and on the planet side. All right. Well, thank you for indulging me on those slides. And let me find my mouse here. There we go. Okay. Could somebody do the stop sharing for some reason? Oh, stop keynote sharing. Yes. If somebody could do that for me, that'd be great. Because I've got some. Thank you. There you go. Awesome. Yeah. So again, just to recap, we've got this hodgepodge of problems and a hodgepodge of solutions, and people are promoting solutions and people are talking about problems, and it's too much. Our circuits are fried, right? So again, we just focus on me and mine, myself, my family, perhaps some friends, and the rest of the world will just have to sort itself out. It's too much. By putting these things in order, declaring a polycrisis emergency, and I'm still gung-ho. We looked back in February and March, we looked at, hey, Sailesh, maybe you can do this at Oxford. And so we put out some feelers. Can we do a press conference in Oxford? Imagine doing a press conference at Oxford University where Sailesh declares a planetary polycrisis emergency. Think about it for a moment. Who has the authority to declare a planetary polycrisis emergency? Potentially heads of state, potentially the Pope, but all these people are very constrained politically, right? Sailesh, our leader, I maintain, is the best person in the world to hold a press conference with support from all of us and other leaders and whatnot, a whole big press conference. But he takes the lead and declares a planetary polycrisis emergency, and then shows the whole order, the bundling, the structure of every single planetary crisis constituting the polycrisis. And then suddenly, now the world can focus on a single concept, the polycrisis, no longer a hodgepodge. One integrated, bundled polycrisis. Okay, now we can begin to deal with it because there's finally some order. It's bounded. See, part of the issue of the world's problems today is they're unbounded. There's no end to it. There's no limit to it. It's like you hear about a new problem every single day that you open up the New York Times. Another new problem I didn't even know about. Oh my goodness, it's endless. And I see we got some hands up, and I just want to kind of finish my little monologue here in a couple of minutes, and we can turn it into a nice conversation. But then, see, and then once people are in that moment of ordered crisis, they can see the crisis, it's bundled, they can make sense of it. Now we come in with the PolySolution. Now that's a big hodgepodge of solutions finally put into order. People, planet, and the number one lead solution solves most of our problems. Not all of our problems, just most of them. And so this gives people hope. It's like, wait a second, if we can take out half of the polycrisis with just one solution, imagine what we can do with a number of solutions, well organized, well orchestrated. And we have, as far as I'm concerned, the world's preeminent systems engineer at the lead of all this, who's our leader of Vegan World 2026. And so who better than Sailesh to present both of these, a declaration of polycrisis emergency and a proclamation of PolySolution, right? Anyway, really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. Let's go ahead and take some questions. And Sailesh, if you want to lead
Thank you,
the...
Jim. That was
Yeah,
great.
yeah. Mhm.
Vegan Jyoti. Then
Oh, great. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Jamin. Great presentation. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I was just wondering if we need to revisit our strategy from an operational perspective. I know I've been attending many of these seminars for quite a while, for several years. I'm not sure if I'm seeing any movement, positive progression towards a vegan world. And I wonder if we need to change our strategy from an operational perspective to more individualizing, as to having micro shifts from people who can not give us 100%, but only give us, let's say, 10%, because overall, we don't have monopoly of Microsoft to bundle everything together so that our Excel becomes, the carte blanche of productivity software. So should we
let me answer that.
individualize? Just hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me finish my thought. So should we individualize our strategy so that people can make these micro shifts so that we get that 3% of the momentum we need to have a movement like a Cockroach Janta Party is able to get that?
Yeah, good question.
I hope you're following Cockroach Janta Party, how fast they're able to build up a momentum. We need to have that momentum built up, and we haven't been in our echo chambers in these PowerPoint slides. I don't think we have accomplished what Cockroach Janta Party has able to do it in a few days.
Yeah, good question. Now, the Together Around Food initiative that we did, we basically threw it open to anyone to attend. So there was no restriction that you have to eat here and you cannot go eat anywhere else. People who are coming and eating sometimes, some people are coming all the time, some people are coming sometimes. So it's not that we are forcing anyone to be vegan, right? It was just giving them healthy vegan food. Now, what that did was people started thinking that, they're part of this larger picture, because they showed them the larger picture of what is Planet B, how they're part of the PolySolution, right? Or the complete PolySolution. And people got inspired. Now they want to do it themselves. They want to continue themselves. So what we want to do is now take this to the UN. So the Loving Earth team is now coming to the UN, and we are doing it Together Around Food for all the delegates of the UN. Okay. And we are basically going to show them that people want it. I mean, the people in America want it. Okay. And we are getting requests from all kinds of cities now. Hey, can you come and do it here? And we are saying, look, guys, you already have everything you need to do that yourself. But we have to probably do a few more of these to show people that it can be done anywhere. Right. So that's the next step, to create this movement of that it catches fire. So we are getting we got requests from neighboring cities. We got requests from Chicago, from Dallas. I mean, all kinds of places we are getting requests, Los Angeles, to come and do the Together Around Food there. So it's inspiring people to take this forward like that. Yeah. Bram?
Yes, this is sort of on a micro scale. We are doing something here. We have this exhibit, which is more a scientific way of doing the whole cycle through. And what we have in there, we want to have a discussion with some people from Dartmouth, maybe Bill McKibben, I don't know, would come there on an evening. And we put down there one part about the fossil fuels, as one part, which is one solution possible. And then our solution, which is all the rest, which we have there. And it is interesting that we got actually to open this exhibit. We had the senator from Becca White, very young person, very enthusiastic, and she is, I think, partially vegan. And So
Right.
we want to actually do exhibit will be over in August, end of August. So maybe we'll try to do that in Montpellier, in the capital of Vermont, and maybe show it there in one of the Senate's sessions or so, if possible, if they want to allow it. I don't know, but it's too progressive probably. But it's a way of starting a little bit on the organization of, and Vermont is pretty open, although it's all cows, which we have still, but it's not working anymore. So people are not, you see, they can't live on it anymore, on having a farm with animals. It's just impossible anymore.
Right.
We need more and more cows to make it profitable. Okay.
Right.
So thank you. It was a wonderful presentation, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bram. Thank you for the work you're doing too. It's very important that we put these things out everywhere, and just like you are experiencing in the community we went to in Washington State, the county commissioners were completely supportive of what we were doing.
Yeah.
And then after we left, the people went to the commissioners' meeting and asked that they help continue this. And the commissioner said, yes, we will be happy to help you. So, there's momentum building, bringing the government or institutions also on board, because, people are seeing that things are not getting sorted out in the old model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so obvious.
So obvious now. It's everywhere. I'm in the UK and it's sweltering heat, now.
Yeah. I should mention that Lisa Burke was very helpful in doing all the presentations in it. So that,
And I know Ray Kowalczyk, it's a team effort. It's everything we do is a team effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bieke gives make it more simple, make it more for common people, because they say it's too scientific. Well, okay. But I can't do anything else, I think. Thank you.
In terms of simplicity, I know we got a couple people with their hands up, but in terms of simplicity, here's the thing. So veganism can feel complicated to people. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to change my diet. I can't go to barbecues anymore. I turn my life upside down. But together around food is simple, gourmet, delicious. Now it happens to be whole food, plant-based, but at that point, who cares? People are together having a party and feeling very satisfied and very happy and very healthy. So so instead of trying to push veganism, we just do together around food. Serve it up. It's all there. Anyway, passing the feather. I know James, you've had your hand up for a while. James and company.
That's you.
Oh, hi, I'm Debbie. Do you have any methods for reaching the people who might be a little interested but have the normalcy bias? Oh, things aren't really going to get that bad. And then also, do you envision or hold that there's a tipping point where at some point in time, the dominoes start to fall towards?
Right. Now, certainly that's how systems transform. A lot of nonlinear systems, they have tipping points beyond which it just becomes normal. The other side becomes normal. And so it's, of course, the current system is pushing, trying to prevent it from happening. Like even in Washington State, when we were doing the Together Around Food, we wanted to go to a bigger space. There was a bigger space available, but it was controlled by the animal agriculture industry, literally. And they didn't want us to come. So anyway, we encountered it already. But despite that, the county commissioner supported us. Continue to, because we are coming there with a solution, and we are not doing anything. We are coming and feeding people healthy food.
And in terms of a tipping point, so just consider this. And of course, I spent a lot of time thinking about hungerless in Seattle, and I still want to do hungerless. We still want to do hungerless in Seattle. Once we do it, right, we do it in one neighborhood, and then that neighborhood transforms. Crime plummets, emergency room visits drop, violence drops, domestic violence. Why? Because people are finally taken care of in so many different ways, as we've talked about in detail. Now, just imagine that we were able to do this in the whole city of Seattle. The city of Seattle has a multi-billion-dollar budget. There's big expenses for healthcare, law enforcement, social work, this and that. They're spending gobs of money. When we do this at scale for all of the city of Seattle, with centralized production of the food, we saw the beautiful images in Port Townsend, but imagine a much larger, essentially food factory. And we just need to get over any negative connotations we have with factory and doing things at scale. We can do amazing quality at scale. We do it. There's 78 neighborhoods in Seattle. If we supply community cafes, churches, community centers with all the food they need for 3 meals a day, just like we did in Jefferson County, but now in King County, where Seattle is located, suddenly the costs of healthcare, ambulance rides, emergency room visits, amputations from diabetes, health, law enforcement, crime, vandalism, domestic violence, et cetera, all those plummet, and the costs to the city and the county and the state and federal, all those costs diminish. And basically, if we take a slice of those savings, we can fund all of Together Around Food with a fraction of the savings. Now, part of the reason this is that we'll be able to buy whole truckloads of produce and other whole food plants by the truckload. And when you buy stuff by the truckload, the unit cost collapses almost to zero. So we can do this incredibly economically. So if suddenly the city of Seattle is seeing this huge bump in return on investment, reduction in cost, increase in health and happiness and community and connectivity and everything else, all the other cities around the world will be watching Seattle's example and say, we got to do this. And suddenly you'll see the dominoes tumble all around the world. Passing the feather. Thank you.
Sujata?
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and also the passion. I really think you need to have both to be able to make a change. And one of the things that struck me is as human beings, we will not change much unless we wake up to being like really compassionate. Compassion is important. And I think people just put a blind eye to everything because it's easier to do that. And sometimes, even in India, Sailesh, whenever I go, you feel like there's more and more people who weren't eating meat, actually eating meat on a daily basis. And it's alarming because I remember as a child, we used to have neighbors who were, cooking maybe meat once a month or once a week, every Sunday. So because we could get the smell, right? And we being like more vegetarian, we could tell like that something is happening on Sundays. But now it's pretty much all over, right? From breakfast to dinner. And obviously people are not consciously thinking about it because there are so many vested interests. Yeah. People like, the companies, like, you've showcased in many of these movies, which, if you look at it properly, common sense will tell you this is the right thing to do. Yeah. But at the same time, also, it is scary for people, I think, to just suddenly overnight change, right? So I think this Together Around Food is actually very good because I'm a architect and city planner, urban designer, so I come from a different background. Community building is actually very important in everything, right? So Together Around Food is actually community building,
right? And
showing that it's not difficult, to do it if more people join together. And
Thank you, Sujata. Is there a
Yeah,
question that, because we're getting to the
yeah.
top of the
I
hour,
want to ask.
please do, because we're at the top of the hour already. But if there
Sorry.
are
I'm a
yes,
teacher.
that's great. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. But if there is anybody out there that would like to have a question and
No,
share
the
a question.
question I want to ask is, if you go into the Vedantic world and actually look, this tells you that you need to do it. It's your duty. If you bring those two together, probably this would become easier to be solved.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Methodist Church wanted to volunteer. So it's like, you have to get some of the spiritually oriented people to come and help volunteer. And that's the way I see it growing. Yeah. Thank you for that.
That's a really great contribution, and of course the insight of in terms of the motivation in which why we do it is really important to address. I think there's so many questions that can come out of it. I'm sure if there's anybody else who have questions about this an amazing initiative that's been so successful, how can they reach you? Can they reach you on email? Can they put it on the
Yes,
chat? Can they message you directly? Like, how can they do that?
Yeah, they can message me directly or Jamin. So I'll put my email in the chat.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That was amazing. That's an amazing initiative. I mean, there's lots of positivity to come out there. I'm really excited for the next steps and outcomes. We do have the next speaker coming on. That we'd like.
Yes. Could we get some tech help for Dr. Rowley? She's having difficulty with her camera, I believe.
Okay.
Because
I see her
she's
camera
sharing.
was on.
Her camera is on, but we're not seeing her. Dr. Rowley, can you turn your yeah.
I believe it's the back camera that's turned on. Are you on a touchscreen device with multiple cameras, or what device are you using to connect?
Dr. Rowley?
We cannot hear you either.
You can't hear me either. Oh goodness.
Now
Now we
you.
can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's nothing else open. I'm using the laptop.
It seems like there's something on the lens itself of the camera that's blocking the view.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Now we
perfect.
see you. Perfect. Hooray.
I do apologize. I'd actually moved it, but I've moved it the other way.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Take it away, Krishna.
Okay, great. Namaste all. Welcome to the Climate Healers Vegan Convergence of the People, wherever you are in the world, in the planet. We're thrilled for you to be here. And we have Alison Hamji, our colleague of Climate Healers, here to share a presentation with Dr. Jeanette Rowley.
Thank you so much, Krishna. Okay, so let me just briefly introduce myself. I'm Alison Hamji, a vegan environmental activist who has lived nearly my entire adult life in Central and South America. And now I live in Lima, Peru. So this presentation is about something that started for me on April 30th, 2024, when I was contacted by the lead attorney for a constitutional case in support of the right to conscience for vegan students at Peru's largest and oldest public university. I was asked if I would be willing to secure international support for the case, and of course I said yes. And this is when I reached out and secured the support of Dr. Rao, the founder of Climate Healers, Dr. Barnard, founder of the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, who will also be presenting here tomorrow, and Dr. Jeanette Rowley of the Vegan Society. So these three professionals have been serving as friends of the court in this precedent-setting case. And Jeanette, I would just like to mention that Isaac is also here. The lead attorney is also present here today. But would you, Dr. Raleigh, would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. I'm having some problems with the sound, Alison. I do apologise. It was broken up, but I did hear you ask me to introduce myself. So at least we've got this far. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Alison, for the invitation to join you today. My name is Jeanette Rowley. I'm a consultant to the Vegan Society. I'm a lifelong animal rights activist and vegan for over 40 years. I started the campaign for vegan rights in 2012 and established the International Vegan Rights Alliance. It was very successful, and I gifted all of my work to the Vegan Society in 2019. And I continue to do the same work at the Vegan Society through the International Rights Network. And I supported the court in the recent decision. That's all about me.
Okay, thank you so much. So before we discuss the importance of this case, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to give us an overview of it. And I'm going to go back to 2023. That's how long it's taken. In 2023, some vegan students at UNMSM filed a suit against the university for failing to respect their right to conscience when the university refused to provide even a vegan option at the university cafeteria. So the UNMSM is, as I said, the largest and oldest university in Peru. It's also recognized as the oldest continuously operating university in the Americas. It's a public university, and it has over 45,000 students. All tuition and meals are subsidized, which means that all students should have equal access to free meals. The issue is that the vegan students' formal request for a vegan option did not advance according to the administrative policy. So on behalf of all the vegan student population, one student of law and one student of anthropology took legal action. And these two students solicited and received the legal support of an independent legal defense entity called the Institute of Legal Defense, or IDL, where in 2023, a vegan attorney, who, like I said, is here today, he took on the case representing the two vegan students in a suit against the university. And to make a long story short, with the support of Doctors Rao, Barnard, and Rowley, all acting as friends of the court, this year on June 3rd, just a little over a month ago, the judge ordered the university to perform a survey to determine how many students would require vegan meals and to immediately begin serving a vegan option. It's important to note that the university has appealed the decision. The judge, however, has since ordered the university to immediately begin serving a vegan option, even while the appeal is in process. So there it is. That's the case in a nutshell. But I'm not an attorney, so Jeanette, please correct and amend this overview before we begin discussing the importance of the case. What would you add or correct, Jeanette?
I think you've summarized it quite well there, Alison. It sounded great to me.
Okay. All right. That's a miracle. Then, Jeanette, let me ask you, in what ways would you say that this case is unique or even precedent setting?
Yes, well, as you've already mentioned, Alison, this case was about students who wanted acceptable food in alignment with their convictions around veganism and respect for other animals. And the students weren't able to eat at the university without compromising their ethical convictions. And I think one important aspect of this case is that it asks the question, should public bodies, should public authorities be providing food according to moral convictions and religious convictions, as well as nutritious food? And the courts previously have looked at cases for food on a religious basis, but this is particularly different because it's about moral, ethical convictions. It's not about a religion. There's no deity involved. So that's an important consideration in this case. Now, in this case as well, the court just didn't only decide that the convictions of vegans were worthy of respect in law. The court actually issued a demand that the university do something about this issue, and as you say, survey the population and set about providing as a reasonable solution to the problem. So I think, in summary, the case sets precedent because it shows that the courts are willing to respect ethical veganism as a serious moral issue, a serious moral belief, and the outcome shows that respect for vegan convictions can require a public institution to take action, not only where vegans are in situations where it's difficult for them to get their own food, such as in a prison or detained in a mental health institution, but where food is provided as a public service.
So then what would you say is the relevance of this case for, as you say, public institutions such as public hospitals, prisons, mental health facilities? Yeah.
So the court's orders apply directly to the university involved. That's my understanding of the case. So the judgment doesn't automatically create any similar burdens or legal duties for other institutions, but it does send out a clear warning that to other institutions that they should take reasonable steps to ensure everybody can eat food in alignment with their ethical convictions. And I think its relevance is that public institutions or other public bodies now might start to do something about their catering service. And a best practice approach now would be for food providers to consider how their food service caters for everyone and consider what reasonable steps they can take to make sure everyone's catered for. And as I said, it's particularly important for people in prison and those detained in the care and control of state bodies. But this judgment seems to go beyond that, and it speaks to public bodies who are providing food as part of a public service as well. And I think the warning is, don't wait for vegans to make a complaint. Take reasonable steps before that happens.
Let me ask you this. In your view, what might be some potential impacts of this case outside of Peru?
Well, the impacts outside of Peru could be quite substantial because I'm hoping that it will encourage all individuals to feel confident to defend their needs as vegans. So I'm hoping it's going to encourage people to speak out, and especially in terms of food provision. It's important that everyone can eat, has access to food that's in alignment with their convictions. And so we might see complaints increase around the world for requests for vegan food. And I think another potential impact might be that institutions would change their food catering service anyway before complaints are made. If they are aware that courts are supporting vegans, and in the UK we have had support for people with a belief in man-made climate change. So when you bring these two together, it's quite a powerful message for other institutions to actually make some changes before complaints are made against them. And I think in terms of law, these kind of cases can change how lawyers defend the rights of vegans, and this is a growing area. Lawyers can focus on the impacts on vegans and make sure that the evidence is gathered, and they're able to support vegans in their claims for accommodation of needs. And I think more broad, well, the decision itself doesn't have any relevance directly outside of Peru, but I think the court is it's giving an example of how it's connected ethical vegan convictions to the provision of food. And I think that could be quite influential. And I think also what might happen is that the publicity the case has had speaks to the general population that ethical veganism is really important, and people might become more interested and understand more about ethical veganism as a moral position, not just a dietary fad or some kind of a trend. But as you said, there is an appeal, so we need to wait for the appeal to see the influence the case could have.
Yes. So before I move on to the next question I have, I wanted to also ask you about the Vegan Society per se, because I first contacted you through the Vegan Society, and I was so grateful that you responded so promptly to support this case. And you do have an organization that supports cases or assists different cases that involve veganism, right? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So the campaign for vegan rights started with the International Vegan Rights Alliance in 2012. And my intention was to bring about a group of lawyers and legal professionals and legal academics around the world who were interested in understanding more about the legal protection of veganism. I was grounding my arguments in a European court decision that was made by the prior commission in 1993. That decided the convictions of vegans fell within the scope of the human right to freedom of conscience. And I wanted to explore how this had been interpreted and applied in different human rights systems, in different domestic legal systems, and how that followed through into domestic equality law. So I wanted to bring together a group of lawyers around the world who were also interested in doing the same thing. And that's where this started. So when I gifted my work to the Vegan Society, that group of lawyers became known as the International Rights Network. And basically what we do is provide support for individual vegans who are experiencing discrimination and unfair treatment. So if vegans contact me from anywhere in the world, if I can, I'll put them in touch with somebody relevant to them in their jurisdiction. And of course, Alison, I was more than happy to, do what I could to support the case, to support the court, and make sure the court had an understanding of ethical veganism, the laws that are applicable to the protection of vegans, and just make sure the court had everything it needed in order to administer justice effectively. So that's what the network does. We are UK based, but the lawyers are from different jurisdictions and do as much similar work in their countries as they're able.
I personally feel that your participation made a world of difference for our confidence in Peru taking on this issue. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, I try to be comprehensive. It's important to set out the meaning of ethical veganism and how veganism is identity forming and life directing for many vegans, and to make the distinction between the ethical veganism and the adoption of a vegan diet just for a sports event or something similar, just for a temporary period of time for some personal benefit that's outside of the legal meaning of the human right to conscience. And it was also important to set out relevant laws and human rights provisions, the scope of the human right to freedom of conscience and the human right to food as well, and just fully furnish the court with lots of information that would be helpful and useful to making the decision.
I'd like to ask you about, on behalf of everyone who's here today, whether they're from the US or Canada, the UK, or the European Union, India, I may be missing some places. I myself, as I've said, am in Peru. So how can we begin to think about how we can take actions in our own countries to build on this case or this victory here in Peru? Do you have any thoughts or suggestions on that?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think it's really important that vegans feel empowered to defend their right to freedom of conscience and accommodation of needs. If vegans' needs can be accommodated reasonably, then there's no reason why vegans shouldn't make the request. And that's particularly important with food provision. So we are seeing now the convictions of vegans protected in different jurisdictions, including just a few days ago at the European Court of Human Rights. And the case in Peru is a practical example of unfair food provision, and it's situations like this where vegans can make requests confidently when they're feeling ignored or trivialized or dismissed, or they're not happy at all with the way things are for them. And quite often I speak to vegans who felt quite trivialized and made a mockery of as well. And it's when veganism is validated by law, it gives veganism a lot more weight, and it's important that vegans everywhere make the most of that. And I think it's important to go through the correct channels when you're making complaints and understand the process that you need to follow. So vegans should, first of all, identify the problem. And if it's a food problem in a public institution, such as a school or a university or even a prison or a hospital, then they should ask for a realistic solution, which isn't unfair. And quite often I come across vegans who don't have the confidence to do that. I'm hoping that, the succession of these kind of cases will help people have confidence to speak up for their freedom of conscience. And it's important to get the evidence, so you can make some records about food provision, what was available, what you needed, what you weren't able to participate in, how it impacted you, and so on. And you would need to familiarize yourself with the relevant complaints process. Now, these are going to be different in different countries and also in different institutions. So the complaints process in a school is likely to be very different from a complaints process in a prison. So you'll need to understand what the complaints process requires. And you can always speak to people like equality officers, diversity officers, student union representatives, consumer service advisors, and get some help with submitting the complaint so it's laid out properly. And you should also keep copies of emails and letters and also the official policies that you're complying with in your complaint. And then if there's a need to escalate the matter, if you don't get accommodation of needs, you might want to engage a legal advisor. Some universities offer free advice through the student-led clinics, and it's important to get professional opinion on the likelihood of success and also professional legal support for your case. But those are roughly the steps. But if people write to me at the Vegan Society, I'll be able to give them more information and even maybe put them in touch with somebody in their area.
That's so helpful to hear those details. I think all of us, if we're not personally involved with some institution that's not serving vegan meals, we know people who are, whether they're relatives or friends. So thanks so much for sharing all of those details. Let me ask you, Jeanette, you have such a broad and lengthy range of experience with the protection of rights of vegans. Can you tell us what else you'd like us to learn from this conversation, or what else we can take away from this conversation?
I think that one of the most important things that I always like to pass on is that when we have protection for vegan convictions, we are supporting the campaign for animal rights. I always refer to this as animal rights by the back door, because vegans have never made use of their human rights to support animal rights. And when we think about the value of the human right to freedom of conscience and the power of the human right to freedom of conscience, we can see that when we make requests through our human rights system, we can help bring about huge change that is a small step, a contributing step towards bringing about the abolition of the exploitation of non-human animals. And the way this helps is by making sure that plant-based options are on the menu, and it makes plant-based eating more accessible for everyone else. It makes it more interesting. And the more people that take up these options, the less meat and dairy products are going to be on the menu. It may take some time, and it may be hard work still, but our human right to freedom of conscience is really important to support the campaign for animal rights. And that's one of the most important things I like to add to conversations like this. And I think what strikes me when a court decides in favour of vegans is that, through the human right to conscience, is that the law is saying that your conscience is a matter of human dignity. Our dignity is respected through the human right to freedom of conscience. It's one of our most important human rights. And when law recognises that our respect for other animals and our ethical convictions are part of our dignity, we're not special human beings. And I believe the majority of us want to stop animal suffering. Nobody wants to, make animals suffer. And when we realise that our ethical convictions are an element of our human dignity, that's very powerful. And there's lots of discussions to be had around that idea. So vegan food included on the menu creates positive policies and practices that support the campaign for animal rights.
In this particular case here in Peru, we involved Dr. Sailesh Rao, and he was an amicus curiae, a friend of the court, on the subject of the environmental impact of these food choices. And this particular group that's assembled here today is maybe more oriented toward a sustainable food system, and because of its environmental impacts. And so I would ask you, when you come to a situation where you're defending your right to conscience, how does that lead to maybe a right to a sustainable environment? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And one of the powerful things that the human right to freedom of conscience does is create acceptable food for not just vegans, but also climate activists, environmental activists. And the human right to food itself contains the right to acceptable food. But because this is a progressive human right, and I don't know of any country that's actually implemented a right to acceptable food yet. We just don't see this around the world, a right to acceptable food, but it is there in the human right to food. If we had a human right to acceptable food, we wouldn't have to use the human right to freedom of conscience, because we would already have acceptable food. So these kind of cases are doing the work of the human right to food at the moment. That's why they're also so important for those purposes. And I think when we've got vegan food on the table through the human rights claims of vegans, then that's going to also be acceptable for a sustainable food system, and climate activists, environmental activists, and many, many, many more people whose views and beliefs might not yet meet the threshold for the human right to freedom of conscience, or they haven't been sort of penciled out yet. But I think they could be, but we just don't seem to have done it yet. But there's scope there.
Yeah. I was wondering if you wanted to open it up to questions from the people who are listening, or if you have anything else that you would like to share or add.
I'd love to have a discussion and see what questions anyone has. That's really important to make time for that. So we could do that, Alison, if you like.
Okay, yes. So what I'd like to invite anyone to do is to raise their virtual hand if you have a question or something you'd like to discuss, and then I can call on you. I will ask you to come on camera, or you can type your question in the chat. All right, so there's Rebecca, you're first in line. Rebecca, go ahead, ask your question.
Hello, thank you so much. It's great to hear about this. expect a lot more action to be happening from this one case. What I was wondering about was acceptable food versus humane as your basis. And I don't know what the law or what the writing is about acceptable food. And so I feel more confident with humane food rather than acceptable, but you leaned toward that. And so I don't quite understand the difference. Some people, it's not acceptable to eat a pizza off of somebody else's plate. You know, I just wonder what that means. If you could elaborate.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. So I'm talking in terms of what the law says. So the law, the human right to food includes an element of that food being acceptable to consumers who have informed concerns or, you know, issues around food. Food should be acceptable. So for us, acceptable food is plant-based diet. That's why I use the word acceptable.
Is that enough of an explanation, Rebecca, or did you want to ask something more?
I'm just wondering if some people may go off into other things and it's not acceptable for me to have this and not acceptable for me to have that. You know, it could be so detailed. So I wonder, I kind of hate to put a whole case on what's acceptable.
So I think the law would have some limits. It would be based on reasonableness, and it would also be, the wording used, I think, is informed consumer concerns. So it sort of suggests that our secular, ethical, vegan convictions would fall into that because they're not religious. So the law at the moment has protected religious and now also secular concerns. So informed consumer concerns would definitely be something like the way animals are treated, the environmental impacts and climate impacts. But I think because law is based on objectivity, reasonableness, and so on, a court would likely look at what's reasonable in the circumstances. So that would probably be the way institutions would provide a complaints process once we reach a stage where acceptable food is part of our everyday rights. But we're not there yet. The element, the right to acceptable food, isn't actually part of our right to food. The right to food is focused very much on relieving hunger and food poverty. Because the human right to food has to be realised progressively, we haven't got to the stage where governments and institutions and public bodies actually have a process for our complaints about food not being acceptable. But in the case in Peru, the court has made that decision that the right to acceptable food in that case involves secular informed consumer concerns. So it brings us a step closer to, it's doing a lot of work for the human right to food.
Okay, I see. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, now Sujata, you had your hand up. Did you lower your hand intentionally, or did you have a question? You're muted, Sujata.
All right. Thank you for doing this for the world. It's actually raised awareness more, I think. And thanks to the two students who actually complained about the food. I wanted to ask, while you were presenting and discussing to, Dr. Rowley as well as Alison Hamje, you're talking about human rights. Can there not be a case just for animal rights? A lawyer just coming forward for animals and saying animal food cannot be served in public, like, especially from governments, like schools, whatever, right? That would make a huge difference, I think, to really move this momentum. Would it be, even from a legal standpoint, possible? Because it's unethical. Don't forget religion, ethics.
Yes, it's unethical. The issue is that human rights protects the individual. So it's so if you're in a relationship with a public body, you can invoke human rights if you feel that your rights have been violated, but that's at the level of the individual. So it would take a lot of individuals to come together, and if a lot of individuals came together to force the law to change, it wouldn't need the law to change because we would all be together on the on prioritizing plant-based food and eliminating animal products. So because human rights protects the individual, then that's probably not likely under human rights law at the moment.
Yeah, I know. Like, is there an animals' rights law that can represent animals is what I'm asking.
I think all of that comes under animal suffering, the law on animal suffering. And as you probably know, nobody wants animals to suffer, but there is legislation that protects farmers farming other animals. You know, the law doesn't apply in certain situations, or it's watered down in certain situations to provide exploit animals for food provision. But animal law is not my area, so I can't really go into the details about how we might use animal law to abolish the farming of non-human animals.
Yes. There must be other attorneys who are interested in that area. Dr. Mystery, you had your hand raised. Go ahead with your question. Let me see if I can help you. There you go.
Okay. This is a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Alison, and thank you, Jeanette, for the wonderful work that you're doing. I see some parallels with the last presentation about the kind of umbrella nature of this demand being so basic and so inclusive, and no groups or faith or any community would oppose it, in my opinion. I just wonder what can be done here in order to kind of put it out to more than just universities, because I know quite a few universities, some of which you mentioned, they have vegan options as default, and then you pay extra for the others. So, that can protect people's rights. Do you see some initiatives which are wider than that?
Dr. Mystery, let me just say that one of the things that the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine talks about is that the vegan option is appropriate for all religions. And I'd be interested to hear what Dr. Raleigh has to say about that. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. We're always saying that the vegan option is much more inclusive than the meat and dairy based option. So that is something that we use as well. But in terms of initiatives, I've seen some wonderful results from just one vegan making a complaint in a school. In the beginning, the school refused to provide vegan food, and through the complaint, not only did the school provide vegan food, but all of the schools in the whole region decided to provide vegan food. And that's because they didn't want any more complaints. They realized it was fair and it was discriminatory. And I had a complaint from someone in 2019 about the lack of access to plant-based milk alternatives on government-run health schemes. And as a result of that complaint and meetings with our Department of Health and Social Care, we now have funding for plant-based milk to early years providers entrenched in legislation. And, there are measures underway to change things in other regions as well. So I think there are lots of different ways we can have an impact through different initiatives. And I think the vegan default option is not likely right now in the UK. There seems to be less vegan options available now than there was a few years ago. So it feels like we need to push again. And I feel like we always have to keep pushing forward. You can't take your foot off the pedal in a way. You've got to keep pushing forward with all these initiatives.
Yes. Given you're in the UK, I'm sure you're aware of the EDI regs. Ethnicity, diversity, and inclusivity, which is actually quite widely applied, when it comes to interacting with local governments as well as central governments. And I think this could be a very good initiative to demand. We need vegan options.
Yes. Yes, we have vegans are protected in the UK under our equality law, and Section 149 of our equality law also obliges public institutions with a public sector equality duty. And under that duty, they have to give due regard to the need to eliminate discrimination, create equal access of opportunity, and foster good relations between people who are protected and with protected characteristics and people who don't have protected characteristics. So this public sector equality duty has been very powerful in my vegan advocacy across the education system. So when I first started doing my work in 2012, it was very difficult to find a vegan meal option in schools in the UK. Now, in 2026, it's very difficult to find a school that doesn't offer a vegan option. And a large part of that was the use of the public sector equality duty, telling the school leaders that they have a duty to give due regard to creating equality of opportunity, eliminating discrimination, and making sure vegans are fairly represented in school, to foster good relations between vegans and non-vegans. And I found that very powerful. And it was used in a situation where a school didn't have any learning resources that were vegan. And through the use of that duty, they actually bought some vegan learning resources for the school library. So it has been very powerful. The EDI initiative can be really useful, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mystery. Okay. Sven, why don't you go ahead and ask your question? And we also have Paige waiting. Go ahead. Let me see if I can help you to unmute.
Okay.
Hey.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having this. I'm really interested in this discussion because I was just in Lima myself for 3 months, and a month ago I came up to Ecuador, and Ecuador is actually quite interesting as well because it has the rights of nature written into its constitution, and I'm not sure if it's actually been tested yet, but it's quite an interesting idea because I'm here in South America from South Africa. Traveling around, I actually met Dr. Rao at COP30 last year in Brazil. And I started an NGO last year back in my country to push for a deforestation treaty in the UN, or multilaterally anyway, globally, to stop deforestation because, all the countries are talking about it and having, political talk. Yes, we're going to stop deforestation, but even in the SDGs, I think 15.2 says halt and reverse deforestation by 2020, which obviously didn't happen. And last year they were talking about 2030, and that's not going to happen. So there's no line in the sand, so they can just renege on all that and make excuses and go back. And I was thinking, that's a really strong point on pushing for a more vegan world, because if we push the price up of meat and dairy products especially, because that's what's destroying the Amazon. I've seen it for myself in Brazil. The farming will become more expensive because they won't be able to destroy the forest to farm the animals. And that would really help push things in the right direction to support alternative protein sources. So that's where I'm at. But I was wondering if any of the people there, Alison, maybe yourself included, has heard of any food sort of situations where it's gone to court, where some member of the public has taken some institution to court about climate-related and ecologically related food. Wouldn't that be an issue that we could also leverage? Thanks.
I'm going to see if Isaac Peña Lobato can join us. He's the attorney who represented the students in this case. I'm going to see if he can join us. And he would be the best one to answer that question. So let me spotlight him. Isak, did you understand Sven's question, or would you like me to translate it for you?
Hello, hi everybody, hi Jeanette, Dr. Rowley, hi Alison, hi everybody.
Nice to see you, Isak.
Yes, it's just, I hadn't been prepared to talk, but thanks for inviting.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, please could you repeat the specific question, and I can try to reply.
Sven, can you come back on camera and could you repeat your question?
Any other food groups?
Yes, let me bring you back. Okay. Yes, Sven, could you repeat your question for Isak? I'll help you with your
Okay.
there. Isak is the attorney. He works for the Institute of Legal Defense, and they not only do cases supporting vegans, but they've done cases, many cases, defending indigenous populations with environmental issues like the ones you're talking about. That's why I asked him to come up.
Great, thanks. I was just wondering, Isak, whether there's been any court case setting a precedent for food that's environmentally related. In other words, the case for not having animal foods, but backed by the environmental impact of that choice. Has there been a precedent for that? Thanks.
Thanks for your question, Sven. Well, actually related with animal products or animal origin food and environmental issues, not. However, there are a lot of precedents in Peru related with environmental issues. For example, I remember you mentioned about the Ecuador Constitution and rights of nature. And in Peru, for example, we had also a precedent in 2024 about the Marañón River as a subject of rights. Also, there are some ordinances in Puno, for example, the Titicaca Lake, that is very famous, has also been recognized as a subject of rights by the regional government of Puno. And that's also a very historical precedent. There are like I think 2 or 3 ordinances that recognize bees as subject of rights, and these rules are related more with environmental issues. Also, yesterday, the Constitutional Court in Peru prohibited, banned some plaguicides that has been affected also the environmental and the human health. And yes, that was also and also recognize the impact of these plaguicides in animals. So that's a very also important precedent because it was by the most important court in Peru. And I hope and there finally, and there's pending case about young people, young students that sue to the many institutions of the government in order to adopt effective measures against deforestation. So now it's also in the Constitutional Court, and we have not a date for the hearing, but it's also an important case that we are litigating the Legal Institute Defense.
Are you involved with that case?
Yes, I'm part of the legal team.
Ah, beautiful. That's great to hear. Thank you. Yeah, I think everyone here is concerned about the environmental impact of our food choices. So thank you so much for being willing to come on screen and share. I really appreciate that. I'm going to bring up Paige. She's next here in line. Paige, you're driving your car. Go ahead. Oops, you're muted. Let me see if I can help you with that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you able
Go
to?
ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. This conversation is very enlightening. I'm in the United States, actually in California, and hello, everyone. A couple things come to mind for this. I do work with the plant-based treaty, and we are committed to bringing menu changes to universities, right? And I find the challenge is it really requires, I feel, the students rather than someone coming from outside in, right? An adult saying we need more vegan options. So that's a quandary, but yet I'm also seeing that this sets a precedent that could potentially trickle into some other cases here in the United States. I'm in the hopes of that. The other part of this is, and the question I have is, I'm also someone who's an educator in composting, and what I find is one of the largest polluters is the animal products in waste. And I've been wanting to bring that to the forefront in some kind of court case type, I don't know how to do this. I'm not, but I feel like there's a mass amount of waste that happens. We're raising animals in the United States, and then many of them get sadly wasted. Okay, because first of all, they're grown, so I'm an animal rights activist. But yet, what happens is they don't make it to the slaughter floor. They die in the place. Anyway, you can kind of understand. But there's times where they're raised, and then whatever happens, like there isn't enough water, and so that's, I feel, a bigger conversation here, but I would like to investigate that. I brought that up a couple of years ago, and it weighs on me. It does weigh on me heavily. It's a huge weight factor, the amount of, animals that are being wasted, that are being raised and wasted. And that's a huge impact on our climate.
And
I don't know.
Paige,
Where do I go from here?
Yeah, Paige, let me ask you, is California the largest dairy state in the United States? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Accurate.
Yeah.
It's accurate. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. And I don't know, when a cow goes down, the mother's been spent, has been used. I don't know if they then render her, quote unquote, process her into if she dies, I think she goes to waste. I think they have to I think there's some weird legalities in there that she has to be alive in order to be slaughtered and then become the hamburger meat. But otherwise, if she dies, then she just becomes waste. And that's causing methane, a mass amount. So I know it's a weird thing to bring into the space, but it is something that I would really very passionate about. So sorry if this was triggering for anyone. Thank you very much. I don't know where I would go from here is the question. I'm unmute because of the sound, but I would love to hear where I would go from here on that.
Just if I can summarize a little bit, you're coming from the perspective of, I think did you disappear, Paige? You're coming from the perspective of waste and the environmental impact of waste.
Yeah.
She says yes.
Okay. Dr. Rowley, do you have any comments for Paige? Oh, I'm not hearing you. Still not hearing you. There's a little tiny image in the bottom corner of your on screen that looks like it might be something related to audio. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It didn't change anything.
Okay, now your voice is very soft. It's just your volume is down.
I wonder whether I can do something with the volume. No, the volume is already high.
That's getting better now.
Okay. So if you can hear me, I was just remembering a presentation I gave recently, and I said to the audience, we need so many different strands of activism, and we need new ideas, new initiatives. And I said, if anyone has a new idea, then do some research and speak to other people. Make sure everyone, has a chance to give you some feedback and join with you. And that's where I am on lots and lots of initiatives. I don't feel like my view matters, really. It's for everyone in the community to see how valuable people's thoughts and opinions are. And I would say, Paige, air your views, speak to people, do some research, and see where you can take that, because we need all the strings on our boat, as many as we can have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Paige, I just wanted to tell you, I've done calculations on the total amount of waste produced by farmed animals is roughly 8 times the total amount of waste produced by all the wild animals that lived on Earth 10,000 years ago. So this is why nature is not able to handle this tremendous stream of waste coming her way. And she's, this is why there are dead zones all over the place, and it's creating a tremendous havoc in the environment. So the total amount of waste. Yeah. Go ahead.
So it's two things. It's their personal waste, but it's also the waste of the personal body of the animal as well, and the secretions. Because there's two factors there, right? There's the manure, quote unquote, but then there's also the personal body or the secretions that get wasted.
Correct.
So
I'm just I was calculating just the personal manure. Manure itself is 8 times the total amount of manure that all animals used to produce 10,000 years ago, roughly. Okay, so this is why nature is getting swamped. And you can calculate that just for California and see what it's like, and then you can take California to court with that if you want.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
Let's do it. Climate healers, plant-based treaty. Let's go. Okay, I'll be quiet now. Thank you, everybody. So happy to be here. Love you all.
Thank you, Paige. Dr. Rowley, is there something else you would like to add before we bring up the next speaker? Please go ahead.
Oh, Alison, I feel we've covered so many things. I just want to say thank you so much for the invitation to join you, and let's create these policies and practices that we very much need, even if we have to use all types of different law, including human rights law, environmental law, and whatever. We need to go for it.
Would you like to leave some contact information in the chat for people, or would you suggest people go to the website? Would you like to leave the website in the chat?
Yes, I can do that. The Vegan Society has a contact us page. The Know Your Rights service is listed there, and you can contact me through there, but I'll put that in the chat as well.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you being here. I feel that we've been on a journey together. Yes, and the journey continues.
I'd like to thank you personally, Alison, for all the help you gave me with the translations and all the support you gave me. That was really, really, really fundamental and helpful. Thank you.
I'll just say for everyone here, you can get involved with these cases. Sometimes, in my case, it had to do with helping with the translation. But if you learn about cases that are already in process in your area, you can support the cases. So whatever your specialty is, whatever gifts you have, join in and join the team. So, yeah. Thank you so much. And there is Krishna.
Hello. That was a wonderful talk. The legal part is so incredibly important. That's where, in terms of our system, is where we have justice, at the central of making it meaningful. Great work. Thank you so very, very much. We have, you're here now again at whoever's joined us right now on the call. You're here at the 26th Vegan Convergence of the People. We've just had a talk about conscience and justice system. We have now, following that talk, we've got the vegan thread in the social justice and spiritual tapestry. This is by Hope Bohanec, excuse me, Bohanec. She's been an animal activist involved in animal protection and environmental activism for 20 years. Published a book on ultimate betrayal, Is There Happy Meat? Nationally recognized leader, speaker in the animal protection movement, serves as a project manager for the United Poultry Concerns. You're also a executive director of Compassionate Living at Sonoma County, Californian-based vegan advocacy organization. And Hope is the primary organizer for UPC Annual Conscious Eating and Conference at UC Berkeley. No, I mean, we don't say that.
This is an older bio. I'm not with UPC
We need
anymore.
an update of that now soon.
Yeah.
But still a lot of things that you've done there. So thank you very much. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. So, things that happened in the past that I did do in the past. So, but hi everyone. I'm Hope Bohanec. Thank you for having me. And I love the work that Sailesh Rao and Climate Healers, the whole team does. I'm honored to be here and help bring about Planet B. So that's a really wonderful, I loved Sailesh's presentation earlier. And I'll just say a little bit about me. I've been vegan for 37 years. I've been doing this work, animal advocacy work, for all that time, for 3 decades. And you know, I used to work with United Poultry Concerns, but now I have my own nonprofit, Compassionate Living, and we have numerous projects. One is the Humane Hoax Project that I'm going to be talking about a little bit. And I also have a podcast. I host a podcast, the Hope for the Animals podcast, and I organize 2 large-scale vegan events, the Sonoma County Veg Fest in Santa Rosa, California, and the Eugene Vegan Fest in Eugene, Oregon. I now live in Eugene, Oregon. Okay, so that's just a little about me. So I want to get my slides going here. Let's see. I do have a slide presentation. Oh, I haven't pulled it up yet. Hang on momentarily. Let's get this going. Here we go. All right, let's play from the beginning. All right, there we go. Okay, so I already kind of talked a little about me, host of the Hope for the Animals podcast. And that was a rescue that we did. I don't know if anyone remembers this from long, long ago, the Turlock rescue in the Bay Area many moons ago, pre-pandemic. Okay, so I'm going to talk about 3 topics today. I'm going to talk for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and then we'll open it up for questions and comments and thoughts. And I'm going to talk about 3 topics: speciesism, changing our narrative and trajectory as an animal rights community, and my 2 cents about that, and ahimsa, nonviolence, and getting into a spiritual dimension. So there is a common thread with all of these, and they may seem kind of separate, but there's a common thread. So kind of look for that common thread, and maybe in the end I'll ask if you caught the common thread, and I'll help you with that as well. So we'll start with speciesism. Okay, speciesism. So most of the attendees here probably know and have heard of speciesism, but just to give a brief definition, it's an unconscious bias that one species is superior or more important than another. And I also like this thought, kind of turning it around, that anti-speciesism is getting justice over the species barrier, right? Going beyond human rights to all species, which I really love. And, you know, so you can think of speciesism, it's just like any other system of structural violence, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. It's all connected, all the same. It's an attitude, ideas, beliefs that one species is dominant over the other. This hierarchy of species, humans being superior to all other species on the planet. And of course, this assumption has created horrific exploitation of animals worldwide. So at its heart, what is vegan? What is vegan? Just kind of at a fundamental level. It's an economic boycott, right? It's an economic boycott of an unsustainable, cruel system. And and we don't talk about it enough as a boycott. I like that. It brings in a social justice kind of ethos, right? But it's so much more, right? We know that vegan is so much broader than that. There's ethical veganism and philosophical veganism and spiritual veganism that we will get into. But I want to propose here with speciesism that it is a social justice issue, right? It's not just a diet. Plant-based is the diet, that kind of is the diet, right? Whole food, plant-based, which is incredibly important as well, that aspect of it. However, when people hear vegan, when they, hear about veganism, what do you think is the first thing they think of? Food, probably, right? First thing they think of is the food. And I want to try to change that. I think that we should try to incorporate the animals more. And the first thing that someone thinks of when they think of vegan should be justice for animals. That's what it should mean to people, right? That's what it means to us. So we've got to start talking about it in that way. And I think that, bringing in that speciesist piece, talking about it as a speciesist issue, that helps, right? And speciesism kind of brings animals into the issue. Okay. How do I advance the slides? Let's see. I thought there was going to be a way to do this easily. I thought just that would do it, but it's not. Let's see. Any ideas? Anyone? Unmute and let me know how I advance the slides. I did it before.
Maybe the down arrow?
Oh, the down arrow. Now down and forward arrow aren't working. It worked on the first one. It did, but for now, it's not for some reason. Let me see. Let me try this. Okay. Got it. I tried something else. So I'll just read this with you. Vegan is a social justice issue, broadening our circle of who deserves compassion. Anti-speciesism disrupts the system of violence and exploitation of non-human animals. And I think that, talking about speciesism, vegan as a social justice issue, I think it can make people a little uncomfortable because there is so many human rights abuses happening right now. I mean, now we're just, unfortunately having such a backlash, a backslide on human rights abuses right and left in the last, 5 to 10 years with immigration and trans rights. I mean, there's so many things happening that I think people feel like, well, we don't want to be insensitive, right? We don't want to be insensitive to human rights issues. And so animal rights should wait in line. It kind of needs to wait in line, right? Let's wait for a better time. We don't want to be insensitive. But I would say that no, we can be sensitive and caring in our presentation of animal rights and present it alongside and in connection with, in community with other oppressions, right? Social justice activists would never tell feminists that they have to wait until, racism is solved, or they wouldn't say to the climate justice activists, we have to wait until we've figured out poverty, right? No, we see it as all connected. We know that all these things feed each other, that supporting one, helping one helps another. And animal rights, veganism, is absolutely part of that tapestry, right? It's part of that same systematic violence and injustice. So why is it that oftentimes animal rights is seen as just something, not as important, or we shouldn't talk about that, right? If it's even seen as justice work at all? Why? Speciesism, humans of all kinds, even compassionate, progressive, caring people fall into this cultural trap, this unconscious bias of human superiority. So I think we need to call it out. We need to name it. We need to be aware of its pervasiveness in society. And we now have the opportunity to broaden our circle of compassion, to replace these old paradigms that have kept life subjugated on this planet for too long. I think animal advocates, we need to see ourselves as allies to all other social justice issues and movements, broadening our circle of who deserves compassion, because it is really, it's time, right, to uncover the injustice of treating someone cruelly, taking away their agency, killing them for profit, just because that someone is another species. All right, so I would really love to encourage, I'm going to wrap up this kind of species section, and we're going to move into something else, but I want to encourage you to check out organizations that are doing this work of connecting social justice and animal rights: Apex Advocacy, Food Empowerment Project, Afro Vegan Society, doing wonderful work. There's more. It's, you know, this isn't the only one. These aren't the only ones doing this work, but just wanted to give them a shout out. Okay, so we're going to move on to the second piece of this thread that I'm weaving here, and that is the trajectory and narrative around animal rights. Okay, and kind of our trajectory of the last maybe 10 or so years. So I have written 2 books on what I call the humane hoax. I think I've given a presentation on the humane hoax possibly at this conference in the past. So I think most people will know what I'm talking about, but I'll just give a quick definition. And that is the new labeling and marketing of animal products that conveys a false sense that there is some improvement in the industry, either ethically or environmentally. So humane washing, greenwashing, that's all the humane hoax. And that's the consumer side, right? That's the consumer side. And what I do the most of my work around, what I have podcast episodes about, and we do webinars with our Humane Hoax Project, you know, getting people to understand that these labels are unregulated and that they are just lying to you, and right, that these labels mean very little. But there's another emerging side to this that I want to start talking about more. We've been talking about it a little bit within our Humane Hoax Project volunteer team and wanting to do more on this. And that is that we have now become a movement of welfare reforms. And it's kind of happened slowly over the last 10 years or so that we have really shifted our focus to a heavy engagement with welfare reforms. And, you know, and I'll just say right here, I'll give a little disclaimer. Nobody knows, because we're going to get into strategies and tactics, in my opinion, about that. And nobody knows, you know, what's really going to work, right? We're all making educated guesses. We have passionate feelings about it. But just to give a little bit of background on me, I've been in this movement for over 30 years. I have been working all sides of this movement. I was back in the 90s involved in very, you know, radical direct action, disruptions, getting arrested 14 times in the 90s. And then I swung in the early 2000s to the welfare side, to the legislative side. And I was one of the very first I was the campaigns coordinator for Proposition 2, which was one of the very, very first. It was for the Sonoma County, not the whole of California, for the Sonoma County Proposition 2 effort. And it was, you know, really the very first cage-free effort, a legislative attempt. So anyway, I've been, you know, and now I've come to the middle in vegan education, but I've been working all sides of this. So I've seen all sides of this and been thinking about this deeply. I do study, you know, social movements. So I'm giving my educated opinion about all this. So so I feel that the the trajectory that we have been on in the last 10 or so years is creating is making our ecology, our movement ecology, out of balance. Okay, we are getting really more and more heavy on welfare reforms, and you know, and I'll also say that I don't think that welfare reform shouldn't exist. I think to have a balanced and healthy movement ecosystem, you have to have a diversity of tactics, and we want a lot of things going on. So I don't, you know, necessarily think that we shouldn't have welfare campaigns. I think it should be on a case-by-case basis, and I'm going to talk a little about that. But my concern and my proposal and what I'm concerned about today is, this is my critique, right? Is that what happens when we focus on welfare in excess? When like 90% of our movement resources and donations and grant money and jobs and energy and time is all going to welfare efforts. I feel that this approach can risk reinforcing the narrative that the problem is how we treat animals, right? How we treat the animals, and how they're treated and killed, instead of should we be commodifying them at all, right? When we work on cage-free campaigns or other reforms, we're asking the question, how can this be done better? But we know that animals are complex, unique individuals. We want to challenge the commodification altogether of these individuals. And so we should be encouraging people to ask, should we be doing this at all, right? And that's not happening as much. Now, another disclaimer, I totally understand working on these issues. There's a lot of the movement, a lot of vegans, a lot of passionate vegans working on these issues. And there's also within that welfare box, basket of rocks over there, a lot of things going on. There is litigation and legislation and, cage-free, better chicken commitment, all these kinds of different campaignings going on. And I think some are better than others. Some have some merit. But all are kind of the inside game, right? Working with the industry to change. So anyway, and I don't think that people realize that maybe don't work for an animal rights organization or aren't in that world, how heavily we have shifted to having all of our resources going to welfare reforms. I'm on an email list that is kind of an insider animal rights email list that has like the big organizations and the big money and the big donors and, listings of people looking for executive directors and all that stuff. And the majority of emails that come in are, cage-free, victory, 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 cage-free, 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 and then a better chicken commitment, and then cage-free, 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 all over the world. And we've reached, we've gotten our advocacy all over the world, which is wonderful. I'm grateful that there's so many places now all over the world that are working on campaigns. However, the majority seem to be these cage-free and welfare campaigns. And so I'm going to get a little more into why I feel that we shouldn't have so much emphasis on this. Okay, so changing our farming methods, passing legislation, all these things, there's numerous issues for, problem of this being our primary focus. And one is that they're easily reversible, right? There are federal bills that have been trying to get through. One is about to really trying to make its way through, the SOS, the Save Our Bacon bill, right? These bills, and they keep coming, they're going to get one of these through. If it's passed, it would wipe out all of the other hard-fought welfare bills that we've been doing for 20 years. Right, to just get a little bit of a modicum of improvement, and some even aren't that much improvement. But a lot of activist time and energy went into these welfare reforms that could just be wiped away, right? But changing our culture, changing our attitudes and beliefs, that has a much more permanent, much longer lasting effect, right? Reforms are a band-aid. They're easily reversible. Reforms address the symptoms, but veganism addresses the cause. So the question needs to be, I think, what should be central? What should be the overarching message? And what should just be supportive tactics, right? And I think we have that upside down right now. We have that upside down. Vegan education, grassroots organizing, mass mobilization, focusing on total animal freedom needs to have a much bigger role than it currently does. And reforms really should just be a supportive tactic tool, a supportive tool, and the overarching message needs to be animal freedom. There was a recent article from Project Phoenix. If anyone isn't familiar with Project Phoenix, I really want to introduce you to them. They're out of the UK. Layla Kassam, she used to be with Animal Think Tank, and she just started Project Phoenix with a couple others. And they're doing some really interesting work on these issues that I'm kind of talking about here. And they had a recent article that was really, really impressive. And it asked, is this a technical problem or is it a social injustice, right? And this is a quote from that article. How we frame a reform shapes whether animal exploitation is understood as a technical problem that can be fixed or a social injustice to be ended. Right. So when we focus on animals the way they're bred, when we talk about the animal agriculture industry or any animal abuse, when we focus on how they're bred, how they're confined, how they're killed, reform seems like a way we can solve that problem, right? You can seemingly end the suffering within the system. No cages, more humane handling. But we all know, even the people that work on these reforms know that there's cruelty beyond the cage, right? There is cruelty whenever someone is commodified. So technical improvements, reforms, they don't ultimately end the exploitation. That is not the trajectory that they're on. They may reduce some suffering, but they also risk legitimizing the system as something to be managed and improved and, rather than challenged and eventually ended, right? So an industry, this is from that article, a quote from that article, an industry that looks like it's solving its own problems rarely gets asked to stop what it's doing, right? A corporation celebrated for recycling waste, that often obscures the fact that they're producing the waste in the first place, right? So similarly, welfare labels claim that, they claim to improve these industry problems when in fact animals are still being confined and killed and mutilated, so we need to be careful when we talk about animal suffering, which has been the primary message, that the primary way we talk about animals and animal rights and these issues is talking about their suffering and what they endure, right? And that is important too, but we have to be careful and kind of try to frame it more broadly as a problem of social injustice, a violation of society's values, of the animals' most basic, needs and instincts and interests. Framing in the speciesist lens, right, then the commodification of the animals' bodies becomes the problem. And the only way to solve that is to end it. Okay, so another point that I want to make with all this is that I feel that this industry is unreformable. Welfare reforms are reforms, right? And the animal agriculture industry is unreformable because there is no industry without exploiting animals' bodies. How can that be reformed? There's no endpoint where you can ever truly have humane meat, dairy, and eggs. We know this, but the consumers don't, and that's what they're hoping for, right? So we're falsely implying that there's some ideal endpoint, this humane meat, dairy, and eggs, where you can have your animal products, but that's not the case. We all know that. So it's the strategy of welfare reforms, it can embolden the industry, making animal products more attractive and taking us even further away from animal liberation. It's if it was so bad for the industry, why would they be so willing to go along with it? Why are they changing right and left to go to cage free? Well, it's because there's a whole different market. They can charge higher prices, tap into a sympathetic consumer, right? And lock it in for the long term. So, they have these empirical data points like the number of animals out of cages, the amount of inches space more than animals have. So it looks like there's these improvements, but are we maybe helping the industry, the very industry that exploits the animals, to just sell more products, to quell consumers' concerns? That's the humane hoax, So some industries are unreformable, like the fossil fuel industry is a good example, right? You can't have a planet-friendly fossil fuel industry. You just can't, right? Well, similar to animal agriculture, there is no industry without harm to animals. So these industries are unreformable and need to be dismantled and replaced. And any collaboration that should be happening with animal agriculture should, with the industry, should really be to support them to get out of animal farming, right? Transitioning to plant farming, getting out altogether. That should be the only partnerships, the only support, the only collaboration that should be happening. And then, the only incremental, I'm going to go to the next slide for this thought. So at this point, people might be saying, but wait. You have to have small steps. You can't just think everybody's going to go vegan overnight, right? You've got to have small steps. I agree. Absolutely. We need incremental change, but where do those steps lead? And you really need to look at each campaign or progress or project with the trajectory of where it's going and where it's going to lead us. The only incremental change should really be to wean off of animal products, reduce animal products, replace with plant-based food. There are good campaigns out there that are making small steps and doing this work. Paige was just mentioning the plant-based treaty. Work like that is absolutely good incremental change. So it's all kind of case by case, and you have to look at it individually. So there's this interesting academic study I wanted to mention. It's called, it was from the Journal of Environmental and Economic Policy, and it was called Animal Welfare Labeled Meat is Not a Stepping Stone to Animal-Free Diets. So they asked consumers about their animal product choices and different welfare labels, and they made the conclusion, this is in their abstract, they said, the survey shows very weak and mixed evidence that the introduction of animal welfare labels could be counterproductive for animal welfare. In the long run, it could result in a locked-in equilibrium with a less harmful social norm, i.e. a suboptimal state of animal farming that still contains animal suffering. And I think that locked in is really key, right? That's what these welfare reforms do. They create a situation where there can be animal exploitation in the long run. That's what the industry is banking on. That's what the industry is hoping for, right? So why are we assisting with that? Okay, so back to that article from Project Phoenix. They had this wonderful strategic test that you can do to kind of analyze a reform or a campaign. And I'll read this whole thing with you. So 4 questions can help answer whether a reform campaign or demand is strategic and likely to weaken the animal factory system or unintentionally strengthening it. Okay, number 1, scale. Does it reduce how many animals are bred, used, and killed? Does it stop expansion or keep animals out of the system entirely? And this is kind of similar to what I have said. What I've been saying is, you got to look at the trajectory. You have to look at where it's going. Is it leading us on the path of animal liberation, of no animal suffering, or is it just taking us down a different path? Legitimacy. Does it expose the violence and injustice inherent in the system? Does it make the industry harder to defend in public? Key there. Okay, story. Does it frame animals trapped in the system as complex individuals, denied dignity and freedom? Does it encourage the public to ask, should this be happening? And how can we move beyond it? And movement power. Does it build organized pressure that outlasts a campaign and strengthens the movement's ability to act again? Okay, so I highly encourage you to read that article, and I'll try and drop a link in the chat at the end of this to that article because it's really, really good. But wrapping up this section, what do we need? What do we need? We need transformational change, right? We have to change who we are, not just what we do, not just habits. We've got to change our hearts, not just our habits. And, that's, I think, so key to making lasting change. My concern is that, if we're just focused on the food, if we're just focused on getting people to eat the veggie burger, which is good. I mean, that's part of it. but without the meaning behind the action, without the concept of speciesism, without feeling that animals are individuals worthy of our protection and not being commodified, I feel that we're just going to slip back from any progress we've made if it's just about habits and not about us, who we are as a people, what we care about, right? So we've got to establish this cultural shift in our relationship to animals to maintain the gains that we have made, and we need to dismantle the animal agricultural industrial complex, not work with them, not help promote them, but dismantle them. So how can we do that? Well, we've got to lift up the grassroots. If you study social movements and movement ecology, social strategy, this is a really key part to culture change, is that grassroots vegan education piece that we are really lacking right now because we're putting so much money somewhere else that I just mentioned. So grassroots vegan education, mass mobilization, protests, presentations, webinars, podcasts, webinars like this, like we're doing right now. This is so critical to that deep, lasting cultural change. And, we've got to keep it in the species lens, focus on the intrinsic worth of individual animals. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this part up because I do want to talk about the last piece, which is the spiritual. But I will give a quick plug for my podcast, the Hope for the Animals podcast. This is an episode where I talk about this aspect of strategy and social change, or movements change, that trajectory and narrative change. That's what I'm trying to say, that I've just been talking about. So it's called the Cage-Free Conundrum. I get into some more interesting aspects of this that I didn't put in this presentation, but around EA, effective altruism, and kind of the funding that's happening right now is all a huge part of this issue. So if you're interested in learning more about it, I encourage you to check out this episode of my podcast. Okay, so we're going to move on now, and I'm going to talk about ahimsa, nonviolence. And this is bringing in the spiritual piece. Okay, and this is very important to me. I have, well, I'll give my personal in a minute, but just so we know what we're talking about here. So we need a fundamental societal consciousness shift, nonviolence at the core of creating the world that we want to see. So we started this presentation with a word, a concept that I think we need to talk more about, and that's speciesism. And I want to end with a concept that I feel we also need to bring into the conversation more, especially around spiritual circles, and that is ahimsa, nonviolence. So this is a Sanskrit word. Himsa means harm. The A before it negates it, so non-harming, non-violence. But really, you can think about it more as a presence of dynamic compassion, like active dynamic compassion, compassion in all that we do, in our actions, in our thoughts, in our words. And so, all three Dharma traditions have this very central to their teachings. Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, they all really embrace ahimsa. And the vegan community has really been embracing this word too, right? You see it on necklaces and t-shirts at Veg Fest and stuff. And I think it's beautiful that we kind of are recognizing this concept. And there's really no Western word or translation for it. And I think that's why the vegan community has really picked up on it, right? That it seems so connected to what we're doing. But I just want to give some, I don't know, a brief overview, depth, bring a little depth to it. And one thing that I do want to emphasize, though, is that ahimsa is not translated as vegan. It is a much broader concept of nonviolence. The words are not really interchangeable, but they complement each other. So I want to talk about three concepts here: dharma, karma, and ahimsa. Just briefly, all the three Dharma traditions have these concepts in their philosophies. And we'll start with dharma. And on the macro, you can think of Dharma as kind of like the harmonious flow of the universe, like how we should be living our lives, where we would bring about planet B, right? If we could get in a dharmic flow, then that would lead us to that beautiful paradise of planet B. But right now we are adharmic, adharmic. When we put that A and negate it, adharmic, then we are blocking that flow, out of sync, in turmoil, right? So you can also think of Dharma on a societal level and on a community level, and then you get into kind of dharmic laws. I'm not going to get into that. But then getting into the micro of Dharma and kind of our personal ethical code, right? You can think about this as kind of our purpose in life, what we were born to do. That's our swadharma, what we were born to do. How can we live in connection and harmony, right, with what we do in our lives. And I've always resonated with this concept with Swadharma when I was a very little girl. When people would ask what you want to do when you grow up, I would always say I wanted to help animals. I want to work for animals. And, my mom said I said that when I was really, really young. And I remember saying it. And so I feel that this is the path that I was put on this planet to do. And that feels really good, like I'm fulfilling my purpose. So it's really a cool concept, right? What is our swadharma? What were we put here to do? It's a very, very beautiful concept. Anyway, this is just the cliff notes of Dharma. There's so much more, but we're going to move on to karma. So karma is a word that we're much more familiar with in the West, right? I think everybody can kind of agree with the concept of what you put out into the world, what you do comes back to you, right? Action, reaction, that's karma. But it's so much broader than that. There's so much more to it than that. That just kind of is scratching the surface. You can kind of think about it as like a cosmic justice, right? Cosmic justice, that the whole world, when there's actions, there's going to be reactions. And what we do as a society, as a community, individually, it comes back, right? So, we are kind of reaping right now what we have sown in the harm that we've done to animals, to the planet, and now it is coming back, right? In climate change, in so many ways, in our pollution, in our disharmony, in our our human interaction, everything. So this is karma, right? This is karma. So what can we do? Oh, and this is interesting too, though, that the concept of karma and eating animals is throughout the literature of the three Dharma traditions. It's said over and over again that killing and eating animals is the worst thing that you can do. It's so beautifully stated in so many ways. There's shastras that'll say things like, if you harm an animal, however many hairs or feathers on that animal's body that you cause suffering, you will be reborn and suffer that many lifetimes. Really, really powerful action and reaction, right? So what can we do? How can we cause less harm, right? Okay, we're back to ahimsa, living non-violently, living in harmony, non-violence with all of this planet. So in all the Dharma traditions, often ahimsa is the number one guiding principle, the very first vow that you take. There's numerous so when you practice ahimsa, and there's numerous references, as I was going to say, to ahimsa and vegetarianism throughout the literature. So when you practice ahimsa, nonviolence, and you have good karma for yourself, that brings good dharma to the community, right? Goes out into the world, brings harmony and peace to the planet. It's all so connected. It all feels and seems so easy, but it's not, right? We know it is not. It's not easy. And that's why there's so much literature to go through and so much to explore in these traditions. But this all just, I'll wrap up soon, but this all really just helps to heal me When I was an atheist, I was really angry. I was pissed off. I was so frustrated with all the suffering. It felt like it was just so unjust and had no meaning, and it was very, very, it was frustrating me, a bad way to live. And when I started learning about all this stuff in the Dharma traditions, my husband, I'll mention my husband, Kojan Bohannik, who he and I have been studying particularly Hinduism and Jainism for decades now. And he brought this world into my life and opened me up to it. And it was so beautiful. It just made me, I don't know, feel a lot more like, I was seeking something deeper, like I wanted to see a deeper connection and believe that I didn't want to believe that the suffering was just so random. And this helps you to kind of put it in perspective, know that there is meaning and growth behind all this, right? It's really beautiful. Really helped me to start making sense of things and help me move past my anger and be more accepting. I'll also say that I don't feel that I think that's, it was my personal experience with atheism. I'm sure there's lots of people that can live very healthy and happy and well-adjusted lives being atheists. You don't necessarily need religion or spirituality. This is not something that I am saying is necessary for the change. I think we can also make changes through philosophy and ethics, but for me and for a lot of people, I think that this is a guiding path, right? It's a helpful way of bringing us to planet B, right? Okay, so I'm going to wrap up with this last slide here. Oh, wait, one more thing I want to say quick is veganism is like taking a vow, right? And Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, they recognize this taking vows, right? So when you start down a yogic path, like in Hinduism or Jainism, you take vows. In Hinduism, it's the yamas. The 5 yamas are kind of the first vows. Ahimsa is the very first one. In Jainism, it's the vratas. You take vows, vratas. In Jainism, and very first one is ahimsa, right? So there's this beautiful kind of overlap with veganism and taking a vow of nonviolence, and it's really recognized. They like, I see you. Jane's like, I see you taking that ahimsa vow. Okay. And last quote that I'll read this with us all, but this top part, ahimsa paramo dharma. So ahimsa, nonviolence. Now dharma a little bit, right? Kind of the flow of the universe. So ahimsa paramo is the greatest or the best or the biggest or the most important, right? So nonviolence is the most important way we bring about harmony in the universe. It's kind of the ethical imperative, right, of any situation is ahimsa, nonviolence. Okay, I'll read this with you. All living beings are souls, alive and conscious, just like me. As I like to be happy and do not like to be in pain, all living beings like to be happy and do not like to be in pain. By keeping this insight at the core of my being, I will not cause any harm or pain or loss of life to any living being. All right, that's from a Jain Yoga Shastra. So what was the common thread? Remember I said there was a common thread, even though these things are going to feel very separate, right? Speciesism, changing our narrative in the animal rights to more of a broad non-exploitation of animals altogether, and ahimsa, nonviolence. What's the common thread, right? I hope you got it. I hope it makes sense, maybe. But I'll give you I'll give it to you here. So the common thread is that I believe that we need deep societal consciousness shift to be able to make any of the changes that we want to see. It starts with ourselves. It starts in our community. And we need to change who we are and not just what we do. We need to change our hearts and not just our habits. So that's the kind of common thread through it all. Okay, I'll give another plug for my podcast, the Hope for the Animals podcast. Please check it out. I have a backlog of 140 episodes now that you can check out on all the things that I've talked about today and more with wonderful guests. And here's my information, and I'll just stop sharing. Well, if I stop sharing, this may go away altogether. But I don't know if this can be left up somehow and us have it. I don't know if that'll work. But anyway, maybe I'll drop some of this into the chat because I know I want to give the next bit of time for Q&A. So I'll just stop sharing, and if you want my information, I'm sure we can get it to you somehow. Thank you all. So, are there any questions, thoughts on any of it? There was a lot, I know. It was kind of all over the place, but there was that common thread. But it's just 3 things that I feel very passionate about, and I felt like trying to bring them together for you today.
Thank you very much for that talk, Hope. I'm sure there's loads of questions. So we've got Swen Folty. That's, I hope I pronounced that right. Would you like to turn on your camera? You can come on and ask your question. What's your question?
Hi, yeah, it wasn't so much a question, but yeah, more of an observation. I was thinking the common thread is that all those things are basically just thoughts in our head. And as humans, we can change our thoughts. We can change the way we react to the thoughts that come up. And that's the power we all have within us. And that gives me hope that people can change. Yeah, so great. But thanks for the presentation. It was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for that. James Frieden, would you like to turn your camera on, please?
Okay, you're on.
Hi. Here we are again. Professor Erwin Shanda of the University of Montreal told me that Eastern religions tend to minimize the difference between humans and other animals, and the Western ones tend to maximize the space. Do you think that has anything to do with the fact that the Abrahamic religions were born in the desert and the Eastern traditions were born in a gentler climate?
Wow, that's interesting. I've honestly never thought of that, so I don't know that I can really address that.
That's okay.
But I will say that, I was raised Southern Baptist, born again Christian, and very, very strictly Southern Baptist. And my grandmother used to tell me, because I loved animals when I was a child. I was very connected to animals. I had pictures of animals on my, I just loved animals. And I'd say that I wanted to help animals. And my grandmother used to say, she'd say, "Oh, that's sweet, honey. Remember, animals don't have souls, though. Animals, she'd kind of downplay, like animals just aren't as important as humans. Maybe care more about humans, And I remember thinking, even at 8 years old, thinking, Grandmama, I think you're wrong. I think they have souls. I see it, and so I went atheist because I thought that's all there was of religion. But then when the Dharma traditions were introduced to me, I was like, okay, this is how religion can be and is to me, that it resonated with me so much more that they saw all life as interconnected, all life as having a worth and souls, and that you can reincarnate into other animals, trees, plant, whatever, that we're all so interdependent and interconnected. And that's why I love the Dharma traditions so much. So,
May I? Sorry. Go ahead.
We have another comment. We're really 2 people.
Yes.
But what strikes me about veganism is that it's fundamentally compassion. It's not just a boycott, but what it does for me is it releases joy. It releases much more joy than any other thing in my life. I mean, my I mean, it's along with my family and my profession and all that stuff, but it's just a tremendous source of joy. And I think we need to stress that. I think we need to talk about it because it just is really true. And it's very hard for people who don't have it, who don't feel it, to understand it. So I don't know yet how to bridge that gap.
It's tapping into that swadharma, you know, that purpose in life, the purpose, the reason for you being here brings you into harmony and joy with yourself, like making you feel like you are, you know, doing what you're supposed to do and feeling that happiness, right? Yeah.
Hope,
Great.
just to thread in here to the comment and the link to the Abrahamic religions and compassion. I come also from the Dharmic background as well, but within the Dharmic background, where I go and listen to the philosophy on the Vedas and Gitas, the person I listen to has mentioned many a times that there's a lot of times the religion gets filled with tradition, and tradition's got nothing to do with the actual principle of the religion, and so it becomes part of religion, which is never really a part of it at all. I think Christspiracy, a documentary that was also done by one of our team members, they do I think believe they do touch on Christ was vegetarian, and he was trying to protect the animals. We also have so one of the things that I came across, I still have to find a proper reference for it, was that during the halal one of the halal rich ways of eating that came about due to circumstance, it somehow got embedded as a religion thing, but it was a time where there was a famine and people were hungry and the climate was not comfortable, it was cold. So they had to eat the animals. They asked their mom, can we eat? They said you have to drain the blood first because it might be infected. So you consume it, so it's you don't, but they had to take permission for it. And there's also a lot of things within the Abrahamic Jewish religion. You can't mix dairy and meat. So why is that? So there's a conscious thing. Easter, you're not allowed to eat meat. So there is something about it, but where's it blurred? We're not sure. So I think sometimes traditions get mixed in with like the intent of the wisdom that was created, maybe. But just to thread in there, because that's something that doesn't separate from the unity behind the messengers that have tried to bring people up. That's just a thought since you're on the conversation. We've got Nancy, we've got Danielle, and we've got Naga. We've got like 8 minutes, so if we could get through them, that'd be great. Thank you for your comments. Nancy, Kogel? Hello, could you unmute?
Unmute. Nope, try it again.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you all for your work, and thank you, Hope. I love that your name is Hope for the animals. It's such a great combination. And I also want to applaud you and thank you for presenting it in that way in which social justice, animal rights justice, animal liberation are they're a synthesis of what we need to do. And I did write this book, Unified Field of Compassion, the revolutionary synthesis between consciousness, veganism, and animal liberation. And I feel like it is so crucial that we accept and move forward on that idea that if we have an idea of hierarchy, well, white is better than black, or any color, or male is better than female, or native born is better than any other place born, and humans are better than non-human animals. It's really the same mindset of hierarchy and the ability for some to dominate or feel better than. And it's one mindset, it's one consciousness, which is really love. And that's how I live in Harlem. So we are multi everything. We are half Black, half African American, rather, half Hispanic, and a few of us Caucasian and Indian and Indigenous. So that message really does resonate. I always encourage people to stay abreast of the news of what's happening with our sister brother humans, so we can relate to people in a more fundamental way. And once again, thank you so much.
Did you have a question for me? No. It's okay.
Just
That's okay. We've got a lot of folks.
okay. Yeah, I mean, just your reaction to that, and in terms of staying abreast of all the other developments in our world, and even communicating with people on the left or spiritual people to make that combination, that synthesis.
All right.
That's
Thank you.
great. Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you.
Great. So Danielle and then Nahari. So we could keep it brief, but that'd be great. If questions come along, would you like to come on?
Hey, Hope. Nice to actually see you. I do listen to your podcasts. I love them. So thanks for those. You bring up a good point. It's internal work. It isn't external work. I can go buy a Beyond Burger because it's available. That's external. The resilience or the sustainability is going to come from my believing that justice is due to all living things and beings. So it's getting people to go there, which reminds me of an interview you had with Matthew Haltman. And he talked about his new book, but he talked about how coming to, let's say, coming to being a vegan, or the vegan, going vegan, or being vegan for people, and trying to grow that is really about how do we connect with people on an internal level with love and doing more, if you will, loving things, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I love bringing love into it. I don't do that enough. You're right. We've got
Well, I think you do. Well, first of all, you had him as your guest, and I think that you had that real sync with him, and your heart's there anyway.
Thank you, Danielle. Nahari, can we get your question, please, before the next speaker? Because we're at the top of the hour. Thank you, Danielle. Do unmute.
Hi, Hope. Thank you for such a beautiful session. I have a question. You talked about welfare activities versus grassroots movement, right? So, as an activist, of course, I am pro grassroots and pro activism, but at the same time, I'm also working as a professional for food system change. So there, I often meet organizations or people who are working in welfare activities. So practically speaking, of course, their cause is also fine. I mean, and it is doable by different agriculturists. But if we talk from an activist point of view, it doesn't seem right. So how do you think that we should, as an activist, plus animal lover, plus a professional in food system change area, should handle this situation?
Well, I mean, as I said, I do believe that we need a diversity of tactics and strategies in our activist ecology. My concern is with the being out of balance and the emphasis now, and money and resources and everything going towards the welfare. That is my concern. And so wanting to build up the grassroots. But as far as, individual work with like food systems change and things like that, looking at each one on a case-by-case basis, and does it lead us in the direction of animal liberation, of less animals used, that kind of thing. And those would be the things to work on, as I said. So just I think everything should be on a case-by-case basis as to where we put our time, our energy. If we are wanting to donate to an organization or volunteer for an organization, look at what all their campaigns and what they're doing and make sure that they are leading in that trajectory of that. And you can use that strategic analysis that I had up from Project Phoenix to do that. So. All right. Thank you all so much. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Lovely presentation. Thank you very, very much. And we've got a couple of more questions. I think, Toby, you must have it from another source. We literally are at the top of the hour. Is it going to be quick, Toby? Maybe we can squeeze it in.
Sure, hello, yes. It's just a comment. It's a comment by James Frieden. To paraphrase Stephen Wise, chimpanzee rights are for chimpanzees. Each group merits rights according to their lives and being. In reality, the first right for all of us animals would be the freedom from murder, torture, close confinement, family fracture, etc. Then humans have human-specific rights, or positive entitlements. Women, for example, should have safe and compassionate births. Children have specific basic needs: voting, education, safely built outhousing, domestic policies, etc. Animals need less, but need the fundamental rights urgently.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hope. And thank you very much for everyone that participated, contributed, and their questions. And how can they reach you? Is there you shared the presentation?
If I have access to the chat, I'll drop
please.
in some links in the chat. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye-bye. And for our next speaker, so just if you're joining us now, you're at the 26th Vegan Convergence of the People. So wherever you are in the world, hello, welcome. We now have a talk by, hello there, Reverend Carol Saunders and Serena Farr. They'll be speaking on the Vibrant Vegan Festival and Whole Planet Spirituality Forum. It might be more accurate if you could introduce yourselves in a couple of sentences, and I look forward to your talk. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Reverend Carol Saunders. I am a double ordained minister, Unity and Interfaith, and I have a podcast ministry and I have a retreat ministry. And I'm here today to talk about the Whole Planet Spirituality Forum and Retreat at Unity Village, October 29th through November 1st. More about my background. I founded and led a church for like 10 or 12 years. And so I did that for a while. And now I have a podcast where I talk to people around the world about all that. So that's my brief introduction. I live in Wisconsin, which is a beautiful, unknown to most people state.
Thank you for that.
Serena? All right, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Serena Farb, vegan educator, speaker, community organizer, and some people might know me. I go by Born Vegan online on my YouTube channel and my website and Instagram. And I've been on some of these before talking about some of the other work I've done, but I'm here today to talk about the event I'm organizing called Vibrant Vegan Fest, which is my passion right now is really community building and making veganism and vegan events fun, exciting, joyful, and really showing people what the world could look like, building the alternatives that we'd all like to see. So I'll be talking more about that event.
Are we going to be prompted, or should we just keep talking?
Please go ahead. So your talk is a Vibrant Vegan Festival and Whole Planet Spirituality Forum. Do you need slides? Have you got everything ready?
I don't have slides.
Right,
I'm just going to
carry
talk.
on. Go ahead.
I don't either. Do you want to go first, Carol, and talk for a little bit?
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do
Okay.
that. Serena has a fabulous event, and my event is also fabulous. They're two very distinct events, and they're both about building the new planetary consciousness. And I think they're both vital, but there are distinctions. So I'll let Serena talk about hers. When the past conversation was just talking about love, and my retreat this year, we're in our 6th year, and the theme is above all, love all. And I too agree that what we do as activists and advocates and just regular old people, if we do it from a consciousness and an embodiment of love for all, and all means animals, but it also means all those awful humans that we're annoyed by. So if we learn how to really practice universal love, I believe we'll be much more effective in being heard, being taken seriously, and finding that bridge where we can talk to people and hear and come back to a place where we can co-create a world that works for all beings on the planet. So my retreat has a very spiritual focus. And I also have speakers. So this year, my featured speaker is Cameron Waters of Christspiracy. And Sailesh will be there to talk about Planet B. I believe he'll be at Serena's event as well. I also have Tammy Hay, who's going to be talking about building a world of love. And I'm looking for her. Yeah, building a world through spirals of sacred, building a world of love through spirals of sacred relationships. Renee King Sonnen will be there to tell the Rowdy Girl story. And I also have some, our Mighty May will be talking about loving your four-legged friends and all earthlings. And we also have a lot of spiritual practices that we're going to be learning. Heart math, Ho'oponopono, sound bath, things like that to really open up our hearts. And because I think it's so important. I mean, honestly, I think some of us vegans think that we're just all that we're morally superior and we're better and all of that. And I know others don't think that, but they still kind of act that a little bit. So this is really about learning to do the shadow work, learning to do the self-inquiry, and what are my blocks to being fully love on the planet. I think it's important that we learn how to love the hunter, love the slaughterhouse worker, love the big ag person. Not that we condone what they're doing, but that we open our hearts that wide. That's our challenge. Now, their challenge is to open it up to the animals, but we're challenged as well. And we want them to open their hearts. So I think it's very important that we learn how to open our hearts. So we have a lot of spiritual practices. Like I said, we have morning body work. And spiritual practices throughout the 3.5 days, including in the end, we kind of end with a self-reflective labyrinth walk. Like Serena, I too am interested in building community, and our communities intersect. I don't think you have to pick one or the other. You can come to both. They both have a different kind of orientation. But we do that deeper spiritual work that I think most of us are really kind of ready to embrace for those who are. Just really briefly, before I turn it over to Serena, I don't know if anybody's knows about David Hawkins' scale of consciousness. It's a really interesting scale of human energies. Okay, and so it goes. The lowest energy is shame, and then there's guilt, and there's fear, and there's grief, and some of those lower energies. And then you cross a threshold into courage, and that's when you start living a little bit more authentically. Ultimately, you can rise to a place of love and peace, but it's a climb. It's not something where you automatically get to. I believe that as long as we are, even when we face the tragic circumstances of animals, I don't think we're helping them a lot by being fearful for the future, guilty about what we've done in the past, or grieving constantly their plight. There's a normal human reactions, but if we can rise above that and keep moving up to other levels of consciousness, I think we help them, because we end up raising the roof on consciousness itself. And that just gives so much more room for other people to grow. So that's kind of what my retreat is about. We are in our 6th year. We have 3 amazing plant-based lunches, 3 amazing plant-based dinners, all curated and prepared by local chefs. And Unity Village is in the Kansas City area. I think Serena's event is also in the Kansas City area. Isn't it great that we're creating this energy in the center of the state? You know, it's a great vibration. One more thing I just want to say is I like having my event at Unity because the Unity founders, the co-founders, back in the early 1900s, practiced ethical vegetarianism. And they did amazing things, like they bound their Bibles in a leather alternative. They started a new food company with meat alternatives in like 1905. They started the first vegetarian restaurant in Kansas City. So they had a consciousness for this. And I'm wanting to bring that consciousness back to Unity, but also to everyone. So that's kind of what my retreat is about. Serena, do you want to talk about yours?
Sure. Thank you. And I've been before, and your retreats are absolutely beautiful. So yeah, I think, and I loved everything you said about love and having compassion for those that we may still disagree with. And that energy is definitely at mine as well. I would say Vibrant Vegan Fest is, so personally, I've been to a bunch of different festivals, retreats, conferences, animal rights events, music festivals, all kinds of different things. And for me, Vibrant Vegan Fest is really like my dream festival that I want to attend. I don't get to attend that much of it because I'm so busy. But it's really like, if you think a mix between an all ages, family friendly summer camp and a little bit of a wellness retreat. It has a little bit of that spirituality element, but that is not the main focus, with like a vegan health and wellness conference with a music festival. You put all of those in one somehow, and you get Vibrant Vegan Fest. So it's 5 days, 4 nights. And similarly in Kansas City area, it's in Excelsior Springs, Missouri, like 45 minutes from Kansas City, on a 300-acre camp and retreat center. And everybody stays on site, either tent camping, cabins, RV hookups, or we do have some private rooms on site. And similarly, we serve 3 buffet style meals as part of the event each day. But we don't do catering, and it's very, very simple, summer camp style burrito bowls, build your own, that our team of volunteers make. We have a work trade program for people to attend and then help kind of do shifts in the kitchen. So, and then it's like during the day, we have speakers, we have workshops, we have fitness classes, boot camp, yoga. You can go canoe and kayak on the lake, listen to speakers, and then every day after dinner, all of the education stops. And we have a whole lineup of musicians and bands and ecstatic dance and drum circles and bonfires every night. So that's where the music festival element comes in. So there's lots and lots of dancing. And I will say almost all of our musicians are also vegan. Our headliners are all vegan. We actually have a vegan musician from the UK coming in, Vegan Queen V, who sings Earth liberation, animal liberation, animal rights songs. And so she'll be doing an acoustic performance, a bonfire jam, and an animal rights choir like sing-along workshop during the daytime too. So she'll be performing. And then if anybody knows who Tubby Love is, he's our main headliner musician. Most people probably don't even realize he's vegan. He doesn't talk about it, and it's not the theme of his music, but he has very like high vibe, conscious, kind of hippie, like peace and love and unity, a mix of like folk and reggae kind of vibes. And he'll be our headliner musician, and he's also an EDM DJ, and we'll be doing like a late night EDM DJ dance set. So we have all of that, and it's very, I think, like education. My goal is to like make the education fun. So we have speakers and keynotes that talk about health, ethics, sustainability. We have some Sailesh is coming and speaking. Renee King-Sonnen will also be at ours. And then we also have like Alan Goldhammer from True North Health Clinic bringing the health message. And we have some yoga teachers and fitness folks doing like boot camp and things like that. But the goal for me is like making it fun. So yes, get the education. Yes, come and eat the delicious food. Whether like there's something for everyone, whether you are an activist and have been vegan 30 years and you are just looking to come and connect and have that community, or whether you are just starting this and you've never been to a vegan event before. So this is great for like bringing friends or family or partners that aren't vegan who maybe don't really have an interest in the education, but it's going to be an education for them just to come and eat delicious food and, you know, be around these people. And community this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll pass it back to you, Carol, but community is really, really important to me. And I know that just because you get a bunch of vegans in one place, like that doesn't always, you know, sometimes there's interesting dynamics where people are, you know, people will question, can I come to this alone? What if I don't have any friends with me? What if I, you know, is it okay to come alone? And we very, very intentionally are building an environment that welcomes everyone and makes it fun and makes it so you will leave with new friends from like our connection games, our silent disco, our intentional kind of get to know you stuff. And then, especially if you're staying in one of our dorms, it's very summer camp style. You'll be sharing a room with a bunch of people that you might not know at first, and you will probably get to know very well in just a few days. So yeah, that's kind of the main Vibrant Vegan Fest.
I'll just add a little bit. I don't know if we can do a Q&A, but because I want to notice some things that you mentioned that I did not. Ours does have an on-site hotel. We don't do camping, but you can camp if you want to. There are some people who have RV hookups nearby, but ours is more, you know, on-site hotel. It's right there. You can walk there. And we also invite everyone. I think it's really important, don't you, Serena, to have the non-vegans come. And we've been about 20%, what I call, you know, pre-vegans or curious omnivores. And what I really like about this is they get the opportunity to be around vegans that are really kind and nice and loving and not judgmental, not trying to convert them and all that kind of stuff, because I think we have such a reputation among the non-vegan world that, you know, we're always going to be, you know, at their throat and telling them they need to stop doing what they're doing. And I think that gentle approach, at least what I've noticed, is it does really cause people to shift and say, you know what, I'm willing to try this. These are really nice people, great food, and I'm willing to try. But sometimes they start off a little bit, you know, don't come towards me, you know, let me just do my thing. But I think it's really important that we create loving environments for vegans to be with non-vegans and to show them how loving we are.
Absolutely. What I tell people, because I actually had a non-vegan friend who was like, you know, is it okay if I go? Will I fit in? You know, and the way I explained it is my goal is to kind of flip the world upside down, like normalize non-veganism or normalize veganism, the alternative for 5 days, right? So I am trying to make it where, you know, vegans don't have to hear those butt bacon jokes and where they're going to feel safe to share or maybe complain or rant, or, you know, like it is kind of that safe space for vegans. And at the same time, we make it clear and absolutely welcome everyone, but it's kind of the reverse. It's like, right, most of the time we have to be vegan, walking in a non-vegan world, dealing with people, and, you know, we still have friends and family and loving connections, but maybe we are uncomfortable sometimes, or maybe, you know, we have to have difficult conversations. And it is true that if, you know, again, everybody's welcome. We make that very clear. And I think everybody is very loving. But yeah, if you aren't vegan and you are going to our event, you may learn things or hear things that might make you a little uncomfortable, or, you know, people may very kindly ask you questions, or you may end up in conversations because we are kind of turning the tables and normalizing a different reality.
I also want to add that my event has fun to it too, although I can see that your event's focused on fun. It's kind of a fun focus. We do have evening events where we have a lot of fun. Sometimes we have a talent show. Halloween, my event's over Halloween, so we'll have a costume Halloween party and Halloween-centered foods and stuff like that. It'll be a lot of fun. I guess if there's any distinction, I would think yours is focused on music and fun and flipping that world, and mine has more of an inner work, spiritual focus, and they're both very, very important.
Absolutely.
Are we going to do Q&As? I don't know what's next. Keep talking.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I think the sensations and the fun and the environment and connecting on a divine level is so incredibly important. So, I mean, that's the way to bring people in. I mean, even for non-normalizing like veganism, because veganism should be normal, right? Like as in like intuitively, it should be normal. But how has the world actually made it so it's normalized the opposite? And it's almost like because all the sensations and the fun, like you're talking about, and the environment tends to pull that to become the normal. And with the Planet B and the polycrisis, normalizing veganism is the whole point. So this is the way in which it's being done, the method in which you both are speaking about normalizing veganism. And also speaking to those that are not vegan, it is really important. We need to connect with everybody. And that's the divinity. I think we need to practice it really, don't we?
Yeah, normalizing love.
Normalizing love, yeah.
Yes.
Because we're always going to have some, sorry, what's that, Serena?
Yeah, I was just going to say, something I've noticed, kind of what you were speaking to a little bit at the beginning, Carol, but like, I've been in so many activist spaces, which I love and respect and have done a lot of activism myself, but it's really, really easy for people, especially in the activist spaces, to become really depressed and angry. And then that's kind of, if other people, particularly non-vegans, are interacting with them, it could be really easy to be like, and vegans are just angry and depressed and like, I don't want to be part of that. Or for, that to kind of become, cycles of burnout. Like I've seen so many activists that go really hard for, 1, 2, 3 years and then kind of drop off and disappear and aren't involved and don't want to do anything anymore. And I think bringing that, for me, fun, is good for both. It shows people like you can join a beautiful, happy, joyful movement where we're actually embodying the future that we want, right? Like if we're creating a vegan world, we don't want an angry, depressed world of a bunch of people that are just burnt out. I believe that veganism, it is love, it is beautiful, it will be a happier, better world. But I think we have to, show that too. And so having fun shows that. And it also shows vegans and is a place for us to realize that we don't have to burn ourselves out, that it's okay for us to have fun and joy, and that this can be a huge
it's essential
of change. Yeah, not just like it is essential. It's gonna
it's essential.
make us able to keep going.
Yeah, so I think there's 26 parts of the polycrisis, and I think one of them was to make sure everyone gets vegan food for free. Gourmet, very healthy. I think that Together Around Food just happened a few weeks ago, which was incredibly successful. And that again is showing people without speaking, again, eating food, enjoying it together. And people are eating and saying, this is fine, this is wonderful. Like, it's not so different and it's quite healthy. We have Rebecca with her hand up. Rebecca, please come on. She has a question or she has a comment.
Thank you. I have both. I want to thank you so much for taking the time and energy it takes to do conferences. I really appreciate that. I see that you are vitally engaged in the PolySolution because that's what it takes. And I am looking at the book that Dr. Rao recently wrote about a guide to Planet B. And it says that Planet B is designed for humans as they are, not as someone as someone wishes they were. It makes regenerative choices easy and attractive, not mandatory. And so I think getting practice at maybe one of your conferences is a good way to do that. It also says veganism is essential to Planet B, but Planet B is much more. It's a complete framework covering economics, governance, culture, and more. And so if you would like to talk about how those fit in with living in a vegan world, living in a Planet B, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Well, for me, I know this is kind of cliche, but we don't change the world without changing ourselves. We don't just want everybody out there to change. For me, we have to do the inner work to look at who we are being in the world and transform that so that who we can be in the world are loving, compassionate, universally compassionate people. So that's really kind of what we focus on at my retreat. That I do want to say that I think it is not only possible but essential that we don't turn away from the way the world is now. Not like, okay, we're going to ignore it now, just go, let's go party. Not at all. We have to be very, very aware. In this hand, we hold reality. We know it's real. But in this hand, we hold a higher consciousness. And we can, with those two, universal love and world and peace, inner peace, and self-love is really important before you can actually be peace and loving in the outer world. So you don't want to ignore what's going on, but we definitely need to raise our consciousness so that we can become those people walking around on this planet today. For me, it's a lot of inner work. Like why do I feel angry right now? And what can I do to shift that to, beholding the beauty in this other person, even though they do evil things.
I think that's beautiful. And I would say, and I totally agree. I'm 100% with you, Carol, on we have to be that change and do that inner work. In terms of Vibrant Vegan Fest, I would say we focus a little bit more on the outer work, the other side. So we have lots of speakers that, are covering everything from, we try to stay, I'll say, a little bit more sort of solution focused because the audience is largely people that are already vegan or interested. We don't have a ton of talks we don't have any talks that are going to be, graphic footage. Here's what the reality of the dairy industry is, things like that. Because we are largely aimed at, vegans who mostly know that, but we don't hide from it, right? We're also not like, you can't talk about that and it all has to be peace and light, but we really do try to focus on the solutions. And so we have topics and speakers on everything from optimizing our own health to like veganic gardening and showing how veganic farming is the future of our food system. And that's a piece that I think personally is vitally important and that gets missed so much. When we're talking about regenerative solutions and things, we see vegans talking about wanting like a vegan food system. And then we see folks in the environmental community talking about, the importance of not using pesticides and boycotting Monsanto and kind of all of these things. And we forget that we have a solution that is the best of both worlds, and that's veganic farming that truly is, I think, the most sustainable and ethical future of our food system. And so we really focus on having speakers and workshops and topics that are, solution based and showing people not only the reality of someone who's already doing that. We have some veganic farmers who will be speaking, but then also teaching people like how to start a food forest in your backyard, how to start growing your own things, how to start growing sprouts, how to get involved in activism, we'll have activism panels, we'll have, I don't know if Paige Parsons Roach, she's coming and will be leading like an eco art activation, kind of combining art and recycling and making it like a literal art project, but from a, transformative, eco-friendly angle. So yeah, to kind of answer the question, like 100%, like, I think what you said, Carol, is beautiful. And we do a little of that too. but we're a little bit more on
Very
that
complimentary.
outward. Yes, the outward activism, like
They're
let's
both important.
actually 100% take action. And, people I think will walk away feeling like they have new tools and ideas for how to hopefully both do the internal work, but also go out and plant those seeds of change and implement this in the rest of their lives too.
So come to both.
Yes. And they're like
We're not competing.
a month and a half apart in Kansas City. You could just come hang out in Kansas City that whole time.
That's great. Sounds great.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Reverend Carol said. What I'm finding is that, yes, it's true that you need to do inner work to raise your consciousness, but the outer system that you're embedded in actually also determines your consciousness. So it determines whether you are elevated or not because of the kind of work you need to do, what kind of system that you're stuck in, And what I'm finding is that, when we did the Together Around Food, people told me that they felt lighter by coming and eating that, and they felt that the community was supporting them, right? They felt like they belonged. They felt safe and secure, and that fundamentally elevates their consciousness when you do that. So this is why I say that the systems work is also very important to go along with the inner work that we need to do.
Yeah, that's very important, isn't it? Because they tie in together, and you have that there, the collab, the inner and the outer, right there. So that's really fun. Very great combination. And we actually have lots of initiatives that do just that, and with the Guide to Planet B, it's all kind of put together to get that whole system, internal and external. We have two other hands raised. Shall we bring them on? Hello there, Shankar. What's your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Reverend Sanders, and also Serena. Appreciate especially the community initiatives is amazing because I can remind or recollect the days when I went vegan in 2012. It definitely the community togetherness did help. Some sort of coming together and then one of the organization I'm really thankful is the Wit Society of DC. I'm from the DC area. So they are like, you can actually pick your interest. Like there is several groups like a youth groups, or it's like a dating, or even like a African American or mothers, vegan mothers want to do a group activity for kids or camping, hiking, everything. I'll just post it in the chat. That also includes going to the restaurant. So you're dealing with the variety of people here. Like they're all understood the concept, but they don't know how to keep themselves engaged or how they don't know to come together. And let me post it. And you can see their meetup is very popular, and they send out the events well in advance. Definitely something people are gathering for something, and then when they gather, they talk about something, or they launch some, even start their own companies. That much inspiration they take, like, and then some of them are like doctors' lectures. You can enrich on. There are spiritual gathering. You can go. And very helpful. Like it's hard to keep up with. That's a good thing. So, and my brother is actually in the Kansas area, so I'm definitely planning. Like I'll definitely try to see Serena to attend. Okay, thank you. That's all I want to add.
That's
Thank you,
great.
Shankar.
That's great. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing because you said you're from Washington, D.C. It sounds like you're coming to Kansas City, which is great. But we do have a virtual option too for my retreat. So people who can't make it to Kansas City, we do have a virtual option.
Where can you share that? Can you share the link somewhere? Can you put it in the chat maybe? Reverend Karen Saunders, would you be able to put the link for your virtual conference available? Yeah, thank you. Danny, would you like to come on with your question?
Hi. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Reverend Saunders, I've been listening to you for a while. I've seen you before here. I'm curious because I'm just engaging in shadow work. I have a addiction to thinking, apparently, and that often gets in the way, lots of stuff going on, but I do hear voices from parts. And I guess I'm being asked to kind of expand and hold them and love them and accommodate them and, maybe shape them differently. I'm not quite sure how to put myself back together again, because I had this great fragmentation, spiritual breakthrough in 2014 to the beginning of 2015. It was kind of like a crisis. It was a pure like core centralization, acceptance, and then I I took a beating from my husband, like emotionally or whatever, and I started to doubt myself and everything, and so it's kind of a jumbled mess. Anyway, I was wondering how I've started to engage in shadow work. I'm wondering how you do it and like what happens at the virtual weekend. Like how does
Yeah,
it work?
so just to let you know, the virtual weekend is, we have a camera that is on the speakers and on their slides and all of that. And virtual people can participate in the question and answer with their speakers. If we go into any kind of a deep sharing event with the in-person people, the virtual people will go into their own Zoom room and discuss the questions and create their own community that way. So that's how the virtual works. We do really think it's best if you can attend virtually, but we will also have the playbacks available for 2 or 3 weeks. Now, regard to shadow work, I'm not going to be doing therapy. I'm not a therapist, so we do have some qualified therapists there. But we're going to do more. It'd be more like along the lines of look at what it is that you are reacting to. What is it that causes you to be angry, and who are you angry at, and then and how are you like that? So it's very easy to say, well, I'm not at all like that. That big ag executive. He's this, he's that, he's greedy, he's this. I'm not at all like that. If we find those attributes within ourselves, it helps us then to just kind of reclaim that aspect of ourselves and maybe become a little more whole and a little gentler with ourselves and gentler with other people. So we would look more at, traits and things like that cause us to be annoyed and find that, we're kind of the same around different things. And once you realize that we're all connected, we're all one, we're none of us are, so morally superior that we are, perfect embodiment of love. And if we are, we won't be judging, right? So we want to get to that place where the embodiment of love and not judging. And so that's kind of how we would handle it. It's not a therapeutic environment. So, I don't have that qualification. My qualification is spiritual and faith-based. You don't have to have a faith. You can be an atheist. We got atheists. That's fine. Everyone's welcome. But that's where. So I would work more from a spiritual standpoint. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's interesting because I'm wondering if you do one-on-ones or do you just do the retreats or do you have a practice with people one-on-one?
Oh, I do coach people one-on-one. I do.
Okay.
I do that as well. It's not my primary thing that I do, but whenever people ask, I pretty much make it work.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
All right.
Dakota, would you like to come on and ask your question? Hey there. We'll just unmute you. That's right.
Thank you. I was trying to unmute and I couldn't get it done. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you. I'm so happy to hear about everything today. And I just wanted to say the whole together around food and the retreats and the festivals get me so excited and happy because it's like this feeling of community and belonging. And I really do think, like Dr. Rao was saying, and something about coming together around food, it's like your walls just go down. It's like hard. I mean, not that there haven't ever been arguments over dinner at, people's homes or something, but it's like, And the whole like the food is free thing. I love that because you can have all different, it crosses all barriers like class and socioeconomic backgrounds, professional lives, everything's different. To me, it almost reminds me of a recovery room, because everybody's just Jill or Bob or Joe, it's not like your titles, it's just your name, and I don't know, it's just wonderful. You can just come eat and you feel like you belong. Jane Velez Mitchell cracked me up when she said something one time about when Dr. Rao invited her to a free food event, and at first she said she felt almost offended, like I can pay for my own food, like she just felt some kind of way about it. And then she thought, oh, it's just going to be full of a bunch of homeless people, stinky, dirty, homeless people or something, but she's so funny. And anyway, it's like it was a whole mix of people and she felt completely comfortable. And then what I love about the Together Around Food too is that, it's free, healthy food for everyone, whether you make $100,000 a year or you make 10,000 or you're unemployed, it's free for everybody. So it just breaks these barriers down. And and then I'm reminded too, like, sometimes someone in one of my groups had said, the opposite of addiction is connection. She was like, it's connection. And usually what drives some of us that are in the rooms of recovery is because of feeling isolated and different problems. But when you feel connected to people, you just feel that belonging. You feel like you're all one big family in whatever differences. And anyway, and I'll just close with, I love that the mealtime too, because you might just have an interaction with somebody or a conversation or just a couple words and you think, well, I might want to talk to them again later. And so like that whole community thing, I don't know. I think I'm rambling right now, but I just want to say thank you. I look forward to both your events.
When you've been to the events, right?
Huh?
I know you've been to my event. Have you been to Serena's event?
I haven't gotten to go to Serena's yet, but I'm going to try to see if I can attend at least part on the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did you think about attending the event that I organize?
Well, it's wonderful. It's amazing. Because it's a space for everybody to feel welcome and comfortable. And well, there might be some things that we feel uncomfortable about, but we talk through it and nobody's judging or attacking each other and stuff like that, so yeah, I love it. I mean, every non-vegan I've met that's been there has felt very welcome and comfortable. And it's helping me to calm down my trying to change everything outside of me and work within. That I need a lot of work within. All right, love you guys.
You've got company.
It's a forever game, isn't it? It's a forever game. And then you get into the subtleties and the subtleties don't end. So we've got three more hands. So Toby, you've got some questions from the Q&A?
Hello, this is just a question from me, if that's all right. Yeah, as I've been talking to people who are into spirituality and seeing people online in other groups, I see a lot that people think, well, they don't think of veganism really that's like too much, and they think everything's all well and good, and the higher power will sort everything out, and everything's just meant to be. Don't worry about it, like come off it kind of thing. And so that's there's not really any hands-on things, as long as you put your energy into something and let it out there, then things will start to do better. And then you see other spiritual groups where they have vegetarianism, the vegetarian. And there's a lot of them about as well. But there's not many that really go like full vegan, which I think is like the fully encompassing spirituality in my view. And I think then you go full throttle, like you're doing the inner work and you're doing the full outer work, and you make that symbiotic system really come alive, and that's absolutely powerful. So yeah, and I love the work. It sounds like you're doing an amazing job, and I'm here in Spain. If you do anything around here, it would be great to be a part of it. But if I'm ever in America,
Actually, I
then
have Oh, so Toby, sorry, I just have a question based on something you've triggered. Can I ask it, or would you like to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, yeah. But with both of your the work that you're doing and the events that you're doing, what is are you like capturing the outcome? Like, are you measuring it? What kind of impact is it that you're capturing? And is it something that you can share with us so that we can also see how we can implement it with the non-vegan communities as well?
That's a great question. Last year was my first year organizing, and we did have like a big survey we had everyone fill out, and that's, right now the best feedback we have. And I think the biggest takeaways were, we had just kind of testimonials from people that said things. I remember one in particular, someone said that she was going to be moving states after our event because she realized how important having vegan friends and community was, and that she was completely alone, and realized that she wanted to move to a better city and start hosting like vegan events as a result of our event. So like that was a comment we got. We had comments from other activists that had never been to something like this and were like, I didn't know I needed this as an activist. I didn't know how rejuvenating, how much fun, how much joy this could bring to my life. And those people have gone on to keep doing and do more activism. So I don't have any hard, numbers or anything like that, but just the stories that people put in our survey form, and that I've continued to kind of see the ripple effects from
Okay. Are
what
you
we
getting
created.
people come back, and are you getting increasing in numbers in terms of the people that want to come? Like, because I guess word of mouth and like
Yeah.
I don't know how
So
much marketing you're doing, but is it more word of mouth over the marketing?
So we had about 150 people total last year, and those were our final numbers last year, and we're at like 125 right now. And a lot came in last minute last year, so I'm expecting closer to 200. 250 is our max capacity for this year. And I put it in the chat, but we have a fantastic like recap video that a vegan videographer made for us that's really, really beautiful, that we have been using for marketing and advertising. So it's some word of mouth. We do have a lot of returning people, and lots of new people and people. Actually, I received a really, really beautiful message just the other day from someone in Alaska and someone in New Zealand, saying that where they're located, they have absolutely no vegan friends or community, and they're thinking about coming all the way to this in Kansas from Alaska and New Zealand because they saw our video, and want to be a part of this and meet, vegan friends. And one thing I just realized that I'll add to this is ours is also family friendly, intergenerational, and we provide childcare on site 9 hours a day. So if families want to come, your kids will basically be attending their own vegan summer camp, and then can join the evening activities, dancing and hanging out. So
it's kind of similar to what we have is vegan camp out here, is it? Yeah.
In the UK, yes. I've wanted to, that's been on my list. I have not made it
when
over
you come,
there.
do let us know. I mean, I love it. So I just don't get time to go, but let us know. That'd be amazing. And yeah, I'd love to come to have the time and luxury to visit the one that you're doing. But yeah, I think the more and more that we're doing this, sorry, Reverend Saunders,
Yeah, I was just going to say, to add on,
Yes,
we also have feedback forms, but I think what I'm seeing is our core group, the ones who keep returning, this is my 6th year. It's getting bigger, so I think that's a measurement. I think the number of people who leave, who came not vegan and say, I'm going to give it a try, or I'm going to, I think that's a measurement. In addition to the kind of the more intangibles, what have you learned? Well, this is what I've learned about myself through the surveys. But for me, my core group keeps growing. The other thing is I hold Zoom gatherings with anybody who wants to show up every 6 weeks after the retreat. So we stay together and we connect and kind of work on our stuff. I also offer a spiritual class for anybody who has gone through the retreat, who wants to do the deeper work and continue on that. And we do that weekly. So,
wonderful.
Yeah.
And then like generally, how long do they keep coming back, or eventually they kind of establish, and I guess they don't need to come back? Or
Oh, no, people come back.
they can come back, say hello.
They come back because the community is
like
so
it.
fun and the experience
Right.
is so fun. And every
Brilliant.
year we have a different theme, and every
Right.
year it's a different experience, very different. So
Okay.
it is not the same, and I'm sure the same thing for Serena. It's not the same from year to year. So there's usually a different theme with a different focus, and different speakers, and just different people. So it's a different experience. Yeah.
Okay.
I will, just for reference, I've been going to Vegan Summerfest in Pennsylvania 30 years, almost every year of my life, and I keep going. So when you really find a community and a tribe, that, I think one of our slogans is like, where vegans come to feel at home. When you find your home, and that sounds like exactly what you've built, Carol, people are gonna keep coming back to see their people and their family.
Yeah, that's incredibly important to be able to thrive, for each individual to thrive. I mean, I felt like that. I say joining Climate Healers, it just felt you just felt like you could thrive because you're not battling your environment all the time, and you feel comfortable. Hello, Donna. I was going to bring you up just in a minute. What's your question?
Okay. First of all, just a housekeeping thing. If you've had no questions, I look for the question thing, and there is none. So you might open up your app, make it so that people can
Oh, it's
ask
called
questions.
Speaker Q&A. It's called Speaker Q&A.
It's not on my, there's no, I don't have it on mine. So anyway.
No. It's a person that's there. Their name is Speaker Q&A. You just address them. You can address them.
Yeah, the chat is closed, and yeah. So anyway, might check that out. But I'm here because when I heard that the theme for Carol's retreat this year is understanding and loving everybody. I'm going to start crying here because I'm sorry, I'm sorry, be one of those people that here, I got a book here. My mother wrote a book, How to Think If You Want to Change the World, Spiritual Practices for Social Activism. It has lots of things in here about, overcoming failure, being invincible to failure. But the one that really hits me the most is the one on dealing with your enemy. And realizing, Carol, you mentioned about we're all the same. We've all done things that the enemy has done. We are no different, and learning to love them. And I'm so glad that that's going to be the theme. I'm very excited. I'm one of the regulars. I missed the first one, and I've been to every one since then. And when by the way, she has in there a chapter with step by step how to realize that we are the same, and loving that other person, the one who your boss or whoever is pissing you off. And it was really difficult for me to follow that. I did it with some people who were just like, making my life miserable. And it was really, really difficult to follow those steps and get to that point. And wow, when I was able to do that, all the anger and anxiety that I had been feeling about, when I hear these terrible things that people are doing, it went away. It did not lessen my wanting to stop it, but I was able to stop it without that anger and hurt. And so it's a power. I'm so excited to come and immerse myself into a couple days, Carol, with deepening my ability to love those who we think are harming, because we've all harmed. So anyway, I'm just really, really excited to partake of that. And so thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you for sharing. It's really insightful. And get an idea of Reverend Saunders' space. virtual space or even in-person space. We have one more question from Dipti Sharan. Dipti Sharan, would you like to come on? What's your question?
Hi, I want to first of all thank you both, the organizers, of course, and then Carol and Sarina for organizing these such events. I will very briefly introduce myself. I been vegan since 2010-11, and my 3 kids, 2 in high school, 1 in elementary, they're all vegan. And they're somewhere around the home, but my little one, 8-year-old one, he met Dr. Sailesh Rao in Houston in a conference a month ago, and he suddenly saw him at when we logged in, and he's like, "Is that Sailesh Rao? Is that Sailesh Rao?" It was I live in San Antonio, and we're kind of the only vegans I know here. I only know myself here, so it's been kind of lonely the last 4 years. But Rebecca and Shankar and everyone is trying to connect me to people that they know in the area.
I know somebody in San Antonio.
You do? I would,
I
if you
do.
could. Okay, if
Yeah,
you,
I'll give you my email. I'll give my email address. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been trying to connect to anybody and everyone in the. Thank you so much. And just to continue with the question that somebody asked, I think Krishna, you asked, like how do you get the survey? And then using something that Dr. Rowley said a few sessions ago, that we don't have animal rights or something on that line. But if enough people, like individual rights are being honored, but if we had enough people who said, no, I don't think it's right that for example, I'll take my personal example that I request for vegan food on the airplane, and then 9 out of 10 times I do not get vegan food, or if I get, it's boiled spinach, which is neither satisfying nor fulfilling, even though I eat the most satisfying and fulfilling meals for the last 15 years. So what is that thing that where we can, and it's because you both are going to be inviting so many people in the community who are already vegan. So would this be a good forum where, piggybacking on what Dr. Rowley was saying, if we had enough people in the community who said, we need vegan alternatives, we need vegan choices, then our voice would be heard. And what is that? I wanted to ask her at that time, but we were running out of time. But what is that one thing that we can do collectively, and especially because this has so much effort has been put together to put this 2-day conference? What is that one thing that we can all do together to make that happen, to utilize this collectively? 55 of us are here for 2 days, hopefully more tomorrow. Am I making sense? And I see both of you nodding heads, but Krishna, do you?
What do I think? How can we actually implement that? I think we've got the PolySolution. So there's, you've got different factors of the whole system, and there's lots of work happening, and we need to take strands and what they call in project management, they'll call them work streams, and there's lots of different work streams of the entire project. And so everyone's taking their lead on this bit and this bit and this bit, which is how it works, isn't it? And I think when we know that we've got all the parts of the PolySolutions covered, and then this is how we can bring the change around. I'd like to know about what Serena's doing or what Reverend Saunders is doing. I mean, this is great. So I know if I come across, if I'm in that area, if I know somebody, I can refer them to what they are doing. I mean, it's really important to know who's doing what in our community. And then we can scale it like that. So this is a way that we can exchange, but also to understand different points of views, because there's so many nuances. And there's so many different ways of being effective, and we kind of be like, oh, really? That's great. Like, I didn't think about it like this. So I think from my point of view, having everyone share what the work and impacts they're making, and also the approach. You know, the approach is really important, because I know when I start, personally, I speak for myself. When I started, I had a very violent, aggressive approach, and that's not going to work. So, and it wasn't, and I'm coming from a neuroscience background, and I didn't even take consideration of that. So it's really important to know, and hopefully we can communicate. I mean, now I know that you're in that area, and this is how you're feeling. I remember being like that too. So, to be part of a community, it's like, okay, now I know somebody in the community. Yeah.
Community is absolutely important. If I did not have the community back in Seattle for 5 strong years when I was forming that, because I didn't get any support from my family, anybody. I mean, I and my 2 kids back then, we were just isolated from the entire society. And it was the community that helped me come up, face that challenge, and be strong and stay strong. And then I took up writing as my power, and I used to write, and I used to read what I wrote, and that helped me to stay vegan for that time. And then once my roots were strong enough, even though my heart knew that this was the right thing to do, once the community helped my roots become stronger, then as I moved states and cities, I was able to stay that, which has helped me stay vegan in San Antonio, being the only one. And I'm going to connect to the person, you'll connect me to Carol. But yeah, let's utilize these 2 things. Piggybacking on what Dr. Raleigh was saying, if we can somehow build a momentum where all of us have a petition to veganize every university, every school. Because so back in Seattle, in the Edmond School District, when my son, eldest one, was a kindergartner, he's a rising senior at high right now. When he was a kindergartner, I implemented the meatless Mondays at my school district. She said, let's start with your school alone. And all they did was switch meat burgers with vegan burgers. That's all they did that day. I went back to follow up if they would be willing to redo this in other schools. And she said, no, the sales came down that day.
Oh.
And I'm like, the same color, the same texture, the same size, like, and these are little elementary kids. How do they, I don't understand, how can the sales go down? Like, I don't think.
Dipti, so sorry. We're
Out
at
of
the top
time.
of the hour.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, right.
We've
I
got
just
we've
noticed.
got next feature.
So-
But I think your point's really important. I think collectively with this petitioning is incredibly important. The universities, the festivals, is so I mean, this is great, and we just can spread the word. Like there's a million ideas that comes up with the vibrant vegan festivals, and you know, taking it to universities and letting people at universities know, even having petitions in your festival so they know about it and what they can do about it if they're happy about it. So how they can take it to their academic institution. There's loads of ideas we can definitely discuss. I just wish you came on early and we could have explored that together. But next time, thank you very much. Thank you for coming on. Thank you very much. And we have the next speaker. Rebecca, are you joining us now? Rebecca, we have Rebecca as the MC coming on now. Should we be taking over?
Hello, thank you. I see Dr. Prabhat is here and Krishna will be coming back on. They're our next 2 speakers. And I understand they're going to be introducing themselves after I make a brief introduction. So just a moment as I get going here. All right, so we are at Climate Healers 26, Convergence of the Peoples, VCOP number 26. And we are so pleased to have climate healer friends here, Dr. Prabhat Mistry and Krishna Gandhi, and we'll let them take it from here. Thank you. Welcome.
Right. So shall I go first then? Yep. Can I share slides from here? Let's see. Right. Sure.
That's beautiful.
Yes, you're able to see the slides now? Because
Yes.
I can't see anyone, so I'm gonna, yes, start now. So really, this is what I'm going to talk about: values, actions, and indicators. And this really follows on from quite a number of presentations which have already taken place. And I'm just going to look at another aspect of bringing what we call values or even spirituality, what is right action, and indicators, something that will tell us whether we're actually approaching in the right direction and reaching there or not. So I will start by just saying something about myself. I'm an environmental engineer. I've been a consultant as well as involved in research and development as well as innovation game for many years. I'm passionate about values-based ethics, and this is why I'm kind of presenting something here, which I hope you'll find interesting. And I also support environmental initiatives locally, regionally, and globally, including climate healers. And so, as an introduction, values, incorporating values in everything we do is almost like bringing grammar into correcting our sentences. And I think we all know this, but my ultimate aim is to actually come up with a rational, logical approach, which is going to allow us to perhaps automate decision aids, not make decisions, but at least aid them so that we can actually have them in parallel and humans can then judge what is the right action. So climate change, biodiversity loss, and inequalities are really symptoms of misaligned human values. Now, a lot of the work that Dr. Rao does, as well as other scientists and engineers around the world, they reveal the root causes. But I think it's the values and spirituality. Somebody said the actual going inwards earlier is what actually makes our intent clear and moves us towards the right actions. So our intents helps us with our decisions, and then we have to act on them. And acting on them, we also need to understand whether we are moving in the right direction or not. So we need to have measurable improvements, something that will tell us whether we're moving in the right direction or not. So we need to have a transparent and accountable decision aid that can guide not only individuals, but organizations and governments towards measurable improvements. But the journey will require values alignment at every level. So for individuals, it's knowledge, thought, and action, something I'll come on to for individuals. For organizations, the same levels become policy, people management, and practice. There are other agents of change. We can also look at communities. We can also look at governments. We can also look at faith organizations. All of these things, we can actually do the same thing that I'm doing here with. But I'm going to be focusing partly on individuals, which you may have heard from me, but I'm going to focus much more on organizations because I feel we need to kind of reach outwards to agents of change. And I think the companies, multinational corporations, similar organizations, institutes are the way to go. And we need to kind of advise them on policies, people management, and practice. So what is this transformation that we're talking about? As Dr. Rao has often told us, it's really about A to B transformation. Planet A, over-consuming, exploiting, separating from nature, driven by harmful habits. It has economics that don't really work for sustainability of the planet. Industrial agriculture, and all of these things are actually leading us astray. It's leading to climate crisis and ecological breakdown. So it's completely unsustainable. And this is where we need to move to, not to another planet, but as someone said earlier, that for humans, we need to kind of become as we really are, rather than what we sometimes tend to be in the moment, or due to our bad intentions, or even sometimes just convenience. So we need to move towards, let me just get a pointer out. So towards sufficiency, compassionate, and harmony with nature, emphasizing rewarding regeneration, ethical and vegan food choices, and leading to ecosystem restoration. So that's what we're looking at as far as sustainability is concerned. And here, I'm actually going to point you to some homework that you can do by yourself by watching these two videos. And I'm going to just briefly mention the values model that I have come up with and have written about, as well as produced some short videos on. So this one, the power of values, is about 6 minutes, and the programmable digital ethics is about 8 minutes. Please, view them if you're really interested in this. But what I'm really focused on is how we go from where we may be. When we're born, we are often at a stage of selfishness. Sometimes we go backwards towards rather ignorant selfishness, but we need to keep moving in this direction and move towards what I would call the ultimate spiritual being, or human excellence. Because we are human beings, we need to perhaps acquire that. And there's not just one approach to it. There is the guided path. So from a young age, our parents, our teachers, our faiths, philosophers, and also teachers can actually guide us towards that. But we can also do that ourselves, just as it is in Bhagavad Gita, that you can have a knowledge path as well as an action path. And so the model that I'm going to be covering will go into those. But looking at the whole of this model, I'm going to be representing that in a very simple way, with two axes to represent all the possible values. Again, you'll have to watch the videos to understand what that really means. But I'm going to reuse just two values here for now. And I'm going to put quadrant 1 characteristics, quadrant 2 characteristics, third and fourth characteristics, and just show you what they are. I'm going to color code them for ease. So really, the quadrant 1 is truth with love, 2 is truth without love, 4 is love without truth, and this one is no love, no truth. So you can see the color coding that I will be using. So we as individuals operate at these 3 levels of head, heart, and hands, or as I have called them, knowledge base, thought base, and action base. So these 3 levels is what we operate at. And what I want to point out is that robots can perhaps do better than human beings, mainly because of this particular level. If you give the robot the right knowledge and, wire it to the right actions, it'll do it. But we have this thought or mind or, feeling that actually sometimes makes us go astray. And that's something that I will come on to. Now, when we have misalignment of values, look at the values that I have just put as just typical values, non-violation, or, this is the ultimate in Dharma, when we are acting with fullness of love and truth. But also you can have truth without love as bluntness, or you can have love without truth as dishonesty, or complete violation of love and truth. Similarly, in these other quadrants as well. Again, please look at my model videos to understand a little bit more deeply. But when there is misalignment between knowledge and thought, it's our intrinsic inner being that is actually affected, and that is not good. This is sometimes, not sometimes, in fact, very often, we actually misalign our outer ethics with our thought. And, that is something we can live with, but it's not ideal. So let's look at individual basis. Knowledge, thought, and actions, as I said, we operate at. And we need to align our values, the green with green with green. We don't want amber there if green is aligned there and so on. And we need to work in the green zone as much as possible. We may be in other zones, but we need to see what we need to do in order to come to the green zones. So what does it mean? And I'll come on to the kind of representation of values shortly, but this is the general inquiry that we need to undertake, self-inquiry. So at knowledge level, we need to say, do I understand the evidence and consequences of my choices? At thought level, we need to ask, are my intentions and values consistent with what I know at knowledge level? And at action levels, once we have performed some, we need to examine whether our behaviors reflect those values in everyday life. And so this is all designed to lead us to behaviors that produce measurable benefits for the self in line with Planet B. Now, this is a fairly fine diagram that you won't be able to read, but the reason why I've actually made it smaller is that some of this writing here should be there and that should be there. But I will correct that in due course. So what does this show? When we're in this green zone where truth seeking with clarity is what we need, if we're already there, we simply need to deepen our understanding on a continuous basis, remain teachable, and avoid ego. This is to maintain our spiritual balance. It has already been said by several speakers that when we become vegan, that is almost like serenity, because there is complete consciousness that we feel because of our knowledge, thought, and actions are then aligned. Now, if you're not at the ideal stage, suppose you're at the amber stage here, knowledge level 2 or quadrant 2, then we need to apply knowledge in daily choice with care and share with others. If you're in K3, which is the worst of the 4, we need to drop false beliefs, verify facts, cultivate humility. Now, all of these things are easily said than done, but this is what we need to design our actions on. And that can actually take, if I was to talk to you about that, that can take me hours. So we'll keep it brief, and you can always ask me further questions. If we're on K4, which is knowledge without truth, so it's love without truth at the knowledge level, then we need to seek broader sources, question assumptions, and learn continuously. Now, so that dealt with the knowledge level. Now we're coming to the thought level, which is the middle level, as I showed earlier. And again, I'm going to show you what it means to be in T1, which is the quadrant 1 for thought, or T2, or T3, or T4. And at T1, it's complete clarity, compassionate, discipline, willingness to act, and so on. So, if you're already there, you need to still guard your mind, avoid negative influences, and meditate daily. But if you're at any of the other quadrants at the thought or intent level, then we need to do something about it. So if you're in T2 here, we need to practice mindfulness consciously. We need to try hard. We need to provide focus, gratitude, self-discipline, and so on. If you're in T3, which is that hopeless case, we can still improve. We need to begin to cultivate love, forgiveness, empathy, and self-inquiry. And if you're at T4, which is love without truth at thought level, then we need to strengthen our willpower, set purpose, visualize positive impact, and so on. And so once we have actually undertaken those right actions, and remember, my aim here is to actually reach people who are able to perhaps look at this in a much more structured manner to then say whether we're approaching in the right direction or not. So here are some typical indicators. I've just listed 10 of them. So what will they be for individuals? Dietary sustainability, plant-derived versus animal products, and ultra-processed foods. Personal health, healthy body weight, blood pressure, cardiovascular fitness, and so on. Food waste, least amount of food waste. Carbon footprint, lowering emissions as much as possible in everything we do. Nature connection, time with nature, supporting diversity, biodiversity, and so on. Compassionate consumption, community contribution, love, lifelong learning, physical and mental well-being, spiritual development, cultivating selflessness and inner peace through meditation, prayer, and service. So these are all things which are actually pointed to by using the model, the values model that I mentioned. And that is what we call human excellence. And I think many people that we see, not least the leader of Climate Healers, are actually at this level of human excellence. Right. Now we go to the organization level. So what I'm saying here is that at a company, institution, or multinational corporation, the kind of questions we need to ask, and again, there'll be more detailed questions, but these are just high-level ones. Do our policies reflect the best available evidence and consequences of our decisions? So that's at policy or governance level. When it comes to people or management structure level, then we need to ask, are our organizational values, leadership, and incentives consistent with those policies? And at practice levels, we need to ask, do our everyday operations and decisions consistently reflect those values and policies? Are we in alignment with the policy and people that we have listed here? And this is all to lead to measurable positive outcomes for the organization, but as well as for their customers, employees, society, and the environment. Remember exactly what Planet B needs to be. And those Planet B principles set the ideas here. So let's look at the values for the organization as well. So earlier we looked at for the individual, knowledge, thought, actions, but for organization, it's policy, people, and practice. So it's governance, management, and outcome. Now, this diagram actually shows the different areas that we may find any one company in. So in this green zone, we may have a company with policies grounded in science and truth, guided by love, compassion, and justice. This is the goal. Or we can find companies which are strong on data, facts, and rules, but lacks compassion and equity, and care. So it's not kind of applying love in its truest sense. If it is in quadrant 4, love without truth, then there are good intentions, but without evidence, rigor, or real-world effectiveness. So it needs a bit of truth in what they do. But if you're in that hopeless zone of Q3, where it lacks both ethical compass and factual foundation, they create harm and risk all over. So they need a lot of attention. So what will be the actions? I'm just listing typical actions. So lead with love. Place the well-being of people and planet at the heart of every policy. Stand on truth. Use the best available science, facts, and evidence. Focus on alignment. Align policies with mission, values, and planet B principles. Set clear goals and standards. Define what success looks like. Accountability and transparency. Review, learn, and improve, and so on. And there will be some outcomes that will directly lead from policy, and I have listed some of them. So environmentally, net zero emissions, for instance, restored ecosystem, conserved biodiversity, circular resource use, and so on. There are also social outcomes, economic outcomes. I won't go into all of them now. At people management level, the transformation, again, needs to be towards this ideal quadrant where people are treated with dignity and respect, high standards with compassion, empowered, engaged, and accountable. But if you're in any other place, you need to kind of strive to get into this green zone. So again, let's just look at the actions. Lead with love. So this is actually the management level now, people management level, lead with love. Build a culture of respect, compassion, and inclusion. Stand on truth, be honest, clear, and evidence-based. Empowerment and trust. Enable autonomy and accountability. Clear expectations and standards. Annual reviews are very often the way to kind of incorporate values there. Set and communicate high standards, accountability and feedback, create a culture of ownership and learning, continuous improvement, adapt, learn, and evolve together. And again, there will be outcomes from the actual operation. So motivated, capable workforce that drive lower emissions, resource efficiency and generation, higher engagement, well-being. So all of these things which will come out of the right values will and aimed at Planet B principles and goals will actually lead to very good outcome. And how will we know? Well, these are the typical indicators that we can actually look at: environmental footprint, net reductions of greenhouse gas emissions, water use, pollution, and waste. Circular resource use, we can measure percentage material reused or recycled or regenerated. Plant-based innovation, investment in products, services, and so on. Biodiversity impact, employee well-being, ethical supply chains. All of these things, the way I've listed them, can all be measured. And look at this, purpose alignment, evidence that corporate decisions balance financial success with societal and environmental well-being. Again, we need to kind of incorporate this idea of ahimsa coin principles here as well. So this is what is organizational excellence. So to summarize, we have that destination called Planet B for all of us, individuals, organizations, governments, and so on. And I'm here focusing more on the organization. So we have that one shared destination, but the paths may be many because there may be some roads that may actually have obstacles. So we may have to divert, but remember what the ultimate aim is. So for the individual, it's really self-realization. It's the greatest opportunity we have in the face of planetary crisis to actually realize our own self, to solve the crisis, equipped with the right knowledge, align intention with values, translate into right actions. And at organization levels, it's really about creating products, services, and outcomes sustainably, build a policy, align people with the policies and organizational values, and deliver through good practice. And that, I think, is it. Sorry, this was a really a fast track to dealing with values, actions, and indicators.
Hey, wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Prabodh Mistry. I actually should thank you for my slides as well, because they're wonderful. So I'll just share that. Just a moment. Replace the current. Sure. I'm wondering what you can see at the moment.
Yes, we can see the slides on the side and the main slide.
Okay. get this right. Do you see that fully? Or is it still...
No, it's not full yet. Maybe
Maybe
slideshow.
do that first, perhaps.
Okay. That was wonderful, Dr. Mystery. That was really great. I took some screenshots. So.
Okay, sorry about that. So just setting up. See if I can get back to my Zoom. Okie dokie.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. So, Simonics is a long journey. My name's Krishna Gandhi, and I'm the CEO of Simonics. The company was set up in 2013, and it's been a logical iteration to where we actually are getting. So this slideshow was, I believe, Dr. Prabhu Mystery put into the Articles of Association to AI, and it really has. It's a beautiful visual of what the Articles of Association is, and the company is is a neurotech company where it measures the brain activity to provide biophysiological measures or estimates, so of hormones and neurotransmitters. And the bit back when I found out about it in 2009 and 8 is my research, my master's dissertation project was, oh, look, there's a thought, and it has a physiological impact. And so therefore, when I was set the company up, the slogan was "Thoughts Matter," and that was the neurotech, a technology and a medical device. But there you have this connection with the mind and the brain, and how your thoughts have a material impact. And that's where where the spiritual aspect and the scientific aspect integrated. So it's been a bootstrapped journey, because we essentially have been doing what we've been doing, which is in the Articles of Association, and trying to keep it extremely pure and kind of aligned to the values and actions today. And it's the trade-off is it's taken a very long time. So what's happened is that we've got to the product development, get the raise. Now the next thing was to now ensure that this technology can serve its purpose, is to then make sure the governance is in line. And so in order to do that, we designed and structured the Articles of Association of the company that's aligned to what would be a Planet B company. And so the Ram Rajya corporate structure was inspired by this book that describes the Ram Rajya. In the book's called Valmiki Ramayana by Pandurang Sastri, and he explains what the Ram Rajya is. So Rajya is a type of kingdom, the way it's been governed, and Ram was an excellent human being. And what it's saying is that we can only pick that excellent leader when society is as excellent. So when each of us are to that inner ideal aligned, we will then pick a leader. And when we pick that leader, we'll have somebody that's serving society and has the well-being of everybody in mind, and is willing to take guidance from those that would be considered wise men. And in the Vedic philosophy, they're called rishis. So this was something that was so relevant to the company, in terms of it. We've got something that has a link to the internal system. How do we make sure that actually serves in society? We need to make sure it's held responsibly and serves responsibly. So we have this thing called the Ethics Charter, and it's in our annex, and it's got the root of it is dharma. So we have to ensure that dharma is how the company is governed. And normally it was the wise men that was implementing the dharma within society. And there were these 5 different arms. So you've got truth, you've got justice, you've got service, you've got environmental responsibility, and you've got the welfare of all. And here we kind of put this into our charter, and this is how the ethics charter, and this is going to be the way in which the company has to work. So so how did we do that? So how the actual structure of the Ram Raja was, you have the king and you have like the people who are operating society, and then you have the wise men, the rishis, and then you have the people that work in the kingdom, and then you have strategic partners or people who are doing other services in the company to also have this smooth running of society. And so we have the executive king and their board members as the CEO, who would then take counsel from the wise men. That's what we call the rishi guardians. And you'd have people who are working for the company, and then you'd have community strategic partners like climate healers, or any other kind of community partners that are doing something that are bringing the world to a better place. And they would then feed back to the company to make sure that we haven't missed anything, or there's some information that we need to consider. It needs to be considered by the board, and there has to be a proper acknowledgement and process and due consideration. Now, the ethics charter was something that in this model, if the rishi, the wise men said, or wise people, I say men, but the rishi guardians, they call the rishis, the wise ones, said that something was unethical, they would veto any kind of decisions made by the executive board or the king. And the king would listen to it because they respected the rishis and found them to be high in their character and had conviction to the spiritual, lofty ideals for all of society. So they would gladly take their counsel and take their authority on ethical issues. And we, in our articles of association, have tried to capture the spirit of this described model of the Ram Raja by having certain people as sorry, beg your pardon, as certain people as the Rishi guardians, and they have certain shares. So if I just bring it down here, how do we structure that into the company? So we have share classes, because that's how companies work. So you have the ordinary shares, that's your executives, your shareholders, people who invest. Then you've got and we call them ordinary shares. Then you have another set of class of shares, and they're called ex-gov. We call them ex-gov or rishi shares. And they have 10 votes per share. Plus, they have absolute veto power, meaning if there's anything that happens that crosses the red line within the ethics charter, they can just say, no, that's not happening. But the thing is, their shares have no economic value because they're not doing it for the money, and they're not transferable either. And then we have the third class, which is the C shares, C employee for the employees, where they don't have any votes, but they do have economic value and they can exchange it. So if they do well, if the company does well, they also get the benefits of that. And then we have community strategic partners, and their shares are called DCOM. And so they'd be shareholders, and they'd have a vote linked to PlantBased council. So what that means is that, I'll get to it now, but the profits of the company, a certain amount of it would be allocated to a PlantBased trust fund. And the overseers of that trust fund would be community partners like Climate Healers or the PlantBased trust fund. And so they would make sure that allocation is being used to build PlantBased for any initiatives that need the money. And so it's not limited on Planet A systems. So we're able to provide a flow of economic support to go towards all initiatives that are building PlantBased. And again, they don't have an economic value because they do that anyway. They just need money so that they can do what they need to do. But their shares don't need the economic value, and they're not transferable either. So we kind of tried to capture the structure within the share structuring of a company and given the powers of those different components of the Ram Raja by modeling the permissions or the powers of each shareholding class. So now here what we have is the CEO and the board. And you've got the people that work for the company on the right, that community council, and you've got the employee council. Sorry, so the community council would be the people in NGOs, strategic partners. You've got the employees, like people that work for the company, and they also feed back into the executive operations of the company. And it's within the Article of Association that we absolutely must hear it, process it, address it, and the board would also consist of the Wiseman. So it's in their interest to make sure that everything is operating according to the ethics charter, because that's their spiritual goal and responsibility. So the outcome of the productive outcome of the business would then allocate 30% of the funds to Planet B. And that would then allow the funds to build the Planet B. And again, expedite all efforts so that the rate limiting step is not based on Planet A. And then after we can think about dividend pools, but the priority is making sure that it goes back into building Planet B. So we have this system in place where you have a product, you have the operations, it's designed, you have these guidelines, very strong guidelines with the ethics charter and the vetoing. You've got in the ethics charter, you have red lines and you have the green path. So very definitive what you can and can't do. And the Dharma tests. I mean, this is a bit of details that we go into when you're looking at looking at running a company, like what's transferable, what's not transferable, how do you transfer the shares, how do you pick the director, how do you pick the rishis, what are the qualifications, and in the Vedic philosophy, character is the highest qualification for anything. And it's something that can't be bought, stolen, or copied. It's something that's lived. Somebody has to live that life and build character. And that's where that trust comes in. And it's not something that we can just, but very, very easy to break. It takes years to build. And then if one kind of goes away from alignment, it's very, very easy to break one's own character, as in terms of reputation and trust. And so having a demand of that kind of level of people of excellence and having a use for them that's not necessarily linked directly to a financial reward is really important for our company, at least, so that when we take their advice and counsel, we know there is no conflict of interest. So this is a thing that's actually interestingly a concern with the people that are trying to move towards a spiritual world where they feel that there's no life, an upliftment, where they don't feel themselves being of value in today's world. Well, we really do need people like this, and because there's no value, that's why we're finding that we're moving to an unsustainable planet. But if we can incorporate these kind of people into our models to give balance back, and to ensure that we've got good use of our economic resources and capital and direct it in the right way, then we can build a sustainable sustainable planet and speed up the efforts that are going towards Planet B. So we got commercial success and then planetary regeneration, which is the outcome. And so this is how we've tried to now implement the company so that we can help support the movement towards Planet B. So that's the link towards the government and policy and values implementation, that real implementation, and we'll see. We'll see as we get into the real world and start to generate and get the right people and seek the people and ask for the right people to come on and value these great people, and then get the trust fund open. So there's lots of exciting things to come, and it's just amazing to be able to test this this design. So it's all needs to be tested still, but I'm just taking inspiration from what's already been done and trying to implement it in the current modern world. So but really lovely, really lucky to be able to, grateful to be able to share this with you all. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow. Both of those were wonderful presentations. It seems like Prabhat, yours was more of the steps and the ideas, and then it looks like yours, Krishna, was sort of the methods of getting corporations or businesses to move. Is that a good summary of those two, or why don't you rephrase yours?
Mine's just an implementation of what's been in the Ram Rajya for a very long time. And this is the next step in our process of the company. It was a natural thing, and it happens to be Planet B aligned. And so we got it, to say we have the community strategic partner is great, because Climate Healers is just that. This is what the reason we've held out up until this time is exactly because of the reasons that every effort, the companies itself are designed essentially to serve the shareholders. And all of this dynamic, youthful energy and innovation ends up getting stolen by these greedy people. So we never get to see the outcome of the lofty ideals of the youthful innovations, the youth innovations, because they get excited. They're like, oh, we've got funding. And suddenly it gets steered away into, serving someone's pocket rather than actually empowering the individual. Now, the thing about this is that we have to be extra careful, because this technology is where you've got the link between the mind and the brain. That's why it's quite unique. And then it's kind of opening the gate of the unknown. And we want to make sure that that's held in responsible hands. I certainly don't want I don't want to be responsible for it being misused or having detrimental impacts in humanity, not under my name or my watch. So it ties in with the general philosophy, with the Vedic philosophy. And then we did the Articles of Association, and that was filed in December 2025 at the company's house here. But then there was a rejection because there's some error in it. So we had to refile it, and it took such a long time because they're backdated with all the new stuff that's happening here. And we changed it. So we changed it to June 25 because we did the update. But now it's accepted at Companies House. So there's a UK legal system to enforce this structure in our company, this is the protective part. Yeah, because now somebody can't come in and buy the shares and then do what they want, because the UK law will enforce this governance. It's quite similar to, and this of course is universal, so it's not a religious thing. It's just that it inspires for a universal philosophy. But you've got like Sharia law that's also implemented the same way, in the same method, where they have a company in the Articles of Associations. So the UK government will then protect that law. So we did it with this way towards Planet B included into it. So let's see happens with that. Yes.
Wow, I think we could talk a whole lot more about this. I'm going to open it up for questions if that's okay, unless Prabhat, you'd like to say a few words. But we do have a question.
Sure. I think we should go to question.
Okay.
Okay. It's me, Allison.
Hi, Allison.
Hi. I wanted to explore with both of you. I think business for most of us seems largely unapproachable, and yet many of us maybe work for a business. In our Climate Healers Vegan Rewilding team, we want to do a little recording on what businesses can do to support vegan rewilding. And so I'm going to call on both of you to help us with that segment. But for any of us who maybe work for a company, is there something, what would be the method for getting some of these things implemented? What would the starting point be?
If I go first, the reason why I'm interested in companies and institutions is because I've been working with many, and in the last 15 years, I've been monitoring a lot of work on behalf of the British government, and I've monitored well over 700 projects. And I know the small organization, large organization, and I think we really need to kind of go at it with the regulations that is in place for the environment. We have climate regulations in the UK, but also guide those companies to be able to put this idea of net zero, or in our case, what is an ideal sustainability, the planet B principles in their governance, in their policies, and then show them how to actually implement them. And it's easy said than done, but each becomes an exercise of a one-to-one. And it's something that I have done more for what's called pollution and prevention control regulations, which came in many years ago. So I think it's the policy area that we need to align with the government regulations as well as sustainability.
Now, I've heard, I don't actually work for a company now, but I've heard that many companies nowadays have something called a sustainability officer. Is that true?
Yes, very true. But these tend to be very junior roles, and they're always learning. Now, there were several projects that I was part of at the local government, and they have been given the mandate to make their region as net zero as possible. And I can tell you that they struggled to recruit the right people, because I shouldn't say old fogies like myself, but the old people who are already in there, grown-up people, they didn't know how to. And I think very often it was a case of bringing in consultants to show what to do. And it was the younger generation who had been recruited. They were learning fast, but it was a slow process. I stayed with 4 local authorities for 18 months, and saw a lot of progress. So I agree that there are those posts, but they're not very get up and go. They have to be guided.
Now, what if I'm a young person and I'm just finishing high school and I'm interested in sustainability, and I never heard of a sustainability officer, but if I were a guidance counselor, what would I tell such a student to study to become a good sustainability officer?
Yes, I would say any of the sciences, physics, biology, chemistry, because that is the best way to understand the kind of science and also the ultimate impact that we may have on the ecology, on the environment, and so on. So, there are specialist courses at master's level, but if they're going into, say, a degree level, any basic degree, science or engineering, is that nowadays they actually include a lot of environmental themes as well.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then at the master's level, what would they study? Sustainability or?
Yes, they tend to kind of bring lots of disciplines into one area. So I have seen environmental science at master's level. I've also seen AI and environmental, solutions at master's level. There are lots. There are lots, even in engineering terms.
Okay, and ideally then you would be getting a master's degree. And what kind of an income could I hope to get as an environmental sustainability engineer or sustainability?
It's a good question. And of course, I don't have a specific answer, but I can tell you that in a lot of the projects that I have monitored, one of the key thing is actually recruitment of the right people. And somebody with a PhD in the UK is given something like £40,000 salary, gross salary. And that is not high enough, in my opinion, to make them do, not only the degree, but PhD and, go on to that. Clearly, once they get into the relevant work streams, they do climb higher because they will take leadership positions and so on. But the entry levels are not so high.
The starting salary, yeah.
Yes. There's another issue that has actually come up, which is the graduates are not being taken up very readily, mainly because of the, things like ChatGPT are able to replace those lower level, kind of researcher grades, which is where most of the graduates start. So those jobs are kind of reducing in number.
So I think this is kind of the kind of thing that Simonics wants to address, is to create like economic support for aligned people, whether it's NGOs that want to do something and they want to work in the system and do something to move towards Planet B. We need to have funds allocated to that. But in the model for Simonics, at least as a company, we need people to have certain characters. We need them to be vegan if they want to be directors. We need them to be vegan if they want to be rishis. If they want to be a community stakeholder, they also need to be vegan. So what we want is like the character of people and who they are is also a qualification, the highest qualification. They need to live it. And I think even if they get that, I think the grasping powerful. You're going to get good value from anyone like that, really, if you get it. And if they go into any discipline, if they come and get work experience with climate healers and get access to so many people doing so many things from so many different disciplines, or read the Planet B Guide to Planet B. Get involved in getting this on their CV. Like, this is what I did. This is what I did here. This is what I know about. Go and do a law course, especially MBAs. The problem with MBAs is that they are teaching the wrong thing. They're teaching about how to grow greed. I mean, this is just like the whole model's wrong. And so it doesn't matter coming out of an MBA. It's like almost anyone at MBA are just, they're trouble. Unless because just, they're there to like it's a Planet A system kind of mindset. So either the Master of Business Administration syllabus writer we need to be in contact with them and say, you really need to change your syllabus and bring sustainability into it. Otherwise, it's not good business, because business, we need to change we actually really need to change the goal of what business is. It can't just be an economic extreme. Like, that just doesn't work. And that just leads to, that's bad business, So I think even with throwing like bankrolling efforts, like they've done with AI, for example, at all costs, that's bad business. None of that is good. It doesn't matter how good the innovation is. It's not a good, it doesn't, there's, so the system is, as you know, Dr. Rao says, there's so many falsehoods in this, and we're trying to fit it into that. We can't. We have to make so many changes, and that's why we're trying to create space here. But hey, we're just trying to make some space for like clean flow of energy, whether it's economics or resources or thinking or products, so that we can, you know, build a clean system. It's just really difficult to do otherwise in a system that's inherently you know, built on falsehood. So that's, I think making money is, this is why what we're trying to do with Simonics is to try and generate so people can make their bread and butter 9 to 5 without getting fed only to serve planet A, essentially. We're never going to come out of that. So, yeah.
There are 2 other people with their hands raised, but maybe the 2 of you would write in the chat for me. My second question was, are there any companies that are leading the way other than Simonics? Are there any examples of companies that are taking baby steps or maybe doing something right? Some companies that maybe are examples of, you know, exploring this direction. Anyway, I'll let Rebecca take over with the next question.
I think they are. It's just about making sure that they get the design right. And I've got good inspiration and feedback to be able to integrate that into what we've got. Now we need to see if it works. So that's the only thing.
Wonderful. Thank you, Allison. And thank y'all for answering. We do have 2 other questions. And if you have time, Krishna and Prabhat, we have time to continue questions for a bit, if that's okay. Okay, I think this is wonderful.
And Renee King-Sanin is here.
Oh, Renee is here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Let's see then. What do? We have these 2 questions. If you can, I think somebody, Allison, you said put it in the chat?
Yes. Uh-huh.
They could put it in the chat too, in the comments, in the feedback section. No, she can't find it. Okay, Danielle, do you want to say something real quick? Because I know Toby can reach us.
It's Toby, yeah.
I know Toby can reach us, so I'm going to ask Danielle.
Yeah, okay. Hey, great idea, great. Wouldn't it be lovely if the world could go that way? But we're living in a capitalistic, greedy world. How do we deal with that component?
Thank you.
I mean, my view is that that is the world we have, and we have to kind of convince them towards Planet B principles. And I think initially it may not sound right, but we have to go into those companies and work with them. I mean, this is, it's inevitable. We cannot isolate them. We have to work with them and actually make them see that the right principles, the right management, and right action will actually put them on a sustainable path. And that's very clear to see. From the previous question, I was actually going to suggest, I can't remember the names, but 2 food businesses have actually taken initiatives to go vegan base in Bristol that I have come across. And they're doing really good. Just day before yesterday, when Dr. Sailesh Rao was also here with us, we actually went to a restaurant which was called Planetary Eating, I think it was, or something along that line. And you know, there were 2 restaurants. That restaurant was actually packed with queues. The other restaurant wasn't. So actually, you know, we need to work with the businesses we have. Yes, they hadn't perhaps abided by all of the principles, but they were really on the track, and we need to encourage them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to say Toby is still up here wanting to ask. So Toby, if you have a question, not a comment, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, I do give comments to the questions. This is actually a question from Donna in the chat for Mr. Mystery. And they say, your process starts with finding the facts. Regarding finding the truth and reality facts, they would love to know how you suggest we deal with our natural inclination to reject facts and the ideas that are in conflict with our current ideas, cognitive dissonance.
The reason why we reject, facts is because of our bad intentions. We don't like change, so we actually use whatever we know in order to justify what we're doing. What they really need to do is to actually perhaps be more honest with what they know. Our conscience and our knowledge are the right guide. But if our intentions aren't right, then that's the kind of outcome we will get. I with Dr. Sailesh Rao, we actually went to a party of lots of volunteers, and we came across lots of people who said, "Oh, yes, I agree with this, and that. Oh, but I cannot give up eggs. Oh, I cannot give up this." And then you ask them deeper questions, and you can see them withdrawing because that cognitive dissonance is beginning to work. And I think it needs to happen more and more. We need to kind of be honest and open and be able to challenge. My only concern is that we're not widening the network. And I think the organization is an area which can help us to widen this network to get the message out there and help them to do things. We have had one meeting with a group of companies in Abingdon as well, when Dr. Sailesh Rao was here. So, like that, we need to kind of approach the companies and show them how to do things.
There was also a follow-up. They question the whole concept that there is a truth, reality, or fact that we can uncover as our starting point, as it is so difficult to abandon our reality that we have developed.
The reality may be a perception, but I think there is a process to get to the right knowledge. In Hinduism, knowledge seeking is the highest thing that one can do. Knowledge seeking, and that means true knowledge, and with a goal of uplifting yourself. And so I think if we are open and honest, and conscientious about the whole thing, we can uncover it. Clearly, when we're born, we are innocents, but once you acquire knowledge, that's when it begins to kind of affect our mind and so on. But that's where we need to kind of provide that alignment of values with what we know, with what our intents.
Can I just chime into the end of that as well? When you're building anything new and making a space, it takes steps. You need perseverance. You need to hold out, and get the momentum going before, it actually gets the ball rolling enough for activation energy for it to be self-sustaining. So, even with changing a system, like the will of the people, which, say, for example, climate healers, all of this effort, no one's getting paid. It's everyone's making the effort, and they're making the effort, and they're reaching out, and they're building an ecosystem that will then eventually hit a point and where the activation energy will come, where it then actually starts creating a new system. But it does require belief, effort, sustained energy, concentration, and then that will happen. And these are all qualities of showing that your character. So if we've got enough people and energy of the right characters aligned, and that's literally the core of what we need, because it's not going to happen any other way, and that doesn't take any money. And
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
So that's it. Then we can actually build a economic system. Right. That's all. But it takes a lot to change a system, doesn't it? So
it really does. And thank you, Toby, for bringing up the speaker's questions. My goodness, that was powerful. And I hadn't seen so much of your work, Krishna, before. That was really insightful. And it makes me start thinking about what what I can say to other people about how they can start coming into Planet B. And thank you, Dr. Prabhat. That was beautiful. As you know, I've screenshot some of your slides, and I'll be listening to these again. Thank you so much for your presentations today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And now I'm so glad that you're here, Renee. I'm so glad that you're a part of this. And I'm going to, are you going to be doing PowerPoint or speaking? Okay, then I'm going to give you a very brief introduction, and then you can take it away. I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you.
We are here at Climate Healers, the 26th Convergence of the Peoples, VCOP 26. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm so pleased to introduce to you my Texas neighbor, Renee King-Sonnen. She has a very captivating new book entitled Confessions of a Vegan Cattle Rancher. I'm going to say that again. Confessions of a Vegan Cattle Rancher. Welcome, Renee King-Sonnen.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Rebecca. Yeah, if you haven't seen the book yet, that's Rowdy Girl right there. And she became my alter ego, and I think I became hers. And so the book is called Rowdy Girl, actually, Confessions of a Vegan Cattle Rancher. So yeah, I'm real excited about it. I got some, we're getting great reviews, and our very own Moby and Jane Velez Mitchell gave some really great reviews, and the director of the documentary Rowdy Girl. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for having me on today. You're not going to believe where I was just at today. I'm just going to tell you, you know, all of you know, if you know my story, that we used to be, you know, Texas cattle ranchers, and I went vegan on a cattle ranch and transitioned my entire way of life. My husband went vegan. This was 11 and a half years ago, and we started a nonprofit, or I did, and my husband came kicking and screaming, and eventually he went vegan just a few months after I did. And the motto that Tommy has is, veganism was shoved down my throat. I chewed it up and I liked it. So, you know, I was just up the road, which is why I was sliding in here by the hair of my chinny chin chin, at a place called Bumble and Bloom. And Bumble and Bloom is right in a place called McMahon, Texas, next door to Wizardville. And it's just a really small rural community. Cattle ranchers, you know, you name it, they're out there. But this little shop has all sorts of sustainable goods. They have a whole table dedicated to buying, you know, shampoos and lotions and detergents and all that. So you bring in your own bottle, your own container. And anyway, it's just a really great little place, like an old-time general store. And they make their own sourdough products. They make sourdough bread, sourdough goodies, this, that, and the other. Well, there was a bread in there, it's sourdough, that was totally vegan. And of course, I bought a lot of their other products that were sustainable, you know, for the household. And now, as a result of me showing up over there, they asked me to come in, bring my books, and sell books over there. And because today is Christmas in July down in the square over there. So there was people in and out and in and out and in and out. Y'all, I am down there with my book in the middle of cattle country talking about my book. And do you know I sold 3 books? I couldn't believe it. One of them was a butcher, and he wanted it signed. And he gave me an extra $8 for the signature. So, what I want to say about Rowdy Girl, Confessions of a Vegan Cattle Rancher, is you never know who is going to be the next vegan in your sphere. Never, ever assume that a cattle rancher or a butcher will never go vegan. Do you know what he said to me? He said, so if I read this, or he said, when I read this, am I going to go vegan? I said, well, there's no guarantees, but tread carefully. You just might. And so, you know, I always walk into situations like this with a very, very optimistic attitude. I know that if I, a genuine, authentic Texan that wore leather boots, went to the rodeo every year, married to a cattle rancher, you know, if I can do it, my husband can do it, anybody can do it. We're not immune. So we've got to be careful as vegans, in my opinion, not to downplay and not to talk down on cattle ranchers, butchers, and all of these people, because they are open-minded to my story. Before I left, because I was rushing to get down here to get online, they asked me if I would leave some of the books there. They're going to sell them in their store. So they're going to sell my books in their store, and they're going to put up my flyers and all of that. So I'm telling you, Rowdy Girl is always at work. I'm talking about the cow. She's always at work through me. And I just suit up, show up, and grow into all of it. So I just wanted to tell you that because that just happened. And it was just very, very inspiring to me. And then I had one of our donors all the way from Houston, 2.5 hours, came up there just to buy a book. So if you don't have the book yet, it's available on Amazon. It's available on Bloomsbury. And you can also get it on Audible. It's available on Audible, on Spotify, and I'm reading it. I'm doing the entire narration. So what a blessing that is. So let's turn the page, no pun intended, and just talk a minute about why I wrote the book. Kip Anderson, who is on our board of directors, he is the brains behind many, many awesome documentaries in our movement: Cowspiracy, Seaspiracy, What the Health, and of course, the infamous Christspiracy that is out right now, along with Cameron Waters. So Kip Anderson is on our board, has been since the very beginning of time, since we started. And he told me years ago, he said, Renee, he was mesmerized by my story, just could not believe it. And he said to me, this was like 11 years ago, what kind of person defies not only their husband, but the entire cattle ranching industry and in Texas? Who in their right mind does that? Who are you, Renee? What gave you the backbone, the mind, the heart, the passion? Who are you? What made you, what kind of person can do that? And I was like, I don't know, I grew up in Texas, a poor family. And he said, but where do you come from? And I said, he said, you need to write a book. You need to write a book, and one day it'll be a documentary, and one day it'll be an epic film. And I want to be part of all of it. And so when he said that, he said, now I want you to do this. I want you to go home and start writing the book and start at the beginning. I said, at the beginning of when I became a sanctuary, when I went vegan? He said, no, I want you to start at the beginning of your life. I want to know who you are. What is the chemistry of what made you who you are that you could do this? And I was like, wow, you want me to start at the beginning of my life? And I was like, that's kind of scary. And he said, that's good. The scarier, the better. He said, where does your life start? And I said, in a graveyard. As soon as I said my life started in a graveyard, he was like, you got me. Hook. And he wanted to know more. And I told him the whole story. And that story is in the book. I do talk about it, but I'm not going to tell you that whole story right here. I'm going to tell you that I do tell everything. I will tell you some of it, but you got to get the book, okay? Because it's just like you got to get the book to really read everything, because Kip gave me so much insight. I mean, as soon as he said that, it was like, oh my God, that's exactly what I need to do. Start there. I always knew deep down that my life was for some reason. But I always thought I was supposed to be a famous country and Western rock and roll singer. I had my own band for years on the road, and I was always gifted with talent. I was always gifted with the ability to perform, to get up in public. You know, I used to have a school called Brene King School of Performing Stars. So I taught these things. I was always playing music. I made money doing it. I'm a music producer. I produce Texas Women Country Music showcases. So this was all second nature to me, to be out front in public, you know, whether it's 2 people or 10,000 people, it really doesn't matter to me because I've got a certain gift that God gave me. But now I know why I have that gift. I finally know why God gave me this big mouth, this passion, this desire, this 100% unshakable resolve to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It was all because of the moment that I went vegan on a Texas cattle ranch. See, when I was first born or created, let's just put when I was created, my mama was, I think she was 16, almost 16, and my daddy was 29, and she was raped, and I was conceived. That's hard to hear. It's in the book. I was conceived out of date rape, and my mother married my father. And she married her perpetrator, and she was a child herself. And he was a very violent man. He was extremely violent. He had a 3rd grade education. He could read. He always was a great reader, but he could not write a letter. He could not write, you know, a sentence. He could sign his name, but he could not write. With a 3rd grade education, my daddy came into this world with a really, really, you know, bad hand. He was half Mexican, half Spaniard, and he always considered himself a half-breed. He always was ashamed of his heritage. He spoke fluent Spanish, and he never taught it to us kids. But the problem with my daddy is even though he worked really hard, he was a steel worker. He always had a business going. I get a lot of my work ethic from him and my mom. They worked hard. But my daddy was a full-blown alcoholic of this most severe variety. And he beat my mother every time he turned around. I mean, as a young child, they finally divorced when I was 10. But up until the time that my mother and father divorced, I, as the oldest child, was my mother's savior, a child. I am the one that when he was beating her, when he was trying to kill her, which he did on multiple occasions, I was the one that defended her. At one point, and I talk about this in the book, I ran into the kitchen because he was choking her to death. And I grabbed the biggest butcher knife I could find, an old, old butcher knife. And here I am, 8 years old, running into the living room with my mother's face turning blue. And I'm fixing to just run headlong into my dad, into his back. And the next thing I know, I'm flying across the room, and so is that knife. My mother somehow had the strength to kick me before I killed my daddy. I'm going to pause and take a deep breath. I know that's hard to hear, but you know what? Animals endure this kind of abuse every second of the day. Animals are raped. They don't ever get to see their children. They're beaten. They're dragged. They're tortured. And nobody ever even knows. So what happened for me is when that happened, I began to just, with everything in me, you know, I wanted my dad gone. And I loved my daddy, but he was a violent drunk. And my mother finally, when I was 10 years old, left my dad. But the day they came in, He was drunk. We had just gotten back from watching a movie called Swiss Family Robinson. Y'all might remember it. We came in, I remember exactly what my mother had on. It's all in the book. And my daddy came in and he started beating her to a pulp. You couldn't even see her face. You couldn't even tell who she was. And he shook her in front of me. He shook her in front of me. I still have these images in my brain. And he said, look at your mother, because this is the last time you're going to see her alive. He dragged my mother out of the house and left me with my brother, who was 8 at the time, and my sister, who was 6. And I didn't see them. We had a pawn shop at the time. And he went to the pawn shop and he was going to kill her and then kill himself. He had a carbine rifle. That's an automatic rifle. We sold lots of guns. We had all that going on in the pawn shop. And my daddy pointed that gun at my mother, going to kill her and then kill himself. And something in him stopped him and he took the gun straight up and he just blew the pawn shop all to hell with an automatic rifle. They come home. My brother and sister are just like terrified. I'm doing my best to try to console them, not knowing if my mother's going to come home or not, believing that she's not. And they came back in the door and she was beat up even worse, terrified, stumbling. And my daddy runs to the back of the house. And my mother came to me like a wild animal. And she shook me. And she said, Renee, you are the oldest. Your daddy is going to kill me. I have to leave. Take care of your brother and sister. And I didn't see my mother again for 2 weeks. So I talk about a lot of that in the book because, see, that's my beginnings. I grew up defending the voiceless, or the ones that have a voice but don't know how to get out, like my mother. My mother didn't know how to get out of that marriage. She took abuse after abuse after abuse after abuse, and I was always the one defending her when my daddy came home drunk. And so as a result of that, she did finally divorce him. And guess what? I turned into a full-blown alcoholic drug addict. Oh boy. And was I ever one? I started coming into my own as a full-blown alcoholic drug addict when I was around 15. And as soon as I drank, I was an alcoholic. I never, ever just graduated into that. I had my first blackout drunk when I was 15 years old. And, as a result of all that, I was raped multiple times. I've been gangbang raped, and I was also raped by a preacher. So I am 68 years old, and I have lived a life where on multiple occasions I was just on the brink of death. And I really do believe with all my heart, I believe with everything in me after writing this book, Rowdy Girl Confessions of a Vegan Cattle Rancher, I believe that I went through all of that for the animals. Because I know firsthand what it feels like to be tortured, to be abused, to be in a system of violence that you consider normal. See, in my household, in my world, violence was normal. It was love. Violence was indeed normalized. And because it was normalized, I became very violent when I was drunk. I didn't do it when I was not drunk. I was not violent, but when I was drunk, I was a mean person. And, it took me a long time to finally get sober. I've been sober now by the grace of God since January the 8th, 2013. That's almost 14 years. But I tried to get sober 36 years ago. I've had 11 years sober, 6 years, 4 years, 2 years, a few months here and there. I could never stay sober because I did not get the magic ingredient, the gift of desperation, and 100%. I mean, I had to surrender 100%. And my insides had to match my outsides because I was the kind of person growing up that I could portray myself one way to the world, but on the inside, I was totally different. I was always very weak, insecure, had very low self-esteem, but on the outside, you would never know it. You would never know it. I could perform, I could, I could work, I could make money, I could do all the things, but on the inside, I never felt enough. I always felt there was something missing. So I tell you all that because it took all of those ingredients to bake who I am today. When my husband and I married the first time, I was probably sober about 9 months. I'd been sober about 9 months. That was in the 90s, the early 90s. And we met at a nightclub, Michael's Club, in Lake Jackson, Texas. And at the time, I was performing with a duo called Renee King and the Tilt Band. And when Tommy, what happened was I was singing, and I always had this shtick, where I would go out into the crowd. I would go out into the crowd, and I would take my wireless microphone, and there was a spotlight on me, and I would go sit in the lap of, I'd find the most, I'd find men that maybe were bald or a little overweight, every now and then I'd go to a real nice looking one, but most of the time I didn't. And I'd go sit in their lap and I would sing to them. That was part of what I did. People just loved it. Well, my husband's best friend and his cattle ranch partner, Robert, God rest his soul, called him when he was working at Dow Chemical, and he said, Tommy, now none of this is true, okay? None of this that he told Tommy was true. He told a big story. He said, Tommy, there's this singer up here at Michael's Club, and she wants to meet you. I didn't want to meet Tommy. I didn't even know Tommy. But Robert was trying to get Tommy to come up and meet me. And so Tommy was getting ready to get off the nights. He worked like, I think, 3 to 11 at the time. And he said, Robert, I'm fixing to get off and go home and go to work. Go home. I'm fixing to get off work. He said, come on up here for a drink. Come on. The place closed at midnight. And so Tommy ran up to the Michael's Club thinking there was some hot chick up there. He told him, he said, she's hot, man. She's got red spandex on and a satin blazer and white boots. And you got to come see this girl, meet this girl. Anyway, Tommy walks in. And when he walked in, it was probably about 11:30, 11:40, right at closing time. And man, I was like, wow, look at there. Isn't he cute? And he walked over, he had this cute little baby smile, baby face. And he walked over to Robert. And what I do, I walk off the stage, I go up, and I sit right in Tommy's lap. And I start singing the song, Crazy. Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. Anyway, I sang this song to Tommy. And I leaned into him. And here he was thinking that what Robert told him was the truth. It was fate. After all that happened, Tommy and I went out to dinner that night at some, greasy spoon place. And, we were married 9 months later. Okay. We were married 9 months later. During that particular time in the 90s, I was sober. Not for long. I had just gotten sober. And when Tommy and I married, he owned his own house in Oyster Creek. He didn't have a cattle ranch at that time. Tommy is a multi-generational cattle rancher, but he comes from the background of cattle ranching. His entire family was cattle ranchers. His grandpa's cattle ranch burned to the ground. And that's why he has the spurs. He has the brands, the Sonnen brand, S-O-N. And he has all the history. And so the first time, he didn't have the cattle ranch. We got married. We were married almost 6 years. And I ended up relapsing big time. I had a school at the time called Renee King School of Performing Stars. I was teaching kids and grown-ups how to become the greatest version of themselves on stage. I was teaching them how to perform. The program was called Become the Star You Know You Are. It was in Houston in the Galleria. I was opening up in big shows in the Houston Astrodome for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. They always had big stars come in every year. And I was producing the opening acts for those livestock show rodeo performances. And oh my God, was I ever in my alcoholism? Because see, I relapsed. When me and Tommy married, I relapsed. Tommy didn't realize that I couldn't, maybe smoke a joint here and there or whatever. And, as soon as I started doing that, it was on for me. And I never could get sober again in that marriage. And so during that time period when I had the school, I was really, really, really bad, but nobody knew it out here. Everybody called me Miss Renee because nobody could tell. I didn't get drunk while I was teaching. I may have gone and had a martini or something, but I didn't go do all that drunk. I waited till after I was done. And then I don't remember what the hell happened. Well, this particular night, the night that I finally straightened up and ended up in treatment, Tommy had a big company party. He worked for Dow Chemical, and they had a big company party with all of his bosses coming in from all over the country. And it was a very fancy shindig. And I went all dressed up. And by the time by the time everybody was eating, Tommy said, Renee, please don't drink. Please don't drink. I promised him I wouldn't drink. Well, I was drinking in the bathroom. I would take my wine in the bathroom and guzzle it down and go back in there. And anyway, by the time everybody was eating, I was throwing dinner rolls across the room. I was going and sitting in men's lap, acting like I was singing to them. I was doing all this crazy stuff, and I don't even hardly remember it because I was in the middle of almost blacking out, but I wasn't quite blacked out. So I have, unfortunately, I remember this. Tommy finally got me out of there. And the next morning, I woke up in my clothes, all in my clothes, to a disgusted Tommy Sonnen. And I told Tommy, after he told me what happened, because I was supposed to be in Houston at my school. I was supposed to be teaching. And Tommy said, Renee, I cannot believe what you did. You embarrassed me to know. I don't even know if I could show my face. And I was like, I need help. I need help. And I'd never, ever, ever said it so sincerely. He took me to the Brazosport Hospital in the psychiatric ward. And I stayed there about 4 weeks. And I think it was about 4 weeks. It might have been 3 weeks. But that's where I got clean off alcohol and drugs. But I wouldn't go home. I couldn't go home. I did not know how to go home. I didn't know what I was going to do because I lived in the world of Miss Renee. I lived in the world where, I could drink. I lived in the world where drinking was normal. See, that's the other thing. Not only was violence normalized for me, the entire alcohol culture was normalized for me because of my profession. And so I told Tommy I was going to go to a halfway house. And Tommy said, Renee, you have a house. I said, I know, but I can't come home. And so that was in the 90s, y'all. I went to a place called the Right Step. I stayed there almost 4 months. I got I got sober, I had to have a lot of help. And I talk about it in the book. I don't have time to go into all of it there. But when I came home, I was a blank slate. And the problem though was I couldn't get through the shame. All the shame that covered me up. I had so much shame from all the things I did. Terrible, terrible, acts of, infidelity and just stuff, that I did stuff drunk. I was a victim of multiple rapes, raped by a preacher. At one time in my life, I lived with a preacher and his family. It was a cult. And I caught this man after he raped me. I caught this man sexually abusing his 2 daughters. And he told me in the laundry room, I talk about it in the book. He smoked Camel cigarettes and he drank coffee like it was going out of style. His teeth were stained, his fingers were stained. And he told me in that laundry room, you tell anybody what you saw, I will put you through a meat grinder and nobody will ever know what happened to you. That really happened. A meat grinder. Imagine all the animals, all the mothers, the daughters, the sisters, the brothers, the children, the grandmothers, the grandfathers. Imagine all of those persons who are put through a meat grinder every second of every day, and nobody ever knows what happened to them. I take my horrific story and I wind it in this book to where you'll be listening to my story and all of a sudden you're listening to the story of the animals. It's seamless and it is effective. And when I came back home to Tommy, and I couldn't stay sober though. I stayed sober for about, I don't know, I guess that time I probably stayed sober about 4 years, but I couldn't stay with Tommy. I ended up leaving him because I couldn't deal with all the shame. And so we divorced, and he didn't want to divorce me. I didn't want to divorce him either, but I didn't know how to live with him. And so what ended up happening is no, it wasn't even 4 years. I didn't stay sober that time. I probably stayed sober, a year and a half. I ended up making marijuana brownies in my sponsor's house. Go figure. And, and I ended up, there it was. The race was on again. I have tried everything and anything to stay sober, and I never could stay sober because of all the shame, because of all the violence that I endured. And then whenever I divorced Tommy this time, that's when I really started doing all sorts of other things. I became a realtor. I built a medical spa with 13 doctors. I have a real knack for business and promotions and PR, and it's just the way God made me, And now, like I said, I know why he made me this way now. For the animals, we all have special gifts and talents that are uniquely ours for them. We may think we have all these gifts and talents to be smart and famous for all kind of reasons, but I really do believe that all of us that are here right now, at this time, that we are here to use our gifts, our talents, our skills, our story to save them. If we don't do that, if we're just using our story, our talents and all to make money just for us, then what about the animals? They need our resources. They need our assets, our intellectual property, our intellectual assets, our heart, our passion. And so when I've had 11 years sober, I've had 6 years sober, I've had 4 years sober, I've had 2 years sober, I've had 6 months sober. I have tried and tried and tried to stay sober, get sober, stay sober. If you do the math, I got sober January the 8th, 2013, and I went vegan October 31st, 2014. See, what I realized, and I was married to Tommy that second time. Tommy and I remarried. And again, I was sober during that time period. I got sober when I was sober when we married. I was selling real estate then. I had that medical spa at one time, before that. And we remarried, and I couldn't stay sober because I realized this after I was editing the book. When I was editing the book, it's taken me 5 years to get this book published. And when I was in editing, it started becoming, because I had to go through chapter by chapter, line by line with my writing coach. It became clear to me that the reason that I got sober and have stayed sober is because if I didn't, I would have blown my brains out because of what I was seeing at the cattle ranch. Because I was watching all these cows, go to sale barns. And it was so hard for me to live with it. That's the reason I got drunk in the marriage and didn't even realize it until I was editing the book. When me and Tommy married the second time, he had the cattle ranch. He had acquired it. He had picked up the baton of his forefathers, and he was doing really well. He was getting ready to retire from Dow Chemical after working there 40 years. And he was going to live off the whole retirement and in the cattle ranch. He bought and sold cows. He had a hay business. His partner Robert was involved. And so when we remarried, I became a cattle rancher's wife. But I wasn't very good at it. I was not very, because I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to, bale hay. I didn't want to fix fences. I didn't want to open gates. I didn't want to go feed the cows. I didn't want to do any of that. And I know now why. Because the close proximity to the animals, when I get to know them, I can't eat them. And so that started happening. Tommy came home one day because I wouldn't get involved, and he said, Renee, there's a couple of calves up the road that need a mama. He wanted me involved. I couldn't have babies, and this seemed like the perfect solution. Let's give Renee a couple of babies. Now, why didn't he get me a couple of puppies? I don't know, but it was like, there's a couple of calves up the road. You know why? He wanted me involved in the cattle ranching industry. He wanted me helping him. So I went up there and I looked at these babies, and one of them was Rowdy Girl. And when she came out for me to meet her, she was a little bitty scrawny thing with a great big white heart planted right in the middle of her head. The other one, Bobo, died within a week. She had what was called failure to thrive. She never got her mama's colostrum. But Rowdy Girl thrived, and she became my window into the souls of all the cows that I now call family. When I was bottle feeding her, she was feeding me. She was feeding me a spiritual connection to the cows that I had never seen individually before. I always saw them as a herd. It would kind of like be if you were way up high, looking down from way up in the stars, and you looked at the earth. You would see the earth. You wouldn't see all of us individually. That's the way I saw the herd, saw them. I didn't see individuals. I saw them, all of them. But when I was bottle feeding Rowdy Girl, I began to get the ability to see them individually. And I started naming them. And it became a real crisis. Because I began to have feelings for Rowdy Girl. I began to have feelings for the animals we sent to slaughter. And I wasn't a vegan. I was having a spiritual awakening on a Texas cattle ranch. This book is all about that awakening. I told you all the rest of the story, so to speak. I didn't tell you all of it. You got to read the book, and it's also on Audible. It's on Spotify. But please get the book, support it. We need this book going everywhere, not because Renee wants to make money, but because we want Rowdy Girl Sanctuary to prosper, and we want the animals to be free. And so my story and Tommy's story has a way of reaching people that normally would not mix with us. Normally, vegans and cattle ranchers don't meet, but we do. We can meet with stories like this. So I just want to say thank y'all. Please support Rowdy Girl. Become a member. If you're not a member, please. I know there's lots of members here today. I've already seen them. If you're a member, send me lots of hearts because I know I've seen y'all out there. I love all of you. And I know that we need to open it up for Q&A. We did get started like 10 minutes late. So I hope that I can give y'all ample time to ask your questions.
Thank you so much, Renee. That was incredible and powerful. If you have a question, please raise your hand in the chat and we'll let you come online so you can ask her in person. And Renee, wow. I have your book. I'm on chapter 2. I can barely put it down. I love it. And our friend Willow read it and, she said it was incredible. So yeah, it's a really good book.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And, I'm on a national book tour right now as well. So if any of y'all out there know of places where you want me to go out and present and do a book signing anywhere in the country, just let me know.
Okay, that's great because I think Lockhart Library may want you right there. I've been talking to them, so we'll be in touch.
Oh, guess what? I'm going to be at the Magnolia Bookery.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
September 4th, and Beyond Meat's coming down to have meat and have Beyond on the sidewalk.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions in the chat? I don't see any questions right now. Oh,
I have a question.
We have some hands raised. Yeah, we have some hands raised out there.
Yeah,
Oh, I see them
Renee.
now. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Renee, I want to thank you for your story. I can relate in so many ways. I was just wondering what you had to meet within yourself to pull yourself together to move forward after everything that happened to you.
Yeah, what I had to do, what it took to finally do that. Yeah. For my insides to match my outsides in every way. I had to put down all the addictions. I had to put down alcohol, drugs, all the drugs, even pot. And I loved pot. All the pain medication that I had to take. I can't take medications that change the way I feel. If I do have to take pain medication for whatever reason, I don't have a desire to use pain medicine anymore like I did before. But I'm very cautious. I had to get real clear that on my purpose. And I had to be true to myself. To thine own self, be true. And we live in an addictive culture. And until I got free of my addictions, I could not only stay sober, but I could not break free. I could not break free and become who I was destined to be, full on.
Wow.
So that gave you access to all your feelings and you were able to kind of reassemble yourself and focus?
Yep, it took time. It took time.
Yeah, sure.
I'm dedicated to the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. There's all kinds of recovery programs out there, but I am one of those people that goes to meetings regularly. I have a sponsor. I work with other people that are alcoholics and drug addicts. I'm always working with others. I have 2 sponsors, and one of them is a cattle rancher.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Best of luck.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Renee. Okay, we have Nancy here. Hello, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Do you have a question?
That was wonderful to hear you. And I really just want to testify. I read the book through Audible, and getting your voice, and even a little bit of singing, the emotions, it's all in the Audible. And I commend you. It's a wonderful book.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And I'm going to see you. I'm going to see you in a bit. I'm going to New York City, August 5th.
Yeah.
I'm staying with Nancy.
Can't wait.
Did you know that we're also going to be doing Bunnies and Beyond? We are doing it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, but it's going to be on Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. I leave for dance camp, but
Yeah.
maybe they'll take pictures and share. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Great.
I'll see you soon, man.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Do you have we have a time for a couple of more questions. Daniel, do you have a quick question? Thank you, Nancy.
You're muted, Daniel.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you're open to coming up to Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada?
What's that?
So you said you're going on a tour across the United States, right?
I will if I can. Went to Manitoba once years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, just let me know. Just reach out to me.
Okay.
If we can make it happen, I'll come to Manitoba.
I'll keep that in mind. Good to know. It's
Yes,
cool
sir.
that you know that name. Not every American would know that province.
Yeah, I spoke there at a Veg Fest years ago. That's where I met
Winnipeg.
that's where I met Torrey Washington.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Good to know. Well, I'll be in touch then.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you. And we have some more questions. Hello, Deepti.
Another question. Hi, Renee. I met Rebecca a couple of months ago, I guess, and I was feeling very lonely in San Antonio, your neighborhood city. She introduced me. She told me about you, and we have plans to come and meet you and say hi and thank you for sharing your story. I too could relate to many parts of it. I'm so proud of you that you were vocal and wrote about it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, and by the way, I volunteer for a place called Om Ashram, and we have six cows here. Thankfully, Hindus treat cows as mothers, so they're treated well here. But
Good.
in India, back in India, they're treated as mothers, but the calf is allowed to die right next to the mother because it's useless, can't produce babies, can't produce milk. So, I mean,
Many
what you're
prayers.
doing, yes, what you're
Many
doing is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Toby. Do you have a question for you or from the chat?
Yeah, from me, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing to hear your story. In a way, it's rather similar to me. I don't really talk about it much, but I ended up going vegan through doing a lot of psychedelics and things, and it was kind of like an enlightenment for me. I got to a really dark place, and I ended up where I was very depressed, and I couldn't breathe properly for years, and I got synesthesia from doing psychedelics for many years, and then yeah, so I found like the lights and started to go vegan through that. I'm wondering if you had a similar experience, do you think, because of them dark times that you had, that you started to see the light on the opposite side, and that's why that really helps you to go vegan? Because it did for
Yeah,
me, so.
it absolutely. There's a story in the book that I talk about. I don't want to tell you that one right now. You got to get the book. But the day when I finally got sober for real, I'd almost died on my couch. Well, I've almost died multiple times, but this particular night I had drank ungodly amounts of alcohol, and I used to also shoot up Demerol. And so I was very, very, very close to death. And I really do believe I was trying to kill myself, but I never consciously did it. And what happened to wake me up is in that book. Yeah.
It's incredible.
I'm
Thank
going
you
to
for
not
sharing.
tell you that story. It's too long.
I'll have to read it.
You'll have
Thank
to
you
read
so
it.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have, I think this is our final question. Glad you're here. Welcome. And I'm letting you unmute now.
Danielle.
Hey, Renee. Hi.
Hi.
So, I follow you on Facebook and you got two pieces of machinery, right? So that it can help you with containing the cattle so that's what that is, right? So they can get medically treated.
Yeah, it's a hydraulic squeeze chute, and it gives you the capacity to take a 1,500, 2,000-pound animal and gently squeeze them and roll them on their side and work on them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Congratulations on
Eddie's
that.
not here, guys.
What's that?
I'm sorry. Let's see. I think never mind. So you have equipment that makes it gentle and easier to work with the animals. I think that's one of the things that's kind of surprising to people when you see some of the things that are happening to animals, and if you don't know how much they could be hurt, otherwise.
Well, it's very difficult. A 1,500, 2,000-pound cow doesn't come when you say, come here. If they need treated, you either got to have a way to get them in a squeeze chute. And these squeeze chutes are not all hydraulic. That one cost us almost $30,000 with the help of our donors. Our donors paid for that. And so, we have to have y'all, we need members, desperately. And so we have to. And so, when you have a herd of cattle like we do and all these other animals, you're always thinking about the safest way to handle them. Because the mechanical squeeze chutes are very, very scary, really, because, people can get hurt, animals can break out of them. And it's just, that's what we've always had to use until we finally got the hydraulic squeeze chute, which is, we do have the medical treatment facility we were able to build for all of our aging bovine. And y'all please put Red Crown in your prayers. She went on to the rainbow sky last night, and Tommy had to bury her this morning. She was almost 25 years old, and Red Crown was one of our original herd members. And so, Tommy bought her from a sale barn, and she never, ever, ever had to go back to one. And so she stayed at Rowdy Girl, but we buried her today.
Wow. Thank you so much. All right. Renee, let's see do you have any closing words? I mean, it has been very powerful, and I wonder if you have any closing words you'd like to say.
The only thing that I would like to say is I want to read something. I just said a prayer and I just opened the book. I'd like to say it's in the chapter door number 3. God never intended for us to keep falling into the pit of eating animals. It's time to get back to the garden. God always moves us toward Eden, not away from it. I wanted to bring Tommy into the garden with me. I wanted to shout, come on over to my side. The grass is greener, there's no bloodshed, and the animals can be our friends. But I needed God to grant me the serenity to accept the things I could not change. That was Tommy before he was ready to become vegan. I asked God to give me the courage to change the things I could. That was me. Then I asked God to give me the wisdom to know the difference. That was and still is all the truth that awaits non-vegans in door number 3. Door number 3 is a powerful, powerful chapter. It's the chapter where veganism, ethical veganism, is normal. It is normalized. But there's door number 1, there's door number 2, and there's door number 3. I love y'all so much. Thank you so much for inviting me to come on. If you do want me to come visit your neck of the woods, just let me know. I'm happy to put you in touch with my publicist and we can make it happen. And in the meantime, y'all keep it rowdy and become a member. Buy the book.
Thank you, Renee. What a pleasure.
Thank you. And bless Dr. Rao.
And bless Dr. Rao.
All right.
Oh my goodness. All right. Hello, Nivi. I'm
Hey,
Rebecca
Rebecca.
Allen. Hi. It's so nice to see you. I'm going to introduce you. Do you have any slides or anything?
I do have a slide, and I'm going to be toggling back and forth with my Vimeo because I have over 10 minutes of different disparate film snippets to share tonight.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. And so the sound is set to go. I will do an introduction then. Welcome to Climate Healers VCOP 26, the 26th Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to Navi Jaswal. Navi trained at the Mayo Clinic for Wellness Coaching and is board certified in health and wellness coaching. She's a professional team member at the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and she has a lifestyle medicine coaching certificate. Welcome, Navi Jaswal. We're so glad you're here.
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca. I wanted to start with gratitude. So thank you to you and to Dr. Rao, and not just for the invitation, but for more than 2 decades you guys have spent on insisting that the way we live and the way the planet lives are the same story. And that idea is the ground that I'm standing on tonight. So it feels right to begin by saying that out loud. Climate Healers has built something very rare here, a room, even a virtual one such as this, full of people who already understand the science. You're passionate, enthusiastic about climate, solving for the climate emergency and the food systems that we've gotten ourselves all wrapped up in. I want to start with a small confession that I did not come here to explain climate change to a room of climate advocates and climate experts. It would be like bringing a bottle of water to the ocean. What I want to talk tonight instead is something that we discuss far less often. Not what we know, but how we tell it. And how we take everything you understand about the interconnectedness of the systems, about the poly crisis, and hand it to a stranger in a way that makes them lean in instead of looking away. A little bit about my story is something that Rebecca already shared. For nearly 15 years, so let me share a little bit about what I did before I became a vegan. For about 15 years, I worked in consumer marketing for multinational companies across 7 different countries. I was essentially a professional storyteller, except the stories I told were built to sell people things that they don't need. I was good at it, and it nearly cost me everything. I burnt out, and this wasn't not you're tired on a Friday sort of a burnout or just feeling really bummed. This was the kind where your body finally files a complaint that your mind has been ignoring for years. So that collapse became a question, and that question became a film, a documentary. I was sure that it would take about a year, but it took 6 years in the making. And somewhere along the way, it stopped being a film about burnout. It became something much larger, and it became something much stronger. So this is the story that I'm going to share with you about today. And I have a few different video snippets that I would love to share with you from the film. I may have to toggle between my presentation and Vimeo, where I've compiled all the different snippets for you. But let's get started. So first of all, thank you to everyone that helped make the film. This was a big global international endeavor. We had almost 18 countries represented, hundreds of individuals, all coming together for the research and development that went into the production, the pre-production, the post-production. And finally, we've won 12 different international awards across 17 different film festivals, including 2 United Nations affiliated recognitions. And in early part of this year, we won 3 Telly Awards. But what's the story? And most importantly, what's the question behind this? Here's the thing about that question. When I started, I didn't ask, how do we solve for climate change? And honestly, that one felt too big to hold. It's the kind of question that makes people nod solemnly and then quietly change the subject. I'm pretty sure you all have experienced that. The question I actually asked was much smaller. You see that on your screen right now. It was more personal. It was about, why are so many good people burnt out? And I was asking about myself, of course. When I looked up, I realized I was in enormous company. We just had Renee present, and she spoke about, what it changed, what it took for her to change. And, and she mentioned about just, so much pain that she had to endure. Similarly, there are frontline health workers out there pulling doubles. There's that teacher who's grading at midnight. There are Gen Z, our young people who are exhausted before their careers have even started. They're good people, capable people, but they're running on empty. So I started pulling on that thread. My own chronic stress, illness, and slow recovery, expecting it to lead somewhere tidy. A wellness story, maybe, some gentle advice about boundaries and green smoothies. And it didn't. The thread kept going. Through my kitchen, through the healthcare system, through the food on our plate, the ads in my feed, on Instagram and what have you, the soil, the supply chains, and it kept going. And all the way out to the health of the planet itself. I just didn't find one crisis. I found what you guys and we know as the polycrisis. Now, the polycrisis, it may be for some an academic sounding word. So let's try to make it human. Imagine you go to the doctor for a headache, and the doctor says, well, the headache's connected to your sleep, which is connected to your job, which is connected to your diet, which is connected to the fact that the tomato you ate was grown in depleted soil 2,000 miles away by an industry that's also warming the planet. And you'd think, wow, that's a lot for the day. But that's what I found. Burnout wasn't sitting there by itself. It was wired into our food systems and healthcare and advertising and the economy, biodiversity loss, politics and climate. All of these 10 different or more different systems that you see on the slide, all pulling on each other, pulling one string, and then the whole web moves. Now, if you're a scientist, like Dr. Rao, none of this is going to surprise you because you live inside of these systems. But here's what stopped me cold. The very thing that makes the polycrisis so hard to solve for, its interconnection, is also that makes it terribly difficult to communicate. You try to explain one piece and you either lose the whole picture or you overwhelm people until they close the tab and they go watch something with a zombie or a hot dog in it. And yet, that same interconnection seen from the other side is our single greatest opportunity. Because if everything is connected, then one good choice doesn't stay in one place. It ripples. It creates this amplifier, rippling, bigger multiplier effect. And that is exactly what we are here to talk about for 2 days. That is the PolySolution. And storytelling, it turns out, is how you help people see it, which brings me to the first lesson. I'm going to be talking about 5 lessons that I learned about how to communicate the polycrisis and how to also tell people stories about how we can create a PolySolution. Here goes the first lesson. Lesson 1, start where people already hurt. when you're trying to talk about something as vast as planetary health, there's a temptation to lead with the biggest, most important fact. You've got the scariest number, the hockey stick graph. I do understand that instinct, but in over 26 years of market testing value propositions, I learned that abstract data is a terrible front door. Almost nobody walks through it. People walk through their own experience. Everybody understands stress. Everybody understands exhaustion. Everyone knows in their body what it meant to be overwhelmed. And that's not a niche audience. That's everyone. So I'm going to start with sharing a short clip from our documentary, Third Degree Burnout, A Survivor's Guide, that opens exactly there, not with the planet, but with a single person who simply had enough. Okay. Rebecca, bear with me. I might call on you in case I'm struggling, but
Okay.
I'm going to go over to my Vimeo. I did set up the first one, so let's see, if the sound and everything works. For the subsequent videos, I may have to go down the list. Okay, let's play.
So, how can I help?
Is it playing and can everyone see?
We can hear it. Yeah.
But it is not playing. It's just a static picture.
Oh God. Okay. I am going to have to reshare. And in the meantime, Rebecca and Sailesh, if you have other ideas of how to share in a way that I can toggle between my screens, I think that will make it better for us. But for now, let me share. Are you able to see now?
We heard the sound.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
And we can see, yes, we can see a physician there with the woman. Let's see. No, we do not hear the sound this time. Now we do. Now we do.
I don't really know. I feel tired all the time, anxious, just really struggling at the moment. I think I'm just burnt out.
Okay, let's take a look. How are things at work?
Well, I graduated during COVID, so I don't actually have a job at the moment. It can't be that. But I think the job's struggling.
At your relationship with your coworkers, your boss?
Like I said, I don't have a job yet, but I'm hoping and trying to get one.
If you don't even have a job, then it can't be burnout.
I just feel like things are really piling up on top of me right now. It took me a long time to get over COVID, and all this climate stuff, it scares me to death. I'm pretty much anxious all the time. I just feel like I'm burnt out.
No, none of that is in the book.
Please listen to me. I'm burnt out, and I need help.
Okay. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Thank you.
How are things at work?
I think there's a problem here.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that. How many of you felt that? Medical dismissal when we're experiencing chronic illness, when we have burnout, we feel, unheard, unseen by the medical system, by the legacy healthcare system. Let me go back to my presentation, and I'm also going to check the boxes for sharing sound and optimize for video sharing, and we'll toggle back and forth. So you saw, nobody had to be talked into caring about what you just saw here. And that's the whole move, when people see themselves in the stories that we're telling, one anecdote at a time, they stay. And only once they've stayed, once they feel safe, they feel seen, They feel not lectured. Are they ready to follow into something bigger? So, you know, in this film, we don't necessarily open with the planet, we open with the person, and the planet comes later, and it arrives welcomed. Now, audience validation, you know, how do I know that to be true? As I already mentioned, I'm a recovering consumer marketeer, which means I don't fully trust a good idea until I've tested it on people who owe me nothing. So we did. With the help of our research partner, we took the message to 3 very different audiences: burnt out adults, roughly 30 to 65 years old, healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, therapists, and Gen Z, the climate generation, 16 to 24. And on paper, these groups have almost nothing in common. Different ages, different concerns and worries, different corners of the internet. But listen to what they said back to us. The burnt out adults said, I saw myself. The healthcare professionals said, I will use this with my patients. The Gen Z, you know, from a few different screenings we've done at universities like Stanford University, UC Santa Barbara, UC Berkeley, they seemed to be saying, wow, you know, I feel less alone. In fact, when we screened the film at UC Santa Barbara, 1 in 3 students told us they had never even heard the phrase planetary burnout before. But after watching, after their understanding of it, you know, through the film, overwhelming majority said they'd go and talk to somebody about it. That last part matters more than the applause. And the conversations have kept going at more universities, among religious congregations, on global stages where I've presented about this film, you know, such as the Cannes Film Festival. Burnout as a proposition, as a central theme of this film, has become that bridge for us. And that's the power of starting where people hurt. Now, lesson 2 is, how do we translate systems into stories? Once people are in the door, you have a new problem, and which is a good problem. Now you actually have to explain the thing. And the thing is genuinely complicated, as you all know. To get it right, we interviewed 26 experts across wildly different fields, all of which you've seen on this screen. Which leads straight into the harder half of lesson 2, which is, yes, we can bring all of these experts to talk about these things, but still, there are a lot of people, a lot of talking heads in a documentary that are talking at the viewer. So how do we simplify without oversimplifying? This is the tightrope. Go too complex and people feel stupid and they leave. Oversimplify and you've told a comforting lie. And neither one of those creates change. The trick we landed on isn't to remove complexity, but it's to organize it. Now, think of a messy room. You don't make a room simpler by throwing half of your things in the trash. You make it feel simple by giving everything a place. Same objects, but suddenly now you can breathe. Watch how we took something that spans literally 4.5 billion years, you know, and gave it a place to live. I'm going to play one of our animated timelines for you, and we'll see, you know, when we get to the Q&A, how you feel about that. So we invested to create this animated timeline in the film, which actually has helped in understanding of all of these different things that we're talking about. Okay, I am going to go back to Vimeo and pull up the historical timeline. Bear with me a sec. And all right, we're all set. And I'm going to...
And there may be a volume. You could raise the volume maybe.
I am on my highest volume,
okay.
Rebecca. Yeah.
Thanks.
Let's see if I can do anything about it, but I am going to go, in the meantime, go and share. Okay. Rebecca, can you see my new screen?
Yes.
Okay. Other animals.
Agriculture allowed populations to grow and settle permanently, but being closer to animals brought something else. the first recorded emergence of smallpox, tuberculosis, and other viruses that crossed the species barrier. These zoonotic viruses have been with us ever since.
Yeah, and that was a small one. I am so sorry that I'm having to toggle back
Oh,
and
it's
forth.
fine. Oh, it's fine. That was quite something.
Yes. So essentially, this is how we did it. So we built a spreadsheet at the back of what you just saw, where the thermometer and then all of these different animated moving images and different annotations show up. We created a massive scaffolding behind it. It was almost like a 5,000 row spreadsheet. And it took, quite a few people to get into that research. And then what we were looking at is what was the human timeline and what are the planetary timelines telling us. And a lot of the research is far more recent, than we had before. So when we talk about the modern rates of ocean temperatures increase, that research paper, I believe, came out in it came out in 2024. And how we know about that is because there's a lot of research that has gone into understanding when did the coral reefs started to bleach, and there is carbon dating that's available at this point in time with new technology. So what we were trying to do is we were trying to blend two strands. One is the human so-called progress based off of the agricultural revolution and all of the other different and industrial revolution, which we're paying for it at this point in time, given the use of fossil fuels. And also around that time is when CAFOs, started to come into being. So we were blending all of this data and we mood boarded it, we designed it, we animated it to bring it to life. Because when you're doing that, you're not taking away from the story. You're actually presenting people a whole picture in a moving, interesting, well-designed kind of a way that will stay with people, especially with students. A lot of the students that we worked with and we've exposed the film to, they've come back to say, wow, I've never read all of this information in one single textbook. So we know the power of being able to do motion graphics and invest in that. Now, the second thing that we did, and you've already watched one of our skits, we actually embedded, it's a hybrid film. It's not just experts talking, but we also embedded humorous skits on sensitive topics, such as the medical dismissal that you just saw. It's not a distraction. It's a breather. It offers a pause, in between hearing what the experts have to say. But it also becomes a doorway. And we've used humor to open hearts and build trust so that when we talk about some more complex ideas like colonialism or food technology processing, that's the skit coming up that I'd love to share with you after the Second World War. A lot of these are complex ideas, and when you present them in a dramatized story form, it lowers people's defenses. It helps the ideas to stick. It boosts memory. A lot of these skits have become specific parts of the content that people feel are very sticky. People tend to remember them, and it also opens doors for conversations to say, oh my God, that happened to me. I felt dismissed in a doctor's clinic. That happened to me, when somebody was trying to sell something to me that I didn't even know I needed, but in the end, it didn't, it wasn't good for my health either. So these are some of the things that we've built into this film. I don't need to necessarily talk about the neuropsychology of humor. I think we'll just play the skit and have you see what we built. So I'm going to stop sharing this. I'm going to go back. Did it stop sharing? Yeah, okay. It stopped sharing. I'm going to go back to my Vimeo, which hopefully will open. And okay. And I'm back to my list of snippets for you. And here is our skit. Okay, I am going to share it. Rebecca, let me know if you can see the new screen.
Yes.
Oh, you're just in time. Introducing the future.
Can you hear it?
It's a can. Not just
Yes.
any can. It's a can of pure protein.
I don't understand. What am I looking at here? It's meat, right?
Yes. Instant, edible meat.
Are you sure it's edible?
Oh, double sure. It's pure protein. It's good for you. And shelf life? You forget about it. It's meat that'll last for months. Forget about all those pesky shopping trips or food preparation.
People are gonna go wild for this.
Okay, I could get on board. Hey, American women don't have time to cook anymore. They need this. This is gonna be the latest thing.
All the way in.
This is gonna be popular. Oh, we're gonna need so many plants to feed so many animals, to fill so many cans.
Was everyone able to see that entire skit?
The middle sort of cut out.
Oh gosh.
But we heard the words and it was on the screen. We just didn't see the visual, but yeah, we got it. It was good. Yeah.
I'm gonna carry on. Let me see what's happening. All right. Okay. Lesson 4. Solutions exist. Agency is our superpower. And so here in the film, we talk about the 6 pillars that you all are likely already living around, which is healthy eating, meaning eat plants, exclusively eat plants, physical activity, managing your stress, restorative sleep, social connection, reduce toxins, and enhance, the community that you're around. And these solutions, we sort of wrap them into not just a discussion through the voice of a doctor talking about 6 pillars of medicine, lifestyle medicine, but we also do it through the Gaia study, which was a big study undertaken at my nonprofit. We had over 14,000 Americans respond to it. And it was a large data set study, and we were able to show that persons consuming a whole food, plant-based dietary pattern experienced a far, better outcome, not just overall health, but also when it came to infectious disease recovery, such as COVID-19, when that study was fielded. So I'm going to get into, let me actually do 2 slides, and then I can show you 2 snippets back to back. So these were some of the real stories that we were weaving in, but at the same time, we were grounding it in frameworks like the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine. And we were also talking about the underpinnings that we received from having done the Gaia study. Let me start with the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, and then we'll go to the Gaia study snippet. It may help with just staying with Vimeo for a little bit so it doesn't bomb out on us. All right, I'm going to click escape, go back to snippets, and here's Dr. Shireen Kasam. She is the founder of Plant-Based Health Professionals UK, and she's doing some amazing work. All right, let's listen to what Shireen had to say.
Lifestyle medicine is now the most rapidly growing specialty globally, and it really addresses the root cause of chronic conditions by paying attention to what is known as the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine. So this comes down to healthy diet, regular physical activity, regular restorative sleep, managing stress, fostering healthy relationships, and avoiding toxic substances such as alcohol and smoking.
Okay, that was Shireen about the 6 pillars. And let me take you to a tiny snippet of the Gaia study. And we'll hear from the Global VP at Ipsos. We partnered with Ipsos Global Public Affairs to do this research.
As burnout peaked with the pandemic, its human toll and rising climate change meant researchers were driven to ask a simple yet profound question.
What if we did a research on COVID-19 and looked at the impact of it on the physical and mental health of Americans through the dietary lens? With Project Gaia, we requested the support of a global market research firm to bring us people from within the American population who ate a standard American diet.
We have 2,300 respondents who were screened through 14,000 interviews in all regions by gender, age, education, and income, so that we were able to take a look at the data at the end and determine where COVID was strongest and weakest. To add to that, we added a series of questions around what they ate, when they ate, what sort of food or diet they professed to have, so that we could better understand the COVID story as it related to health in that day.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to go back. I can actually hear the fan on my laptop crying for help. Yeah, that's exactly what happens when I play these snippets. All right. And we also, so now you've seen, we talked about different frameworks. We've got these different sketches or skits that have humor built into them. We have expert opinion. We also have a major, primary consumer research study that we were able to weave in to this film. We also have burnout and burnout survival and plant-based healing stories. And here I wanted to share with you one survivor story. Her name is Chef Sahar Ahmed from an amazing whole food plant-based low oil restaurant. If you're ever visiting Boston, Massachusetts, I highly recommend you guys check out Koshari Mama. She is amazing. And let me share a quick snippet of how we included some survivor stories, and Sahar's was one of them. Cognizant of time, Rebecca, how long do I have? Because I can go on for a bit.
You've got 25 minutes.
Okay, good. Great. So this is Sahar. I am going to bring her back on. Let's do this. Okie dokie. Are you looking at my screen with Sahar's face on it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease called sarcoidosis, which affected my lungs. I was put for over a year on extremely high doses of prednisone, which is a steroid, which, yes, helped with the breathing tremendously. So I was breathing very well. But I could not tolerate what other effects it had on my body. I wasn't sleeping. I gained 50 pounds. My mood was actually worse, not better. And I was always feeling like I was rushing, because it does give this false sense of energy, and then you crash. I found there were so many people whose symptoms got better when they adopted a plant-based lifestyle. So I stopped. Within 6 months, when I went back to my doctor, we did x-rays, and there was no sign of the sarcoidosis. And currently, since then, I haven't had any kind of relapse, and my lungs are clear. So for me, it was a really successful experience.
Wasn't that a heartwarming story? Every single time I hear Chef Sahar talk about how she healed her body, it's just absolutely stunning. All right, I'm going to go back to my presentation so you can see the rest. Yeah, that was Chef Sahar. So what are we doing? We're actually now working, now that the film is completed, we've done an initial documentary film festival run, and you've seen that, it's turned out to be really, really rewarding experience for us. We've been able to get real-time audience insights. We've been able to do focus groups, which I mentioned to you before. We're also going to different universities and religious congregations and showing the film. We realized that what we wanted to do is to, carry on this conversation. The film is just a seed. The conversation that films have the ability to start and to plant those seeds, that's where the real work actually starts. So we're working on a big impact campaign. And this is actually in partnership with an amazing organization called Picture Motion. They work exclusively with documentary films and mission, aligned, mission-focused fictional films as well. And what they're helping us do, in partnership at my nonprofit, is create a strategy as to how do we create a solution that is actually built on educational infrastructure as well as an audience engagement platform. Those mouthful of words over there, but there are a few things, that we're starting out with. And here you go, Rosie the Riveter. You can call her Nivi the Riveter. We're actually working on building partnerships. We're starting with our launch for our project, which is this educational initiative that's going to last for almost the next 2 years. We're investing into it, and we're starting it with New York Climate Week. Now, what I wanted to say is, not so much as a pitch, but as an invitation, is to really say that we're launching this next chapter. And we're looking for partners to build it with us, not because we need an audience, but because this only works as a we. It cannot be just Nivi, and Brian and Juliet at Picture Motion and a couple other people. And there are a few ways in, depending on where you sit. Some of you are community partners. You can help this film reach real people in real neighborhoods. Some are support partners, helping power the educational mission and helping us create the digital curriculum that we envisage might come out of this film. Some are experience partners, dreaming up new ways for audience to actually feel this. So you could be a yoga studio, you could be a work teacher, you could be someone who can hold an audience and calm the energy down. We need energy workers in this work. And few of you might even be founding launch partners, the ones who help shape the whole thing from day one. I'm not going to walk you through all the tiers and numbers from a stage. That's a conversation I'd love to have with you afterward if you're interested. For now, I'll just say this: the slots are limited, but the impact is not. If any part of tonight made you lean forward, come find me and let's connect the dots between personal health, public health, and planetary health. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. I hope I kept to time, Rebecca and Sailesh, and I can stop sharing. And if there are any questions, I would be very happy to have a conversation.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here today. Wow, I sure want to share that film. We want everybody to see it. And so that's wonderful. If you have a question, please raise your hand or put it in the chat. And I guess I will just say I love the idea of Nivi the Riveter. Did you just say that?
Yes.
Right, power. All right. I was thinking about maybe a broad group. Showing it at a library is maybe too broad because you have such a broad group of people. Do you think it's better to do smaller groups, like you mentioned, the yoga, or some group where they know each other with a leader that they trust?
Yeah, we're encouraging all kinds of screenings. And obviously, there's investment that's called for behind it, because to be able to do it, you need AV systems and you need to be able to make the room dark and those sorts of things. So when we curate a screening for either a large audience or for smaller audiences, we draw up a collaboration proposal with, the groups that are intending to bring it, either through libraries, through historic theaters. Boston has a historic theater called the Coolidge Corner Theater. We had an opportunity to run the film there. Also, another one in Arlington, in Massachusetts, called the Capitol Theater, has been around since the 1920s. So there's infinite amount of possibilities when we're not just saying this is a film screening. We don't call it a film screening. We talk about this as an educational workshop. We want to talk about how did you feel when you watch the skits, or when you watched, healing stories of people sharing about how they felt when they switched to a whole food plant-based diet, or when an expert talked about, losing their dad. I talk about losing my dad to COVID-19. He was severe diabetic, and it was a massive tragedy, for me and my family, and it had repercussions on our emotional health. How you deal with that, and dealing with, while a global pandemic is going on. A lot of people have gone through that. So, in short, to answer your question, we're encouraging both global stages like the New York Climate Week, where we can have policy discussions and we can build those partnerships and have those big conversations. But we're also doing a lot of community, small cohort screenings where people can come together. They already know each other. They know what their pain points are. They know what's hurting them, and they can talk about solutions. And a lot of the times, what we'll do is there's another similar small cohort screening that's actually brewing up in the Philly area. If anyone in the audience is around there, and we're looking at it from a time range of maybe spring, summer next year. And we want to involve trauma therapists. We want to involve people who are experienced in, clinical psychotherapy, that talk about climate anxiety that we feel. We had an experience where during our London Climate Week screening, we had a trauma therapist. She actually opened the screening, before, and she, took us through a really amazing, viscerally moving meditation. Because a lot of the times when you're with mainstream audiences, especially with pre-vegan humans, what tends to happen is that, you have to set the stage of the energy being, if there's anything in this content that makes you uncomfortable, please sit with it. And we will be back. We'll have a conversation after the screening is done. So trauma therapists, climate mental health professionals, lifestyle medicine, board certified physicians, everyone has a huge role to play in curated screenings, such as the ones. And if you have an idea, Rebecca, let me know.
Wow, this is very powerful to me because I like to start off with facts. And that's my inclination. And yet I know that people need to know that you care about them and find out where they're from. So thank you so much. I do see that Allison has a question. So Allison, you can come on up.
Hi, Nivi. Yeah, so I'm curious. I don't think I heard a couple of things. Where can we see this film? Where can we see it? That's one of my questions. And the other thing is you mentioned a not-for-profit organization. So I wondered, is this an NGO that was created for making this film and for putting the film out there? Tell me a little bit about your NGO.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for both of those questions. Let me take the second one first, and that may help in answering the first one. So I quit the corporate world 8 years ago because I felt very sick, and I had multiple metabolic disorders and that I had been diagnosed with, and they were wanting to remove an organ or two, and I resisted, and I said, hey, give me 6 months. I want to go back and see what nature can help me do, and if not, then I'll gladly come back and get under the knife. I was fortunate enough to watch Forks Over Knives. So a film, honestly, film just entirely changed the trajectory of not just my health, but also my professional life, because I realized the kind of brands that I was working on were making people sick, and I had become one of those sick people. So I started this nonprofit in the greater Boston area where I'm based. It's called the Versa Foundation, and I'll be happy to leave some of our URLs in the chat for people if you're interested. And so we started, one of my biggest things was I have academic and on-the-job training of, turning consumer research, first of all, leading consumer research, and also turning consumer research into integrated brand campaigns that can then drive consumer behavior change. Large household brands do this day in and day out without us knowing, because they use a lot of subliminal techniques that a very well-funded industry such as theirs has perfected, and they have the ability and resources to do that. Now, when we look at clinics and doctors and public healthcare systems, the kind of communication and the sophistication of that communication cannot compete inside of a regular human being's mind versus, the stringy cheese that we see coming out of pizza commercials and those sorts of things, right? Because those things are addictive. Now, what I wanted to do was that I wanted to put the same skills to work, but this time around, for my second, career, which is this nonprofit management, nonprofit research, and nonprofit direct-to-consumer creative advocacy, I wanted to put those skills to work and do this transfer of learning. So that's what we did. The Gaia study was produced at our nonprofit, and the film has been produced at our nonprofit. I spent a significant amount of my own personal savings in making the film and the production of the film. You saw the global scale at which we needed to get the researchers as well as the motion graphics and so on. Now, having done this, I don't want to just leave it as a film. I want to do what big brands do, which is scale this up into an integrated consumer behavior change campaign. And for that, I've recruited and assembled another set of individuals and agency partners. So for that reason alone, the film is currently not available for people to just watch it by themselves. What we're hoping to do, and we're fundraising at this point in time, we're hoping to do is create these small beacons of curated screenings where we can handhold the communities that come together to watch the film to also follow it up with educational workshops. We want to do community handoffs. A lot of the times people go to a theater, they watch something, and they go right back to their lives and say, oh yeah, that was a good thing, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to cook, or, the person, that you're spending your life with doesn't agree to do this, and so many different reasons. When we do a community handoff, it tends to work better because we're also doing impact measurement. For a lot of funders out there and philanthropists out there, a lot of the times they question the impact a film alone can make. My own personal story about Forks Over Knives probably isn't enough to move them, right? Because Forks Over Knives was launched in 2011. And since then, we've seen many different angles of different stories coming around. But again, long story short, long-winded answer to your question is, for over the next 2 years, we will sparingly make this, or we will in a controlled fashion, make this film available for viewing, because we want to create that educational infrastructure and do the community handoff with local physicians, with local mental health professionals. Because when people are trying to make the change, RXing them fruits and vegetables doesn't work. You need someone to work on mindset. And we know that burnout is both in the gut as well as in our mental health, and we need to connect those two dots.
Wow.
I'm thinking of Dr. Michael Clapper, who goes from university to university educating, offering a course on plant-based food or plant-based nutrition. I'm also reminded about what my husband has said, that when you walk into a supermarket, every single product has its own agenda. And we don't think of products having an agenda, but they all have a reason for being there. And those reasons, in the majority of cases, don't align with our own, but we don't realize that those products have an agenda. So I was interested in your thoughts about that.
Oh, absolutely. As a recovering consumer marketeer, as I call myself, I worked on mayonnaise, I worked on tea, I worked on, antibacterial cleansers and your everyday household products you'd, see in a supermarket. every single one of them has an agenda. Every single one of them has a brand book. It has a brand portfolio strategy. It has, even the placement at the level of the eye inside the, the shelf in the aisle. We actually look, or used to look at retail environments as, chop them up and see where you can get people for impulse purchases. This is your impulse counter. This is this and that. And it's not designed, it's for purpose. It's not designed for health. It's designed for maximizing profit and for making people sick, and for making our planet sick. So you're spot on. Absolutely. There is an agenda. And I think it's high time that plant-based conversations started to have an agenda, that climate conversations started to have an agenda, because that's the competitive messaging we're up against.
Wow. Thank you for the Allison.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
Allison, for your question.
Thank you, Nivi. Thank you very much.
I see Jamin has a question also. So Jamin, if your camera is on, you'll be spotlighted, or you can spotlight yourself.
There he is.
All right.
Thank you, BJ. Hello, Nivi. Good to see you. And
good to see you, Jamin.
Congratulations on your project. Super cool. So I've been working intensively with Sailesh on polycrisis and PolySolution, and I'll sort of encapsulate our hypothesis. I don't know if you were here several hours ago for the opening, but we encapsulated it then. But the basic idea is that with the polycrisis, there are so many crises in the world, and it kind of seems like an unbounded and growing. It's kind of like, when's the next crisis going to hit, sort of thing. I'll just say from a consumer standpoint, right? We're here. We are preaching to the choir, and I liked your comments at the beginning about not teaching climate change to those of us here. So those of us here basically get it, and we see that there is, one major driver of the vast majority of the polycrisis. But for people who are not so well informed, it just kind of seems like this unbounded, growing, horror movie that just gets worse and worse and worse. What's Hannibal Lecter going to do next? It's like, just get me out of here. So part of our hypothesis is that by bounding it and putting it into an organized structure, an organized taxonomy of the polycrisis, and then coming out with it, doing a declaration of polycrisis emergency as a major international press conference and saying, okay, hello, humanity, here it is. And it is bounded. And couple that declaration of polycrisis emergency with a proclamation of PolySolution. Here's the polycrisis, here's the PolySolution, and they cancel each other out, right? So tell a story that can inspire people, and here's what you can do, and here's how you can get involved, and here's what we're doing. And of course, we see solution number one as Together Around Food, where we feed everyone for free. We make whole food, plant-based, gourmet food a basic human right. And then that gets the dominoes tumbling in terms of solving each and every crisis within the polycrisis. And so I was just, in the years that you've put into this, and with your marketing and therefore psychology background, I'm just curious what you think of that kind of hypothesis in a nutshell, that we can, unveil both the polycrisis and the PolySolution as one, and thus give people hope and let people see that, wow, we're actually solving this.
Jamin, first of all, congratulations for the work that you've been doing along with Sailesh. I'm aware of it, and I'm a big fan. So thank you for everything that you're doing and investing. And it takes a lot of effort, and it's burnout kind of work, because there are lots of nooks and crannies and alleys that you walk into, and you're like, oh my God, I thought this would work, and it doesn't. And so it's iterative. I think it's a great idea to do global press conferences and to propose solutions and to develop a proclamation and to talk about not just the crises but also the solutions, because a lot of the times it's like, oh my God, here comes the Debbie Downers from the climate change world or the animal rights world or the vegan world, right? We don't want to be Debbie Downers. We want to be Rosie the Riveters or Nivi the Riveters, right? Or Jamie the Riveter. So if we want to, absolutely, if we want to do it, I guess that it's in the art, it's both in the science and the structure, but also in the art of how we do it. The science and the structure is available to us through the organizing of the conference, the organizing the operations of it, and so on. I think the art of it has to do with what you're doing once you have that audience in the room, you know, and to simply verbally share, in my humble opinion, doesn't necessarily change people's minds. It may, because then you're relying on the stage of receptivity that the individual has, and maybe you filtered for that because anyone who walks into the room, you're assuming that they're receptive. But even so, you know, people have different levels of you know, awareness. Baseline awareness is different, and what they're willing to do to step into the PolySolution may be different as well. And what I always hope, and in this conversation that we've been having and answering what Allison previously asked, was how do you curate? It's the choreography and the curation of that global stage conference. Does it stop at proclamation? Does it stop at conversation? Does it stop at words? Or are we also willing to move the energy? Because people are probably going to forget the words and forget the paper and signing and paperwork and all of that. They're going to remember how we made them feel. And if we succeed with that, then we're getting somewhere, because then you're like, sign me up, you know, this is my tribe. I finally found my tribe. We want people to say that, because you and I, when we went vegan, we felt like exactly the same way. We said, oh my goodness, now it makes sense. I have found my community. I have found my tribe. So the art of it is what something I would highly encourage you to sort of think about, how you would do it and how to move the energy in the room, because that's what changes people's behaviors.
Wow, beautiful question, and thank you so much, Nivi.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. We're so glad you were here today. We have a lot going on in our minds right now about what you've said today. And so is there a way we can get in touch with you? Do we look up Versa Foundation?
Yeah, so there are many ways in which how people can get in touch with me. Is there a way I can actually just put the URLs in the chat? But I see that it's
Yes,
okay.
As a co-host, you can.
Oh, great. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, I will type in my email address.
Okay.
So that's nivi@theversafoundation.org. Our principal email organizational URL is divinity.org. If anyone is interested in looking up the details of the Gaia study, we have a special microsite for that. That's the GaiaStudy.org. And if anyone's interested to learn more about the film and watch trailers, look at burnout resources that student interns actually helped in putting together for us, there's a lot more to learn about the film on thirddegreeburnout.com. And yeah, absolutely. And I would absolutely love to invite people to think about what's happening in New York Climate Week. We gather for Climate Week. I've gone there a couple of times. We don't talk about food enough. You know, people stop short with fossil fuels and some of the other usual stuff that makes them comfortable and more morally good, you know, and they don't want to talk about meat. They don't want to talk about dairy. So we need more riveters to join me. And I invite conversations from anyone, you know, either directly people want to get involved and do it, or if you know somebody who can help sponsor some of the things that we want to do and bring this message to the world in the right places.
Thank you again so much, Nivi Jaswal.
Okay, thank you so much, Rebecca. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Sailesh Rao, and everyone who's been watching.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone. And hello, Lane.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I will introduce you and then come back with a Q&A if you have time for a Q&A.
Great, that sounds good.
Okay, it'll be all right. So welcome to Climate Healers Vegan Convergence number 26, Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, number 26. I'm Rebecca Allen, a climate healer, and honored to introduce you to Lane Kallstrom. She is the executive director of the Rochester Lifestyle Institute of Medicine, whose vision is a world free from preventable disease and suffering. Please welcome Lane Kallstrom from the Rochester Lifestyle Institute of Medicine.
Great. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I appreciate the introduction.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I will share my screen. I do have a brief little presentation to kind of help guide my thinking through here, and we'll hit the presentation mode so you can see it. Just a second here. All right. So here we are talking about PolySolutions. And again, like Rebecca said, my name is Lane Kallstrom. I'm the executive director of Rochester Lifestyle Medicine Institute. And we're a nonprofit organization that helps people use evidence-based lifestyle change, especially the whole food plant-based nutrition, to improve their health and reduce their risk of chronic disease, and in a lot of cases, reverse chronic metabolic syndrome. So throughout today, we've heard a lot of powerful ideas about compassion and justice and food systems and spirituality and Planet B. My role is a little bit different. So I'm not a physician, I'm not a climate scientist. However, I am a project and change management geek. That was my career for a very long time as a management consultant. And I want to talk about what happens after someone is initially inspired. What happens after someone hears the evidence or understands the argument and says, yeah, I think this might matter. So how do we move that person from agreement to action? And how do we help them continue when that inspiration of a conference or a documentary or a medical appointment begins to fade? So that's the space where I tend to spend most of my time. It's like, how do we make change stick? So my work begins, like I mentioned, after somebody says, you know, I think you're right. But how do I actually do this? So that question may seem really simple, but it contains a lot of other questions, of course. It's like, well, what am I going to eat? And what am I going to serve my family? And what do I do if I have to go to a restaurant or a work event? And what do I do if my doctor is skeptical, which happens way more than it should? And then, of course, you know, the bigger meta question is like, how are people going to fit into the rest of society if they do this? And what if I try and I struggle and I fall back in familiar habits? And what if I really care, but, you know, my daily life just does not make compassionate choices easy? It just, everything makes it hard. So while this movement can offer people, you know, we can show people the evidence and we can give them the truth and we can inspire them. But at some point, people have to build that practical pathway between that inspiration and an everyday life. And as an executive director at RLMI, that's the pathway that I work on. So my job isn't simply to communicate why this change matters, it's to help build the conditions under which this change becomes possible. So between that intention and the action lies a ton of work, and I certainly know this from my management consulting days, and particularly in project management. So much of the work that goes on for preparing for getting action to happen and for getting a change to stick, there's all this work that goes unnoticed most of the time. But it's things like developing the programs that need to be designed, getting people trained, getting the messaging and the marketing and the outreach done. That's a huge piece of it. And I did an awful lot of work in communications change management, just setting the stage for any big change to happen. In our line of work, there are a lot of clinicians who need reliable information and participants who need help in talking with those clinicians, because a lot of clinicians have no idea about the power of whole food plant-based nutrition. So, and there are recipes and schedules. There's a whole slew of technology that we rely on every day. All of that has to be tended to. And of course, we are a nonprofit, so there's always funding that we have to secure. So all of this got work in the background. None of it's as memorable as, a really powerful keynote or, something you might see as a large public campaign. But it often determines whether or not this produces lasting change in someone's life or not. Like having that vision is essential and having that clarity is essential, but implementation is also critical. That space between like having a really compelling idea and a changed life is not empty. It has to be intentionally built from the ground up. So we know that like the problem isn't conviction necessarily. Sometimes we think people just don't care enough and they don't change because they don't care enough. But maybe they haven't heard the right argument. Maybe they don't understand the urgency, which Dr. Rao and the climate healers are so good at helping people understand now the urgency of the situation. So sometimes we're busy trying to get that message out over and over again. But sometimes those explanations, people don't have enough bandwidth. They just don't have the capacity to manage the kind of thought process that goes into this kind of change. So even though they care a lot about animals and they care about the environment, that missing ingredient is oftentimes capacity. They just may not have the knowledge or the confidence or the time or the social skills to turn this into a sustainable practice. So that distinction matters because when we start to think about every failure to change as a failure of conviction, our response is usually to try and persuade or argue even more. But we have to make a different argument. We have to, we can't just continue to try and persuade using the same points. What we need is actually a structure in place that's going to help them act on what they believe. And so one of the things we know with RLMI is that the environment is actually what shapes what we feel is possible. So when people come to us with, in their family systems and in their communities, those choices occur within an environment. And for most people, food is connected to their family traditions or their childhood memories or their convenience or taste. And it's just not simply a list of nutrients. They want to feel something around food. So they may want to change, but if everybody else in their house eats a different way, of course, it's going to be tough for them. So, and of course, we know out there right now, there is a lot of conflicting nutrition advice, especially considering this current administration. So there's an awful lot of noise out there that people are battling to discern what the truth is. So they may complete a program, people who are trying to sort all this out, they might complete a program and feel encouraged and then return to this environment in which almost nobody shares their new behavior. And in that context, telling someone to just make better choices isn't enough, right? Because they're in an environment that does not support what they're doing. So individuals make choices, but the environments they're in is what influences what choices are easy and normal and socially rewarded and available. So a compassionate movement must do more than ask people to resist the environments around them. We also have to build better environments. So motivation, it, of course, can be extraordinarily powerful. What we see oftentimes at RLMI is that it's oftentimes a diagnosis. People come to us and they've just been diagnosed with diabetes or heart disease, and that can motivate somebody. And as we heard with some of the previous speakers, a documentary can really motivate people. A story about an animal can, or a frightening climate report, all of these things might get somebody motivated. But motivation rises and falls. It's not reliable. People get tired, they get busy, they're resistant, and the results, whatever they try, just might not happen quickly enough for them to feel like it was worthwhile. So if our model of change depends on every person maintaining a constant state of inspiration, we've built a fragile model, and that's not going to sustain anyone. So we just can't ask people to function indefinitely at the emotional intensity of the moment and where they first decided to change. So they watch a documentary or they get that scary health report, they're going to be at a heightened moment of motivation and inspiration, but that's not where they stay for very long. So even though institutions can preserve the knowledge when somebody feels confused, and they can provide community when somebody feels isolated, the institutions themselves can provide a way back when people have lost momentum. So motivation can open the door, but the infrastructure, the institution, the environment that we build is what helps keep them moving forward. We've seen this a lot at RLMI. We spend a lot of time on human behavior and what makes change happen. And we've developed this 15-day whole food plant-based jumpstart program. And I'm not bringing it up in order to promote it. This is just what our organization has done and what we've learned from it. We've had more than 3,000 people go through this program since its inception. And this Jumpstart program combines nutrition education with physician guidance. These are all physician-led, along with cooking demonstrations and practical skills, and importantly, biometrics, your lab measurements, things like your cholesterol and fasting glucose. And then along with peer support and a defined period of focused change. What we like about this is it's only 15 days. Dr. Barnett, who is our founder, often says, you're an adult, you can do anything for 15 days, right? And it's true, this is a very short-term intensive intervention. So I mention this because the people who have participated in this have taught us some very important lessons about what it takes to make this change more achievable. And 5 lessons kind of stand out to our team as we've thought about what's worked over these last number of years that we've offered this program. First, of course, making that beginning finite and concrete. We're going to all hit the start button at the same time. It's a defined period of time. And second, let the experience itself create the belief. People are going to have the experience, and that's what's going to change their belief system. Third, combining authority with belonging is a very powerful piece of this. I'll talk about that a little bit more. Fourth, we know we have to expect difficulty because this is not a success-only journey. People have to live their lives and go back to work and face the donuts in the break room. So we expect for there to be difficulty along the way, and we build that into our program design. And fifth, we have to create continuity. So it's not just like you go through this program and that's it, you survived it. We have to create systems downstream of that where people can keep returning to again and again so they can sustain it. And this applies anytime we're asking people to live in a different way that's different from the dominant culture around them. Like we're all in this system where vegans are in the minority. And when we're faced with trying to live in a world where we're in such a minority, we have to be equipped. So a little bit more on these 5 things that we've learned. Telling people, you're going to go whole food plant-based, and our program is on top of being vegan. It's whole food plant-based, which is a notch above vegan. And then a notch above whole food plant-based is that it's very low fat. So our program is based on a protocol that reverses heart disease, but it also works on all chronic metabolic syndrome. But when people are thinking about doing something like this, asking them to change their whole life forever is enormous. It's way too big, right? That normally feels pretty overwhelming to anybody coming from a standard American diet. But what our pitch is more, just try this approach for 15 days. You're going to get the guidance. You're going to be supported. It's only 15 days. That feels much more possible to people. It's just a very clear entry point. They don't have to solve the rest of their life on the first day. All they need to do is just take that first step for those first 15 days. So that finite beginning creates the space for that curiosity. So instead of asking like, can I do this forever? All they need to know is like, what am I going to learn by trying this? Like, can I live through this 15 days and what will that show me? So that doesn't mean we're hiding the larger goal, though. We're just respecting how human beings develop confidence. Like we can't bring everything all at once. We just need to deliver the bite-sized piece that they need right up front so that they can walk through that doorway. So people usually build capacity through action. They try it, they learn something, they might solve one small problem, and then they get a little more confidence. And then the next step becomes a little easier to imagine. So this strong movement provides a clear first step without demanding that anybody knows anything or that they've got the experience of somebody who's already been vegan for 20 years. So we're just really introducing people, even though this is an intensive 15 days, we're giving people an easy finite entry point. So I want to talk a little bit about letting the experience itself create the belief. So people do oftentimes begin with skepticism. They may, but once they get started, we often list the side effects just like a drug ad does. But our side effects include they might feel more energy, they're going to have better digestion, they might have improved confidence. Most more than likely, they're going to have lower cholesterol and lower blood pressure and better blood sugar. And of course, a renewed sense of possibility. So that experience itself, giving people the proof in their own bodies, that's what generally turns the light bulb on. After those 15 days, people look at their results, both their qualitative experience and then the numbers, they get their biometrics again at the end. And that's a huge motivating factor for a lot of people. It's their own body that becomes part of the evidence. And that experience, we find, changes the question. Instead of like, can I really live this way? They wind up asking, all right, well, how can I keep this going? And this is where health can play a meaningful role in the broader movement. People may not initially be ready to understand every connection between food and animals and climate and justice and ecosystems, but they might be ready to notice that they feel better. So that direct experience in their own bodies can create that openness. It can make the change feel a little less like deprivation and a little more like, it's a discovery. What are we doing? This is a little adventure through food. Third, I mentioned that people need both credibility and belonging. This is really critical that we found. So this is why our Jumpstart is physician-led. I've got an image here of Dr. Ted Barnett, who's our founder, and Dr. Carrie Groff, who's our medical director. They lead all of our Jumpstarts. And so they have the credibility. They are board certified in lifestyle medicine. They can give clear guidance to people along the way, clear general medical information. But then the other thing we're doing is we're really creating a sense of community. We do these live every month where we've got people together on Zoom. They get to know each other. They learn, they meet their peers. They share with each other what struggles they're having. They share recipes. They talk about every possible thing that's happening during this experience. People need to know that there are other people struggling with the same questions. They need assurance that, like, if they fall off the wagon one day, that it doesn't erase all the progress they've made. They can just come back in. So while our clinicians provide the clinical credibility and our facilitators give kind of the practical guidance, it's the relationship that participants develop with each other that helps them with kind of the social proof and the companionship, what this can look like when you're trying to live it with other humans. So community is what helps make that change livable. So when we talk about like designing a program, I mentioned that we have to account and expect difficulty, and we have to design for it from the beginning. We know that somebody in the family is going to order a pizza. We know that people are going to bring cake to work. It happens all the time. People are going to go out of town and they have no idea what they're going to eat when they're on the road. Some of the progress may slow down. And honestly, some of the motivation might change from the initial. They might be really gung-ho, but if it's not easy, some of that motivation might fade. These failures are not unusual. Like, we see it every single time with every participant. These are the types of things that happen for them. Old habits come into play, or they miss some special food that they were used to. But if you've designed a program that only works when nothing hard happens, it's not designed for real life. So we know that the answer isn't just like you need to try harder. It's like it helps us understand like what support is missing. What was the plan too complicated? Is there something about the program that needs to be tweaked? So we look for this pretty closely to try and understand where we can make this program more robust and where we can help support people in a more effective way. So, and lastly, like what happens at the end of this? What happens on day 16? So after the program ends, or after any program ends, the question is always like, what do I do next? So the same questions applies to every conference. It applied to the Together Around Food project in Jefferson County in Washington. It happens everywhere. What happens after the organized experience ends? Who is there to answer the next questions? Who helps when somebody's got a setback? Can the people come back if they've endured like an embarrassment or shame or setback? Do they feel welcomed back? How do they stay connected with each other? And what's the next achievable step? Like, what is the next thing they can do to kind of build their competence and capacity? Now, for most projects, it is so much easier to organize the beginning of a project than to build continuity. So beginnings have energy. You can get a big campaign out the door with a lot of communications. They have launch dates, you've got speakers, registrations, and there's all this momentum and excitement. But continuity is the quieter cousin, and it's sometimes overlooked, but it requires patient follow-up. It requires somebody to maintain the community. It requires resources after everybody has left and gone home. So at RLMI, on day 15, literally, we spent a lot of time talking with people about their own specific needs and concerns and what that means for how they're going to eat going forward. But we also have built in a number of other programs. We have our online community. We have weekly Ask Me Anything sessions where they have access to Dr. Ted Barnett and Dr. Graf so that they can ask whatever questions they have. We have support meetings and recipes and discussion spaces. We have our Grand Round series, all of these things to help build that network of support around people once they've ventured into whole food plant-based living. So we're still learning, of course, but we know that an intervention can't be evaluated only by what happens during the intervention itself. We also have to really be paying attention to what happens when the formal structure is removed. Is this thing going to float or is it going to sink? So we also know that not everybody comes to veganism or whole food plant-based through the same door. Of course, in my case, I arrived out of a love of animals, and I only discovered lifestyle medicine later in life. Most people that we see at RLMI are coming through for this first item here for health. Our target audience tends to be people who are a little bit older and who might have started to have some health challenges. And they're the ones that are motivated by their own personal health. But it doesn't really matter. Animals don't care why you're not eating them so much. They just want you to stop. So what we found is that people might come in because of their health, but we can kind of slowly introduce them to the broader ethical implications of their choices. And what we see over and over again is like people might come in through one door, but they oftentimes expand into these other areas of concern. So we don't need everyone, of course, to come in the same way, but the answer is always a more compassionate world. And we say the same thing about Jumpstart. It doesn't matter what your health issue is. The answer is always do Jumpstart, and it'll probably get better. All right, so we've already heard some about the Together Around Food project, and RLMI was very happy to be a part of that. But I want to highlight what the effort demonstrated from an implementation perspective. So it was a very accessible entry. They were offered a welcoming, concrete entry point. They didn't have to adopt an identity or pass a test, demonstrated that they understood the entire PolySolution or polycrisis. They didn't have to know anything. All they had to do was show up, share some food, meet their neighbors, have their own direct experience, get a little education. And some people did get their health measurements done, and so it gave them opportunity to observe their personal changes. The community setting made the experience social instead of isolating. So that's an important piece of this, was the shared meals aspect of it. And from our perspective, the project illustrated the same architecture that we see in Jumpstart. easy, accessible entry, direct experience, trusted guidance, social reinforcement, and then that personal relevance, how that changed for them. Then is the critical question of continuity, right? This is the tricky thing. What happens after all the meals end? How does that temporary experience become an enduring local capacity? Who owns the next stage? And who continues inviting people and organizing? Together Around Food showed what can become possible very quickly when the environment changes. And it also helps us to see what has to be built in order for that to endure. That's the tricky thing. So a pilot proves the possibility. This can show us that something worked. It shows us that people can participate, and it can reveal demand, and it can produce those stories and relationships and visible outcomes that we look for. So while the pilot proves what's possible, it's the infrastructure, again, that makes it durable. So the question isn't like, did people participate? It's also like, what happened after the program ended? That's the important piece of it. Did the local relationships become stronger? Did participants know what to do next? Were there local volunteers prepared to continue the work? Those are the types of questions we need to think about after, when we're designing even the pilot phase, like who's going to pick this up at the end? So we need to have that patience to turn like a successful experiment into repeatable systems. And I know that Dr. Rao and Climate Healers and the Together Around Food people wanted to create a project that could be repeated in other places. So we also have thought a lot about at RLMI, like what are the things to think about for compassionate institutions? These are just some of the things we consider pretty frequently at RLMI. The first question is like, who can enter? Does this participation require money or expertise or confidence with technology? Or does it require a physician to know something? Like, so we're really trying to define up front, like who can come in here? Who's welcome? We want to make our programs available to everyone, but what we see is that it's most often people who are starting to think about their health. So even when we're thinking about who can enter, we might have some requirements, there might be some hurdles people have to go through, but we want to examine those carefully always. We don't just want to make blanket assumptions about who's welcome. The second question is like, what's the achievable action out of this? Is the next step clear enough that someone can do it tomorrow? Can somebody just pick up and go? Or have we given them so much? Is that vision so large that they don't know where to begin? It's very easy to get overwhelmed. That third question is like, what are people going to experience personally? Not only what are they going to learn, but what will they practice and taste and feel? What are they going to measure and discover? That experience turns something pretty abstract and obtuse into something more durable when people have that personal experience. The fourth question is like, who's going to help when this is hard? Is there a clinician or a local resource? Are there peers or a sense of community who are there who can help support this person going forward? And that last question again is like, what happens when this ends? We hit on this a lot at RLMI, but what is going to happen when that program has officially ended? What's the next step? Is there a continuing relationship? Is there a place to turn? So those are the things that we recommend other organizations really keep in mind when they're designing programs, is thinking about those questions. We also do a lot of measuring within RLMI because we are evidence-based and our programs are used in studies, peer-reviewed studies. So of course we measure things like biometrics, but the other ways that we measure success also influence the way we design our work. So we think about, we're doing an awful lot right now on messaging itself, but how many people saw the message? How many people registered? How many meals were served? So the numbers matter a lot, but they're not, of course, the whole story. We also want to measure, and we do within our Jumpstart program, the qualitative experience. What are people saying about their pain levels, for instance? But we also wanted to think about like who completed the experience, who wanted to stay connected afterwards, and who returned after struggling, because a lot of people struggle and disappear. And another one that we like to pay a lot of attention to is like who helped somebody else begin. We get an awful lot of people who go through our Jumpstart program and have such a profound personal health change that they go then recruit a bunch of friends. And that for us is another metric we like to keep track of. Yeah, we can't depend on heroism. So there are a lot of movements, of course, unintentionally designed for heroes. We assume participants are going to be fully informed about whatever the issues are. They'll be very disciplined and they'll have all the resources they need to do anything. And they'll be exceptionally socially courageous. They'll be able to sing it to the rafters anytime. And, we're always happy to celebrate the person who, can withstand any inconvenience and continues without support. I mean, that's great. It's just that there's not a lot of those. That person, we can admire them, but we can't depend on creating a compassionate world out of people thinking that everybody's going to turn into that. Because most people are navigating their lives, right? They're raising their kids, they're going to work, they got financial constraints. So they shouldn't have to possess all of this extraordinary strength just to choose a meal aligned with their values. So our institutions should reduce the amount of heroism required. The food has to be available, just like we did with Together Around Food. We should just make it available. And people in authority should know how to advise people. The instruction should be clear. That first step should be a manageable entry point. And when they struggle, they need to have a clear path to come back and know that the door will still be open. Compassion has to become our supported and ordinary. It has to be what is designed for. So at RLMI, our task is not just to only inspire people to change. And within, thinking about this PolySolution more broadly, we're not just here to inspire change, right? We need to build systems that can sustain it. We've got to have those powerful stories. We've got to have that clear messaging. Of course, we need the scientific evidence and we need the advocacy and we need media. We need all of these things to be in place, but we have to build those systems by design. And we also need organizations that are capable of welcoming a person whenever it is that they're ready. We need a clear doorway. The door has to be open, it has to be welcome and warm. And then they need to have experiences where it shows them a different life is possible. And we need communities that remain long after that initial excitement has passed. We need resilient organizations and structures and environments in place to hold people into this. So a vegan world is not going to be built by requiring every person to have this heroic level of motivation. It just is going to be built when the compassion becomes ordinary, when this is kind of the standard socially accepted way. The food is there, the invitation is always warm, the benefits are visible, and the community, that again, that strong sense of community has to be there. So this is what we are trying to do at RLMI. We are trying to build all of this. And it's also the work that I think we need. And when we're thinking about the PolySolution, how can we've got this poly crisis. How can we build this PolySolution? All of these are items to be considered. And I just wanted to share a few of the lessons learned from RLMI. Any questions? I will stop sharing here and turn it over to see if
Thank
Rebecca.
you so much. Yes, I think someone's going to spotlight me in a minute. And thank you so much. I couldn't spotlight myself. That was wonderful. And what I'm thinking is that from Scotland to Peru and San Antonio to Kathmandu, we all want this 15-day program that you described in our locations around the world, because I think it really will make a difference. And
Thank
so
you.
that's the first question is how can we then replicate what you do already?
Yeah. Well, the good news is anybody can do it. So we are a nonprofit and we make it very accessible because we do want everybody to have access to this information. And it's available globally. It's all online. So anybody can join from anywhere, any time zone, anytime. So we have two versions of that Jumpstart. We have the live version, which is facilitated by physicians, and we do it every month at set times. In August, they're going to be starting August 5th, and it starts at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. And people get on for 6 sessions over the course of those 15 days, and they get access to all of us. And we are Johnny on the spot to answer any question or provide that support. But if somebody is in Kathmandu and they just can never make that time zone or English isn't their first language, we have an on-demand version, which is nobody needs to attend a meeting if they can't, but they can get all of the same education on an on-demand schedule for independent learners. So they hit the start button whenever they're ready. They get the daily drip of content from us and they follow this exact same program. And the good news is, like, we're seeing the exact same results. So we have pretty big shifts in particularly cholesterol and blood sugar change very dramatically and blood pressure very quickly in those 15 days. So I would welcome everybody who's here to join that.
Okay, so I don't see any hands yet, so I'm going to keep asking. So with this program ready to go online, what we would do, Willow and any of our friends in any particular area would start doing the food planning, the location, and then use your group as the people they would listen to afterwards to ask their questions, coordinate with you about how we would advertise it to incorporate you. Is that how that would work?
So we have a few different options, and this is where we love to work with groups because, again, we know that community is so critical. So we love it when teams kind of organize themselves, and yes, they use either our live or on-demand version, and they all decide to go through it together. And we support that regularly. We've had groups get together and do this all over the place. And we've got a lot of flexibility in terms of what type of support we can offer because we're a small nonprofit. We've sometimes had extra sessions where Dr. Barnett will show up and do a special session for a group. So it's more that, like, we want everybody to try Jumpstart because that proof is in the body. But we've got all these other supporting projects and community space for people to stay connected with us afterwards.
Wow, that sounds like it's very in-depth then.
And I've just put in the chat our URL to our website, and right up top, we talk about Jumpstart in our 15-day program where people can link to it and see the schedule of upcoming Jumpstarts and choose whether or not they would want to do the on-demand or the live version.
Excellent. And for those people that are online and that will see it later, it's
www.rochesterlifestylemedicine.org.
Yeah, .org. Okay, excellent. And I see Allison has a question. Come on up, Allison. There you go.
Hi, Lane.
Hi.
Yeah, so I'm imagining what your life is like and what your institute is like and what it feels like to work with people who join you. And I'm wondering if you would share with us some of your favorite stories, whether they're about individuals or groups or,
I would love to. Yeah, thank you. I'll share my own first just because I'll tell you, I was a longtime vegan. I became a vegetarian as a teenager. I became a vegan 20 some years ago. And I never had any health issues. I was very fortunate. But I got involved in lifestyle medicine because honestly, I thought it was a good way to make vegans. And I was always an animal rights activist. I definitely came in through the animal door and compassion for animals. And then when I joined this organization, I did jumpstart myself, not expecting any dramatic change because my blood work has always been fine. I've never struggled with any overweight or any issues like that. But my own cholesterol dropped 48 points in 2 weeks. which for me was like, whoa, wait a minute. It really, even for vegans, like we should become fluent in lifestyle medicine and what whole food plant-based is. And from that moment on, I've really become even more excited about having this be an experience even for vegans to do, because I've never met a vegan who didn't want everybody else to be vegan, for one thing. And being able to speak lifestyle medicine fluently is one heck of an effective tool. Being able to invite people into this experience for themselves, just like it was for me. And I've now since dragged in a bunch of family and friends into doing it. And I'll tell you one cute story, and that is Dr. Rao introduced us to some people in the US Virgin Islands that were part of the Rotary Club. And they decided they were thinking about doing this for the environment. They were part of the environmental working group, and they wanted everybody in the Virgin Islands to try it. So they helped sponsor and support a local group to do Jumpstart on Demand together. And we provided extra support by showing up at a couple of their meetings. So they hosted some in-person meetings in the Virgin Islands. They all got their blood work done. They hit the start button at the same time. They shared meals and had potlucks together. And then they finished all at the same time. And they, of course, had amazing results. And they had that better sense of community about how to do it. So those are the kind of groups we love to work with. And we try and collect up little handfuls of people here and there who are willing to do it.
That's really helpful,
Yeah.
to hear those examples. It gets my imagination going.
Yeah.
Do you do any work with other languages, incidentally?
We don't, only because, we used to try to think about doing a Spanish language version, but now that Google Translate is so ubiquitous and easy, all of our resources are available online, and it's so easy to hit the translate button there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we have had people from 12 different countries do Jumpstart before, and we're always excited when we see somebody from a new country join us, and the doors are always open.
I have to share with you that I was actually under the idea that it was an expensive program to participate in.
It is not, I will tell you. So our Jumpstart Live, where you're attending 6 sessions, is only $299. And if you do the on-demand version, you can get it for as low as $99. So we do keep it very, very accessible. We are donor funded, so people have an option to pay it forward when they join or donate afterwards if they got good value. But we want to make sure anybody who wants this experience can have it. So we always look for ways to make it happen if somebody's in a tough spot. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Allison, and thank you, Lane. And I see Dr. Rao is here to, I'll spotlight him.
Hi, Dr. Rao.
Hi, Lane. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
And all the thought you put into it,
Yeah. Well, it's an inspiring topic, the polycrisis and polysolution. How can we fit in here?
Yeah. What we found during Together Around Food is that people were reluctant to go get the test done in the beginning, because it wasn't conveniently available. It was, was expensive, whatever it was. Yeah. Or they thought they needed a doctor's prescription or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. How do we get around that?
The thing is, we don't technically require people to do it. So people can take Jumpstart without doing that. It's just that what we find is that the change is so dramatic. So for instance, in my case, I could have gone through that Jumpstart experience and had felt exactly the same, but without seeing those numbers, I don't think I would have been quite so convinced. So we only push hard on that because we know that that's what's going to help motivate people when they see it. And then honestly, for most people coming into our program, they've had labs recently because they've recently been diagnosed. So all they need is one at the end. Right. But every day 15, people are always like hair blown back. They had no idea how quickly some of these things would change, and that they need to work with their medical providers because some of these people need to be deprescribed. They need to be monitored in case because the body can heal so quickly if we give it a chance and we feed it the right fuel. So we want to encourage people to be in touch with their medical providers, not just for their own health, but we also want them to help educate medical providers themselves, because most medical providers don't know. And they tell people, you don't need your blood work that quickly.
Right.
But this is part of the cycle that we're trying to build, is like patients educate their clinicians too.
Mm-hmm.
So we strongly encourage it, but it's not technically required, I guess is the short answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, does that, I think in Jefferson County, I think you said free. It was free to have their medical exams. Is that what you do also, or do
we
you?
offered it for 5 people, but they had to travel somewhere, to get the test done. And they didn't want to do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. I see.
When
And they
Arlen
can't do it in the, go ahead.
Well, when Arlen and I first started, we had a brick and mortar location in Rochester, New York, and it was actually a medical group. So when people joined the program, they came in person and we did finger sticks in the office. So we did have a way in the early days of getting those biometrics, made it super easy. But these days, since it's all remote, we do ask people to go get their labs from someplace. And usually, if anybody's had labs in the last 3 months, as long as they haven't changed dramatically, that's usually good enough to establish the baseline. It's more that they just need to go back on day 15 or before they reintroduce other foods, just so that they can see exactly what happened.
Right.
But even people who don't do that, like so many of them, every time, like, oh, I didn't even realize I was in pain. I didn't know I couldn't clench my fists. So they have their qualitative experience, which does count. But those
we had
numbers
a
seem
lot
to
of
be,
those.
yeah.
We had a lot of those in the 15 days.
Yeah, we hear a lot of that too. And
Yeah.
somehow people start sleeping better, and all kinds of miracle things happen.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot of those testimonials on camera.
Oh, good. Great. We would love to have those if they're available.
Yeah, we are trying, we're compiling it together now. And
yeah, great.
So
Good.
the good news is that the community is meeting tomorrow to
Yes.
discuss a follow-up and how to continue this going forward in Jefferson
Will you
County.
be able to participate remotely or something?
It's tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, I know exactly when they're meeting. It's 4
Yeah.
p.m. to 6 p.m.
They are.
Yeah.
We do have a special West Coast friendly time for Jumpstart in August. And so we're doing a special push to that list, and hoping that, and I've also been in touch with that one clinician, that one physician that we met, Dr. Gain, to try and make her aware and see if she can refer any patients. We would love to get as many people as possible to try it then.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you so much for all you did on that project. It was a really fun project.
It was a team effort. There were so many people involved.
Yeah. Well, we, of course, count us in for anything we can do on that continuation path. As that was the focus of my talk, is like, let's keep it going.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for all you did.
Yeah.
Yes. Wonderful. Okay. So either Danny has a question or has a question for someone.
I have a question. Nice to meet you. Do you do a one size fits all kind of approach, or like how do you tweak to the individual? For example, I go to a naturopath. She did a neurotransmitter screening, a blood work. I had some metals testing elsewhere through hair. We did the urine tests, and she found out, a whole bunch of things where the deficiencies were, etc. So now I have a like basket or two of supplements to take.
Well, I'll tell you one way we're different is that we don't recommend any supplements ourselves. Our approach is more, all we really need to establish is like fasting glucose and your lipid panel, total cholesterol, and then things like your weight and blood pressure. And with those 5 pieces, total cholesterol, LDL, blood pressure, weight, and fasting glucose, those are the things that we're measuring, because those are the things that, first of all, are the major contributors to the number one killer, heart disease, and then our epidemic around diabetes. And those are the things that change very quickly in 2 weeks. So what we say is, like, people that, if you're taking supplements, you can take them, but they're not needed for this program. We don't want you to confound any variables by doing anything vastly different otherwise, other than changing your nutrition. But everybody does get individual attention from our clinicians. So if you joined it, for instance, you would show up on day one and say, hey, these are the things I'm doing, and these are the deficiencies I'm working on. This is what I'm trying to do. But the standard line is always like, you can keep taking all of those. They're not technically required for the jumpstart. And we're working with people on those metrics that I mentioned. And those, because it kind of works on the whole, inflammation across the entire system, it oftentimes fixes an awful lot of other problems downstream.
Okay.
So,
Great.
but people do get individual attention during Jumpstart from the clinicians.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'd love to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I'd love to go also.
Join us.
I would love to have free vegan food for 15 days that's whole plant-based and low fat or no oils, whatever. I'd be pleased. Yeah, well, that's fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Are there any other questions that I'm missing in the chat, or any other comments from our climate team or anyone? Well, thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I just have to check in with Michael. Sorry for the interruption. But I do have a couple of quick questions for Michael Lane. And that is, how do you manage pushback from medical providers on the diet that you have people going on?
Oh, yeah.
And same question when they come in the program with a nutritionist or dietitian or other practitioner who is against having a whole food plant-based diet.
We see that a fair amount. So, so when people register, we have a whole slew of preparation materials. And one of those materials is a letter that you send to your medical provider that lets them know you're doing this and what biometrics you need, like what's in that lipid panel and fasting glucose. And we explain to them what the program is, and we ask them to help monitor their patient. And we explain the reason why you need blood panels, essentially 2 weeks apart. And what we find is that, yeah, most medical providers have no idea what can change that quickly. And so people often get pushback around it. So depending on what state they're in, a lot of states allow people to order their own labs. And people go do that. And then they take that proof back to their medical providers. And that's part of that cycle that we see where it's the patients that are educating the medical providers from their experience. So we see that frequently, but we try and empower people with the right information to give to their medical providers so that they understand what we're doing and why it matters. And then the proof every time, like we hear it like they take those results back to their clinicians and they're always surprised and didn't realize.
Okay.
So that is part of our design. Yeah.
Thank you. And just to follow up to the question that I had with you, if someone is sent to you who, based on medical circumstances, who is only able to eat very few vegan foods because they physically react to a long list of other foods, what do you do in those circumstances to help those people stay vegan and not go carnivore, for example?
It really depends what their issues are. So for instance, we have a lot of people who arrive and they've had IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, or they have to be on a low FODMAP diet, or they think they can't ingest legumes, or they're gluten-free. So we have people arriving with a huge array of circumstances about what they can and can't eat. And those get a lot of individual attention during our Jumpstart program to help people figure out what the options are for them. So we do a lot of that crosswalking with people around, what is the recommendation? What specifically is happening for people when they do consume whatever it is? So, and for a lot of people, we know that the microbiome can take several weeks to adjust. all of those bacteria wind up swapping out. So if you've got a gut bacteria that's accustomed to eating a standard American diet, that gut microbiome is going to be yelling and screaming, thinking that it needs to keep eating what it's accustomed to. But when you starve those bacteria out, they die, and you build other bacteria that starts to learn and train how to eat the new food that you're eating. So for some folks, it's an adjustment of the gut microbiome. But all of that we go through very carefully with people during the program itself to understand what their limitations are. But we do have a lot of people wind up being surprised that they can eat more than they thought they could, or that they can introduce things in a way that makes it workable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you for this. Let me see if there are any other questions. I don't see any hands raised. Do you have any final comments that you would like to make before we close?
I would just say, even if you never want to do Jumpstart, come to our website and come do the free events. Like, we have our lifestyle medicine grand rounds every month online, open to everybody, where you hear a physician present a challenging patient case, and then the panel of lifestyle medicine experts get to talk about how they would treat that patient. So medical providers can earn CME for attending, but it's good medical education for everybody. We talk about the mechanism of how diabetes works, what creates insulin resistance, because most people think it's sugar. It's not. So we give an awful lot of free medical education out there just to the layperson for them to follow along. So please, I encourage everybody to come to our website, join all the free stuff first, and then join the community. We'd love to have everybody there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I just know many of us are going to get healthier, and our friends.
I'll be looking for you, Rebecca. Just give a holler.
All right, I'll be there.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, everyone. I don't see our next speaker here yet. So this may be a time to stretch a little bit and move around a little bit. Go get a glass of water. We need some hydration all the time, right? And let's see if we would like to hear from, let's see, do y'all want to do it in a little dance, or do we want to have Dr. Rao come back on and make some comments? I don't want to put you on the spot, Dr. Rao, so. And yet we do that, don't we, to you all the time? Ask you questions. So, okay, now I don't think my camera will work. I would stand up and do a little dance, but I would just say, let's just do some stretching. And those of you who fly a lot know that you have to move your feet and get up and down and move your knees a lot if you're sitting a lot. Some of you have been here all morning, and we want you to stay for the rest of it. We also want you to be healthy physically and get your full night's sleep. So get you a snack, and we'll see what's coming up next. Let's see if I can check in my little group here and see what's up. Oh, this is a great time for an open mic. While we wait for our next speaker, so you may come in and you may have something to say, and then we'll go on to our next speaker. But if you do have something on one of these others, if you notice, we have had so many things already from Dr. Rao, and the court case in Peru, and the spirituality from Hope Bohannic, and the vegan festival and the spiritual retreat. We've heard those two wonderful presentations from Dr. Prabhat Mistry and Krishna. We were so moved by Renee King Sonnen. And Nivi gave us, I think, so much to think about how we could apply some of the things that she's learned in her marketing experience, and how we can move forward with paying attention to the audience and how they feel. So if you would like to come on and make any comments, or if you have any questions, any of the people that are still here might be able to come on and answer a question for you. Or if maybe something comes up, and if Lane is still here, then maybe she would answer a question.
Lane, are you still here? Yeah, She's here. I just don't hear her.
Oh,
Lane?
so Lane, if you turn on your camera, we'll spotlight you. And Danny, if you'll turn on your camera, we'll spotlight you.
Okie dokie.
Oh, there's Lane, and she is, let me do this so she can turn it on. Okay.
So Michael had one last question for Lane.
Okay, well, let's wait till she comes on. Allison, go ahead. You can stay here with us, Danny, if you want.
I'm back.
Hi.
Oh, okay, where are you?
Right here.
But somebody asked me where I was too, and I
There
was
you
like,
go.
just sitting here. All right, welcome back.
So, Lane, Michael had one last follow-up question.
Okay.
He wanted to know what the turnover rate from non-vegan meals to vegan meals, given the microbiome aspect you just touched on.
I'm sorry, could you restate that? What the
Sure.
ratio?
It's what is the turnover rate from non-vegan meals to vegan meals, given the microbiome aspect you just touched on, if you
What we
recall that.
usually talk about is it usually takes your gut microbiome a good 3 weeks to adjust. But some people do it more quickly. But it is it's such a powerful driver when people believe they have cravings. It's mostly their gut microbiome bacteria that are screaming for the things that they've always known. So it takes those guys a while to starve out and die. But we usually talk about it being about a 3-week window. And then once you start feeding and creating new bacteria that likes whole food plant-based, that becomes what you crave. But it is a process, like your taste buds have to change. And it's a little like, when I was a kid, I loved candy, and now I don't care for it that much. It's the same thing, like your taste buds do change over time. And, we have a lot of people who don't want to do it because they assume the food is going to taste terrible, but you do develop, like your taste buds change, your gut microbiome changes, and then that becomes normal and desirable and tasty.
So he's asked if you have a sense which people could more likely switch from a non-vegan diet to vegan cold turkey, pardon the non-vegan pun, and which ones it would likely take weeks.
Do you mean like from a health aspect, like that it would be harder for them physically or mentally?
Microbiome, he's saying, regarding not having side effects.
We don't really run into people generally who have trouble doing it if they just go our program is intensive. It's designed to be like, you get in and you do this crazy thing for 15 days. And what we usually see is people for a couple of days have cravings and withdrawal, and they're like hangry and like mental fog, and like they might be adjusting to it. But usually by day 5, like people can switch. And usually by day 5, all of the noise starts to die down and then it starts to get easier and more normal. So we don't really see a class of people for whom like a slower path is better. It's more like our model is just jump all the way in and then experience it and go through it. And yeah.
So when you say progressive, that doesn't mean in the diet. You mean jump in completely, but progressively your biome is changing. And I can tell you for myself, as I've tried to give up some foods I went back into, it is those first couple of days are like just drive by, just pass by, don't buy it or whatever. Yeah.
I was very addicted to dark chocolate when I did Jumpstart. I had it every single day. And I still love dark chocolate. And the first few days I did Jumpstart, I was just mad. I just was like really irritated by it. And so emotionally, I felt a little dysregulated because I feel like I'm already vegan. I shouldn't have to give up my dang chocolate. But it did subside. And it became much more after Jumpstart, something I could kind of give or leave. It wasn't something I was addicted to and had to have every day. So it's just an adjustment.
That's wonderful to hear. Hello, Dakota. Welcome to the conversation. And anybody else, if you'd like to, please raise your hand and join us.
Dakota and I want to talk about an aspect of the the PolySolution, which is the vegan rewilding solution. And so many of you that are here don't yet know that Climate Healers has a vegan rewilding birthday calendar. And Dakota and I and the entire vegan rewilding team, we are so far since March 1st, when we first started, we've planted 2,211 trees. I think that's gone up since I last checked. And they're all planted at vegan rewilding projects. So what's the difference between your typical rewilding project and your vegan rewilding project? Well, those of us who are avid rewilders, we want to support veganism as much as possible. And so if there are vegan rewilding projects out there, why not support those projects? So we're supporting projects like Sadhana Forest on 3 continents. We're supporting organizations like Dr. Ron Weiss's project in New Jersey, and Nick and Sarah's project in Ecuador. So there are a lot of places to choose from, whether it's someone's birthday, their anniversary, whether it's Earth Day, no matter what you're wanting to celebrate with an appropriate, sustainable gift. You know, people don't really want another dress or mug or any of those things that end up in the oceans, let's say, or anywhere else. One of my favorite stories is a friend from London, and her husband bought her an expensive dress for her birthday. She went the next day and returned the dress and got a refund, and took that money and bought 39 trees for someone else's birthday. So that's one of my favorite stories. Dakota, take it away.
Well, I was just going to share kind of what you did about how many trees we've planted so far. 2,211. I love that number. If you're into numerology, that's pretty cool. But yeah, we just started like March 1st. So, you know, we've really only been going 5 months. And so I'm really excited about how many trees we can plant in a year. We're just going to keep doing this. And, you know, just, I love the fact, like I learned just the little bit of time we've been doing this and in the rewilding team, that mangroves actually sequester like a lot more carbon and than trees. So it's all good, but I'm excited you know, we can plant through greener gifts, you know, mangrove trees, you know, kelp in the ocean, regular trees, food bearing trees. So there's a lot of options, and it's really fun. Everybody that I've gifted trees to has seemed to really enjoy it too. So it's nice both ways. It feels good. Feels good to do. So thank you all who've planted trees, and I'm excited. Let's keep going.
Oh, there's Jane right there.
I'll bring
Fantastic.
Jane up. I'll bring Jane up, and I'll put the link in the chat for purchasing trees, which go into our dashboard and help us keep track of how many trees we planted as climate healers. So I'll put the link in the chat. Welcome, Jane.
Hi, and my apologies. I lost track of the time because, well, I just did, but what I was doing was getting ready to start our new phase, which is going live from the scene via satellite. So now, for the first time, we have the technology at Unchained TV. Instead of just going live right here and having a reporter at the scene, we can actually take the studio right to the scene. And we plan to go live at Vegan Campout in September in England, which is the perhaps the largest gathering of vegans everywhere. It's the 10th anniversary of Vegan Campout. So we're testing out the system. We were live at the vegan bonfire at the beach here in Dockweiler Beach in California a couple of weekends ago. And tomorrow we're going to attempt to be live at Vegan Street Fair in Westwood. So that's what I was doing when I lost track of the time, was trying to set up all the equipment and having fantasies of the whole thing keeling over and crashing on the ground in embarrassing fashion. But with the satellite, it really depends on having open space. So you can't just assume that it's going to work everywhere. And Westwood still has a lot of office buildings, so it's going to be interesting to see whether it works there. But it's going to be a breakthrough if it happens because, for example, the trials, right? The trials of people who are facing years in prison for rescuing animals. I've always been here and then had a reporter at the scene. Imagine if we could have the studio right there outside court. That would be very exciting. So thank you, and please accept my apologies for being late.
Absolutely, Jane. It's quite all right. We're just so glad you're here. We know you're working hard on for the animals, and I will give a short introduction, and then I can come back on for the Q&A, or you can do it yourself, however you like it. All righty?
Sure.
All right. Oh, and are you going to be doing a sharing screen? Do we need to set up?
Yes, I would like to share screen.
Okay, so we'll be ready for that. Okay. Well, just a moment here, and I will begin. We'll make sure Jane is ready. I'm going to wait for you to be ready, James. I mean, not that you don't. I just want your face to be ready. I don't want you to be looking at the screen. I don't want you to be looking at the screen there when I introduce you. Is that cool?
All right. Oh, yes. Okay.
That's all. Okay, sweetie. Okay. Welcome to the 26th Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm so very happy to introduce you to Jane Velez Mitchell. Jane Velez Mitchell is an American television and social media journalist, author, producer, and powerhouse for justice for the animals and life on Earth. Welcome, Jane Velez Mitchell. And you're here for the lessons from the Ridgeland Farms and anything else you want to tell us. Take it away, Jane.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Dr. Rao for inviting me. I always appreciate his support. And of course, we support Dr. Rao and his efforts. The last time I was here, we profiled the climate healers and showed the climate healers, which is a new short mini doc that we just did. We have been producing a whole lot of content. I can start with the Ridgeland dogs, but I thought that maybe it would be fun to start with something a little more upbeat, very short, that we just published this week. And it's kind of fun. So basically, I went to this party and people were doing this chant, Namaste Vegan Love. And I thought, can you see the screen?
Yes, it looks great.
Okay. Yeah. So I thought, wow, this is really interesting. And it's all about yogis and love. And then I started thinking about all the yogis who are eating animals. So Jamie Logan, the great social media influencer, Devi Daly, who's an incredible yoga instructor, very well known, and Carlos Garcia, who's an incredible drummer. All of us got together and just on the fly, we produced this. I think it's a lot of fun. Check it out and tell me what you think.
Namaste vegan love, a message from above. So I'm practicing yoga and holding that pose, stretching my body from my head to my toes. Namaste vegan love, a message from above. I'm saying I'm peaceful, I'm saying I'm kind, but when I open my eyes, I know I'm not blind. I think I'm non-violent, I know I'm for peace, but what about all of those beings I eat? Namaste vegan love, a message from above. I say it's a habit and that I can't quit, but deep down inside I know that I'm full of I have to admit that I always knew it's not what you say, it is what you do. Namaste, vegan love, a message from above. Peace begins on the place, whenever it's too late. Namaste, vegan love. 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 Namaste, vegan love.
Well, I hope y'all enjoyed that. It was something we did very quickly on the fly, but getting a lot of positive responses on that. We also have a new season of New Day, New Chef, which is super fun with the action star. She's been in a lot of big action movies, Nina Bergman. Don't worry, we'll get to the serious stuff in a second, but a couple of more fun tidbits to tell you what we're doing on Unchained TV. It's all new.
If you've never seen this before, well, where have you been?
So please check out all of our other New Day, New Chefs, new season, very fun, top vegan. We've just done incredible new cooking videos with Gabrielle Reyes, One Great Vegan, where she sings her recipes. And that has basically been very popular. She's teaching people how to make a feast for under $10 for more than a dozen people. So you just got to check that out. It's super fun. And we've got a lot of other stuff happening, but I know you wanted us to talk about Ridgeland. So we have an entire category here about the Ridgeland Beagles. So we are live with breaking news, the news that so many people have been waiting for so long. Beagles free, beagles touching grass for the first time. This is absolutely extraordinary. The first 300 of 1,500 beagles that are going to be released have been freed.
Oh my God, it feels unbelievably good. I am so, I can't even express. When I watched the first van leave the facility earlier today, the first thing I did was I went to my little dog, my one remaining little dog and my one remaining little cat. I kissed him and I said, thank you. And the reason I thanked him is because
the reason she thanked him is that animals teach pure love. Now, that was such a happy ending. It turns out all 2,000 of the beagles will be freed, and all 2,000 beagles will be freed, and the facility itself will be closed down. But what had to happen before that was extraordinarily disturbing and violent, for lack of a better word. So I'm going to show you the instant special. Unshade TV was live, as you can see, for more than 20 hours throughout this entire saga, even more than that. But the moment that really was the breakthrough was like a war. The first rescue happened, 24 beagles approximately were rescued. Law enforcement said, if you do that again, we're going to respond in force. Then approximately 1,000 rescuers went to Ridgeland to rescue the beagles again. And this was a historic clash that occurred on April 18th, 2006. We did an instant mini doc on it, but I'll just show you a little bit of it, and we can discuss it on the other side.
Let him go in the name of Jesus! The whole world is watching you. Do you know that? In the name of Jesus, let him go! That is an order from the King of Heaven! Let him go! The whole world is watching this! Let him go immediately! That is an order! The world is watching you right now!
Tear gas me and mace me so bad. Such the I know.
This is like the makeshift triage where activists are being treated for tear gas.
The guy in the black just sprayed it right into my face.
The police is actively tear gassing.
Okay, try blinking that one for me, okay?
The deputy sheriff came out of his truck. He said, disperse, disperse. I turned and he just shoved the pepper spray canister in my face and squirted me.
They basically just grabbed me immediately, sprayed me with, pepper spray, and shot me, point blank with 2 rubber bullets right in the side. I can show you if you want to see. It's a little.
Oh my gosh!
So.
Oh my god! I saw the bullets. They're huge.
Does anybody have?
Were you trying to rescue a dog?
I'm on red team I'm on red team and breach and give me your towel.
Yeah.
I'm worried that it's contaminated and gonna make it worse. All right.
I don't understand these people behind those fences would rescue a dog in that condition if they found him on the street, and yet they're preventing their rescue now.
We are live in Wisconsin with 4 reporters on the ground. We're going to go straight out to Amy. Amy, you are live. Amy, what's happening?
We're over on Irby Road, just north of Ridgeland. We saw in the live stream that Wayne was arrested immediately on site as he was trying to serve papers to Ridgeland for a lawsuit.
So are you saying that the operation is underway, the rescue is underway?
That is correct, Jane. The rescue is underway, and I'm actually going to change your view so you can see what I see as I'm walking in.
We were told that today was going to be a training day, that the action was going to happen tomorrow, but they have started the open rescue of 2,000 beagles right now, and it is underway. You are watching animal rights history in action as vehicles converge. About 1,000 activists from around the country and indeed the world. It is underway as we speak right now.
Jane, I'm hearing there's tear gas.
Oh no!
Tear gas already being deployed.
Tear gas. Oh my gosh, that's very scary. This is literally unbelievable. Now, Renee King-Sonnen, what are your thoughts?
I am in utter awe. I am in shock. I am so incredibly grateful that we are here. We're here at this moment in history on Unchained TV. It is just an absolute miracle that that we're converging at this time in history, and just God's blessings on all of them.
Unbelievable. Today we were told that this was going to be a training, testing, but you never know with this organization. They change things moment to moment because the law enforcement had said they were going to basically stop them. And you just heard that tear gas is being used. About 1,000 activists descending on this troubled facility. You can see activists going in there. And I urge you, Amy, to stay safe. We don't want to put anybody in danger. But this is amazing. This is absolutely extraordinary. The courage that these people, because, there's charges. The last time this happened, they are now facing charges. All right, well, what is happening now, Amy?
Yeah, Jane, so I'm seeing what looks like a lot of tear gas being deployed. It's tear gas being deployed.
They pepper sprayed us right in the face, tear gas, throwing it right into the crowd. I mean, people that have asthma couldn't breathe, they were falling down. It was just violent as I've never seen such violence against peaceful activists in my life. This is unacceptable.
Yeah.
We're here to save the dogs, to help the dogs, and they're suffering in these are torture chambers. These are compounds of horror for these poor dogs.
Yes. They are holding flowers. There you go. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4. Open up the cage doors!
5, 6, 7, 8. Central locks and liberty. 9, 10, 11, 12.
This is absolutely extraordinary. I want to play for a second while we're watching this what the cops said.
Dane County community. I'm your Dane County Sheriff Calvin Baird, and I'm here to provide an update on an event that we've been made aware of that's going to be taking place this weekend in Dane County, Wisconsin. An outside animal activist group has organized and planned a protest and intentional break-in of private property at the Ridgeland Farms facility in Blue Mountains, Wisconsin. But we have to draw a decisive line between peacefully protesting and disagreeing and violently breaking into a facility, damaging property, and stealing private property. Our sheriff's office will be there on site to ensure that people can exercise their First Amendment rights. But when people start breaking in and breaking the law, we have to intervene to keep it maintained.
That's what he's saying. But Wayne Shung, the leader who has just been arrested, had his response to that. I'm going to play that very briefly so you can get Wayne's response to what the sheriff said.
The sheriff of Dane County just made a video condemning violent outsiders for breaking the law by rescuing dogs from Ridgeland Farms. And this might be the craziest thing I've heard from law enforcement in my 20 years of being a lawyer. Let's unpack why. First, the sheriff's views on violence at Ridgeland. This is a company that has cut the vocal cords out of dogs, held them down and injected them with rabies, and just killed them because it decided it did not want to waste money feeding them. But under the sheriff's view, all totally non-violent. In contrast, a young animal activist holding stuffed animals and flowers? Oh my God, the violence. Second, the sheriff's views on breaking the law at Ridgeland. A Dane County judge issued an order indicating that any reasonable prosecutor would conclude that Ridgeland broke the law. The Department of Agriculture, not usually an ally to animal activists, concluded that Ridgeland violated the law over 300 times by surgically mutilating dogs. But to the sheriff, nope, not lawbreaking, because he has a completely made-up legal theory that Ridgeland is exempt from the animal cruelty laws as a teaching facility. But does this look like a school? So Sheriff, with all due respect, of course you believe we are breaking the law, because you're living in a legal fantasy world. So what's really going on? Well, it's called regulatory capture. Agencies that are supposed to serve the public serve powerful interests instead. And it's happening here, with the government supporting armed thugs against grandmas holding flowers and trying to rescue dogs. What do we do about it? Well, I wrote about this in a 2023 piece in the Harvard Law Review. But sometimes the only way to make change is to be the change ourselves, by going around corrupt politicians and taking direct action. And that's what we're going to do. If the politicians won't rescue the dogs, we will. And the people will support us.
So it's maybe a moment to stop the share and talk a little bit about everything that you've just seen. Wow, right? But that's how change happens. Unfortunately, and I don't know what your experience is, but my experience has been in this field for decades now that polite requests, appeals to reason, appeals to the law do not work. And political pressure and other forms of pressure are really what move the needle. And this was literally a war that occurred. And mind you, the animal rights activists were nonviolent in the sense that they never hit anybody, they never touched anybody. Did they snip a chain link fence? Did they try to penetrate the facility? Yes. but they feel that they have legal justifications for doing so. Now, approximately, well over 50 people are going to face charges for the various attempts at Ridgeland. But what happened in the wake of that? What happened was global news coverage. And I've always said it's really pathetic that animal activists have to either get arrested or get naked to get mainstream media coverage. But to this day, that is for the most part true, because look what they had to go through to get media coverage. But with this whole thing, one of the incredible positives that came out of it was a cultural shift. And it seems like the culture really had shifted against animal experimentation on many fronts. And what happened was, and we can show you another video on that, was that more mainstream groups like the Center for Humane Economy were talking behind the scenes with Ridgeland. And ultimately, they held a news conference and said the beagles will be purchased. And ultimately, then they said Ridgeland is going to shut down for good. So there was a huge victory there. Sure, it would have been better if those animals had been freed without having to be paid for, but this is a real world situation. And the fact is that all the beagles are getting out. Almost all of them are out. There may be approximately 100, 150. The number keeps changing very rapidly. That may still be there till, I don't know, the end of August. But the news, the headline is all the beagles are getting out of Ridgeland and the facility is going to be shut down. Amazing, amazing victory. Now, the entire movement has pivoted to New York, where a much larger beagle breeding facility exists. And there is going to be a giant march in September to basically focus the world's attention on that facility. And I'm going to show you a video because they need people to sign up. And I'm hoping that some of you will sign up. We've already committed to covering this march to abolish animal testing. It's going to be on September 12th. They're going to march from Albany to Marshall Bioresources. Let's play a little bit of the interview I did with the organizers of that.
Live from the Unchained TV headquarters in Los Angeles, California. This is Truth Files with Jane Velez Mitchell.
And Julie was on the bottom row, 2 foot by 4 foot.
Oh, Jane, we're not seeing it.
Her entire life. She lived there for about a year. Over 2 hours.
It's not.
Every single.
Okay, hold on.
Towards Julie.
Oh, is it not? It's not playing. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I've got to share my screen again.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Okay, we're going to do that. Thank you for reminding me. And luckily we only got 19 seconds into that, but I appreciate it.
Live from the Unchained TV headquarters in Los Angeles, California. This is Truth Files with Jane Velez Mitchell.
And Julie was on the bottom row in a 2 foot by 4 foot metal cage, standing on wire her entire life. She'd lived there for about a year. In over a 2 hour time period, every single time we looked towards Julie, she was spinning exactly like this for 2 hours. All 3 of the dogs we rescued from Ridgeland Farms, there's video footage of these dogs after we rescued them struggling to even walk. And this is one of them, Julie.
Now there is an effort to rescue more dogs. The scene of action has moved from Wisconsin, which is Ridgeland, to upstate New York. And now there is going to be a march, a Gandhi-style march, September 12th through September 26th. And you can learn all about it because we are so thrilled to have one of the organizers with us here today, Ella Majors.
Yes, we're talking about the March to Abolish Animal Testing happening in September 12th through the 26th. We are trekking 200 miles, 207 miles to be exact, from the seat of power in New York, Albany, all the way to Marshall Bioresources, which is the country's largest breeder of animals, and especially of beagles, for animal testing. So we are going to be building the momentum, keeping the momentum that we started with Ridgeland and the roughly 2,000 beagles we were able to rescue there. And we're on a mission to shut down Marshall Bioresources and to end dog experimentation in this country.
We have footage of protests that have been occurring outside Marshall Bioresources as the battle to stop animal experimentation hits New York. The original scene of the confrontations was in Wisconsin at Ridgeland Farms. And so there was a lot of drama surrounding that, but that ultimately ended in victory for the animal activists. And now the focus moves to New York State. You're looking at protests that are happening right now outside Marshall Bioresources. And when I say right now, I mean in recent days. And people are just saying, we want this facility shut down as well. The facility in New York is much bigger than the facility in Ridgeland, where there were 2,000 beagles, and they are all in the process of being released. There are, according to published reports, up to 20,000 beagles in the New York State facility.
Yes, the numbers are a little, we're not sure exactly the numbers, but it's up to 16 to 20,000 beagles. There are also tens of thousands of cats and ferrets and many pigs as well at that facility. And this is Jane here. Jane is looking at me. Jane is one of the beagles we rescued from Ridgeland Farms. And yes, they had about 2,000. So we're talking 10x Ridgeland. And we plan to get every single one of those dogs out, just like we got the dogs out of Ridgeland.
Just to give our viewers a little backstory, it was way back, I think it was 2017, that Wayne Shung, who you see here, went into Ridgeland and documented conditions that he said were horrific and took just 1 or 2 or 3 beagles out, a very small number. And that just triggered the drama that was to continue for years. He was originally charged and they were going to put him on trial. And at the last second, they dropped the charges. And instead of saying, "Whew, I'm so glad that I'm not going to get charged and I'm going to go home," he stayed and insisted on justice for the Ridgeland dogs. And they staged a rescue. And we've got some footage of the rescue, which is absolutely extraordinary. Take a look at this rescue that occurred this spring, in which, and you know the rest of the story, because it reminds me of my mother. We used to go to the movies and we'd always go in the middle of the movie and watch it and then wait and watch the beginning afterwards. So yes, you know the end of that story. So I hope everybody signs up for the march. And you can march 1 block, you can march 1 mile, you can march all 207 miles starting September 12th in New York. I'm sure Dr. Rao will be very happy to note that they were inspired by Gandhi's Salt March, and they hope to have the same kind of momentum building in that march, where they hope to get people as they go on the way. They hope to get news media coverage. And they point out nobody is in risk of being arrested. So don't worry about that. So the way you sign up is you go to March for Animals. I believe it's marchforanimals.org. I'm going to, or marchforanimals.com, marchforanimals.org. Go to marchforanimals.org and you can sign up. And again, you can just march a couple of miles, or you can march the entire way. And we plan to do some coverage of it. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to be there myself, but we will have a reporter there and bring the whole saga to you. So I think I've brought you up to date. Maybe we can take some questions or discuss whatever. By the way, I am going to save this. Oh, yeah, you can do savethedogs.io. I'm going to say this because I just met with a consultant who said, say this. And that is Unchained TV is a 501c3 nonprofit news and entertainment network. We are the only vegan animal rights streaming television network and fast channel network. And we offer all the content for free because paywalls diminish viewership, and we want to reach the general public. And we are growing exponentially, but we do need support. If you become a monthly donor, which Dakota has become, thank you, Dakota. I hope you got your hat. I think you did. You told me you did. You get an Unchained TV hat. I'll probably run over and show you the Unchained TV hat. It's very nice. If you wear it at night, it protects you from the cars because it's bright yellow. So please consider going to unchainedtv.com/donate and supporting us. And if you are somebody who has a donor assisted fund, one of those at Fidelity or any of those, consider giving to us, because I don't take a salary. We're mostly volunteer run, but we do need funds to keep our network going and keep it free. So you've heard it from me. There are others on here who do donate monthly, and I thank them very much. Anyway, questions?
Yes, we have a question from Danny. Our Danny is also taking questions from the chat.
Hi, Jane. I have actually a question from Michael. His original question was, how did Center for Humane Economy have the power to cause Richland to shut down? Did they or other companies successfully sue or pursue other avenues to lead them to close down?
Well, they had to remain very circumspect when they held their news conference, which is also on Unchained TV. Frankly, it's not as dramatic as some of the other events, so I could play it, but just to summarize, they were very careful to say that their goal was to get the animals out, not to reveal all the details of how they made that deal. So a lot of times deals require a level of non-disclosure. So they didn't reveal all the details. Suffice it to say, they had good news, and they had money that they had raised, and they are getting the animals and have gotten the animals out. The truth is that there was also some high-profile people. Now, we are a 501c3 nonprofit. We do not get involved in partisan politics. Lara Trump was involved. Some of her people were involved. And there is a move in this current administration to come up with alternatives to animal testing. And one of the reasons why is that there have been so many incredible advances technologically with artificial intelligence, quantum computing, organs on a chip, organoids, that you almost have to keep your head in the sand to ignore the more efficient, faster, less expensive, ultimately, alternatives to animal tests. So I think what we're seeing here is a convergence of, first of all, Americans love their dogs. We wish that they love cows, pigs, chickens, turkeys, goats, and lambs, and monkeys as much as they love dogs, but Americans love their dogs. So the idea of beagle testing really resonated with Americans. So there's that aspect of the cultural shift. Then you have the aspect of the cultural shift that the technology in the animal-free testing arena is getting so sophisticated that even, mainstream scientists are saying, yes, these are providing better results. Remember, 95% of tests of drugs that work well in animals don't work well in humans. So it's a completely inefficient system. But there was this old mantra, we have to save lives. And anytime you just say that, everybody's supposed to turn off their brain and pretend like, oh, okay, that's the excuse for doing whatever you want to animals. Well, that day has passed. So what I see happening is the convergence of culture. People are seeing, thanks to organizations like the Simple Heart DXC, all these other groups, the Monty Project, all these groups that got together and did those rescues, putting their lives on the line, literally. And you have the advances in technology coming together, converging to approach a tipping point. To that end, at Marshall Bioresources, you have the incumbent Republican congressman, I believe his name is Nick Langworthy, speaking and sounding like a radical animal rights activist in his speeches outside Bridgeland. And you also have the Democratic challenger against him saying he's not doing enough, that he just wants to reform it. And we have to even do more to stop animal testing. So when you have Republicans and Democrats falling over each other, these are obviously people who cannot agree on almost anything else, to condemn beagle experimentation specifically, but by extension, animal experimentation. That to me is evidence of a cultural shift. So there's even a new National Institutes of Health agency called ORIVA. And, maybe I'll just share my screen and show that, because I think that it's not gotten the attention it should get. That is, it's really huge. And let me just share my screen one more time to show that. This is a new National Institutes of Health Office of Research, Innovation, Validation, and Application. And here it says, the NIH Office of Research, Innovation, Validation, and Application will coordinate NIH efforts to develop, validate, and scale the use of human-based approaches across NIH biomedical research. ORIVA will serve as a hub for interagency coordination and regulatory translation. New and emerging technologies have begun to allow researchers to study health and disease using human information, creating alternative methods to use replicable, translatable, and efficient results, either alone or in combination with animal models. So they go through organoids, tissue chips, and other in vitro systems, computational models which simulate complex biological human systems, real world data. So this is, when they say human-based approaches, they're talking about alternatives to animal experimentation. So this is a huge victory. Additionally, and we just did an article on this, we also do written articles, by the way, on Unchained TV. We do one a day practically. Congress just passed the FDA Modernization Act 3.0. And so the FDA Modernization Act 3.0 has now been passed in the House and the Senate. The Senate has to go do a reconciliation, but they passed an identical bill already. If it gets signed by the president into law, it will be a huge, huge victory. It's basically a push to replace animal testing. Not to get too in the weeds on here, but Director of Animal Law and Policy, Institute of Vermont Law and Graduate School, Delciano Winders wrote, while the FDA has taken important steps to move away from outdated animal testing, its regulators have failed to keep pace with the law. As a result, numerous regulations still falsely indicate that animal tests are required, creating unnecessary confusion for drug developers. The FDA Modernization Act 3.0 will align those regulations with the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act by removing outdated references to animal testing and making clear that human-relevant, non-animal methods are acceptable for drug development. That's good for innovation, good for patients, and good for animals. So suffice it to say that there is a massive shift underway, and I think that's good news. The sad fact is that long-tailed macaques are going into the endangered species list, even though the Department of Fish and Wildlife refuses to acknowledge it. But mainstream conservation organizations have declared that due to their being kidnapped from the wild for experimentation, long-tailed macaques are now endangered. So that's the bad news. So, it's a lot happening, but there is reason for hope.
I have a little bit more to ask you.
Sure.
I think we still have some time here. I'd like to know what your thoughts are, what you're gathering information around how supportive the technology companies are to making the switch away from animals into technology, because I would think that would be a boon for them. And then the other thing is, do you know what happened at Merck? Was there a protest at Merck for the several Ridgeland beagles that were transferred there?
I believe there was a some kind of demonstration, but don't quote me on it, because honestly, there's so much happening in the animal rights movement that it'd be very, even though Unchained TV strives to be a digital town square and capture the animal rights movement in real time, literally, and I'm sure most of you can relate, my inbox is flooded with this protest here, this protest here, this, that. I keep track as best I can, as basically one person with some help. But as far as the companies, that's a very tricky subject, because ultimately companies want to spend as little money as they can to get products out. And I believe that ultimately the speed and efficiency with which the human alternative methods can produce results, with considering their accuracy, is something that the companies would embrace. I've heard that they are not the ones creating the government rules that require the animal testing, right? So, but I've also heard that there's a lot of stuff that is sort of baked in that they don't want to have to change, right? I mean, if you look at other examples, I remember, it has to be 30 years ago, I went to this event where this guy showed that he could create corn-based plastic-looking bottles for all sodas. And he showed a film time lapse where he showed the bottle dissolving within 30 days. I mean, this would have transformed our world. It would have been an extraordinary leap. And I ran into him like a year later or so, and I said, "What happened to your company?" And he said, "Oh, the big companies got together and put me out of business." So, there are all these big companies that make sodas could have transitioned, but they didn't want to change their machinery to have to transition. And so now we all have, what somebody said, a credit card's worth of plastic going into our systems every month, because these bastards did not want to change how they did it. They just didn't want to redo their factories. So there's a little bit of that as well. So I think it's a combo platter of ridiculous government regulations that are outdated, very outdated, and companies not wanting to change how they do business, but also some of them are interested in changing. And when the thing happens, like with the Cruelty-Free Cosmetics Act, a lot of them went to cruelty-free because my dear friend Judy Mancuso, with social compassion legislation, led that battle to pass the Cruelty-Free Cosmetics Act in California. California is the fourth largest economy in the world, and what happens in California spreads to the rest of the country and the world. So I think that once the change happens, these companies do fall in line. And the last thing I'll say, the big culprits are the universities, because they get a cut. Every time somebody gets a grant to do animal experimentation, they get a cut. So a lot of them are pushing. And perversely, as somebody pointed out, it's often the progressive liberal wing of the political movement that talks about, you can't stop medical research. Now, to that I say, you can't be knee-jerk against everything one agency, one administration does. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Okay. The animals don't really care who's coming up with these systems to end animal torture. And they could be wrong on every other thing. But if they're happen to be right on this for whatever reason, I think that we should acknowledge it and not just use lives are at risk. I always say this, 30 some years ago, more than that, when I was a news anchor, I was asked to lead a march for the cure of a very famous march type. They have those all the time, people marching around, cure, raising money. So we went to lunch and I asked them, I said, well, what do you use the money on? I'm just curious. I'd like to know. Do you do animal experimentation? By the end of the lunch, I got word, and there were no cell phones at the time, but by the end of the lunch, I got word, you're off the hook. They don't need you. They don't want people asking questions. So, universities and some of these nonprofits that are all about the cure. Meanwhile, the heads of their organizations are making hundreds of thousands of dollars in salary. They're self-perpetuating bureaucracies. So there's a lot of fault to go around.
Okay. We do have one last question from Michael, if you're prepared.
Sure.
His question is, historically speaking, when these animal breeders or animal factory farms get exposed or fold due to pressure and lawsuits, do the offenders tend to reincorporate under another name and start all over again, or does that not really happen in the U.S.?
Absolutely. The first major win against beagle testing was, what's the name of it? Everybody knows. It's escaping my mind right now. I just talked about it. It was Envigo. Envigo, okay, had 4,000 beagles. They had violated all sorts of laws and Animal Welfare Act and various other regulations, and they were forced to, 4,000 beagles were taken from them and they closed. Well, according to PETA, the same individuals are behind a current attempt to open a massive monkey breeding facility in Bainbridge, Georgia, under a new name, Safer Human Medicine. And so what they do is they come up with new names and they maybe shift from beagles to monkeys. But yes, the answer is yes. It's been described to me like organized. Well, I invite these companies on anytime on Unshade TV. I would love to dialogue with you, but it's like organized crime.
Right on. Thanks, Jane.
Wow. Thank you for those good questions, Michael and Danny. Thank you. Well, my goodness, this has been so informative. I try to keep up with animal news, but it's been wonderful, Jane. It's already made me think about maybe I could share some of the Ridgeland Farms to my next door group, because of course I share it on some social media, but my next door, it's all about rescuing animals. And so this may be a way to introduce them to, hey, the experimentation aspect. So thank you again for that. And if you would like to give you one final minute to close up, to say anything, if you have anything else to say.
Well, I'm just so thrilled that Dr. Rao always gives us an opportunity here at Unchained TV to bring you guys the very latest. Please, at the very least, if you do nothing else, make sure you've downloaded the app, which is free and it's on every phone. You just put in Unchained TV in your app store. There was Namaste Vegan Love, the music video that started out. Yeah, everybody's liking that. That's getting a lot of fun responses. And so what's great about this is that you can text any of these videos to your friends. So you have that friend say, I could never give up cheese. So we text that to that person. There's a gazillion cheese alternative videos. That's just one example. What I've been sending a lot of people is how not to die. Seems like everybody, all my friends, their parents have Alzheimer's or dementia, and there's a lot of sadness and crisis. And so I've been sending How Not to Die, which is also we can do together around food. It's the wonderful video about Dr. Rao and Jamin Shively's efforts in Washington State to get an entire town to go vegan. So please download it on your phone. You can also download it on your TV. It's on my Samsung TV or your LG TV. Or if you have Amazon Fire Stick, Roku device, or an Apple TV device, you can download it and watch it on the big screen. There's a lot of incredible documentaries, and it is a very important part of the animal rights movement. So please be a part of it.
You bet. Thank you again so much, Jane. Lovely to see you.
Bye. Thank you.
And now we have, there you are, Govinda. Hello, I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm going to introduce you. Do you have any slides you want to prepare for, or are you good to go?
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, I will give a brief introduction. Or do you have, okay, we'll wait till you get set up.
Yeah, I think it's.
Okay, yeah, we see a screen there.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, and now we see something else. I'm seeing some things on the side of the screen. Can someone in the Climate Healers group see if they tell me if they see the same thing or if we're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
And now it says from plates to planet B, rethinking diets, cities, and sustainability.
Yeah, that should be what should be shared, but I can't see it on my screen though, which is kind of weird.
Okay, it just
Now
went. It
now
just
it's
went
gone
away
again.
now. It just went away now. So, do you want me to introduce you and then you to bring it back up again?
Let me join through my computer. Maybe it might be better. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and introduce in the meantime, I think.
Well, I'll just wait, but we've got time. We're just so happy you're here. We want you to be all ready before because we're gonna introduce you and have you looking.
I thought it was all good, but something.
Here we go.
1 minute, please.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
I'm joining on my laptop.
Okay.
Once you join, we'll make you co-host. Okay, I see you here.
Just as long as the sound doesn't come on both of them. Just don't.
No, I'm going to shut this off. I'm going to shut.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
Are you going to close this one down completely then?
Yeah, let me try.
I see.
Somehow my screen is not accepting it.
Okay, we'll wait for you to come back in on your laptop.
Oh, God.
All righty. Very good. So if y'all will wait for her to spotlight her when she comes back in.
We need to make her co-host first. She's here.
All right, so we're getting set up with the things in the background here. Let me y'all take care of that, and she'll be back up in just a moment. This will be our closing speaker, and then we'll have some final words afterwards. And then we'll be back tomorrow with a whole nother lineup of people. And I think I would love to hear back from you. If you have comments or anything, be sure and let us know. And let's see. And in the meantime, maybe you are signing up for Unchained TV, or maybe you're looking up Save the Dogs at IO and going to join that march. That will be great. I hope that your mind has been coming up with so many ideas about how you can incorporate this into your philosophy or your actions or your neighborhood.
And just a quick update, Rebecca, Sujata Govara is here and she's just come on screen. So I'm going to spotlight her and I think we're good to go.
Yes, very good.
I'm just wondering now between the laptop, where do I share my screen? Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Okay, so I will do a very short introduction. Okay. Yeah. Very good. So let me see here. We are at Climate Healers 26 Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, and I'm very pleased to introduce to you Dr. Sujata Govada. Welcome, and take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Dr. Sailesh Rao, whom I've known for a long, long time, many years from school, I would say. It's amazing the amount of work that's done by climate healers and everybody on this conference. I could see even our last speaker, the passion that everybody shares. I'm just thinking, when will it be when the whole world will be equally passionate? I think that is the problem, is not too many people are paying attention to what is important. And I'm actually, it's my honor to be speaking at this event for the first time. I'm actually, just to introduce myself a little briefly, I'm the CEO and founder of UDP International, and also the founding director of the Institute for Sustainable Urbanization. And I've been based in Hong Kong for the last 32 years. Currently, I'm in San Francisco. Just went for a walk in the morning while listening to all the talks to Presidio, and it was a beautiful day out. But coming to the topic, today what I'll be talking about is From Plates to Planet B, Rethinking Our Diets, Cities, and Sustainability. And I know a lot of you know about the issues in the world, but to me what is a bit saddening is, in spite of all this effort, when you look at this where we are as a world from 1961 to 2023, meat consumption has still doubled. And you can see very few countries which are, on the low side, which is India is one of them, parts of Africa and other places. But even in India, I'm alarmed by that people actually tend to do a lot more, have a lot more meat consumption than before, and when I was growing up as a child. So I think we have a long way to go still. And part of it, I think, is because people don't connect the dots between different aspects of what is actually causing all this. And if people pay attention, and I think they will be much more willing to change. And also, it's probably mind-boggling for people who are used to eating meat to suddenly change and become vegan. So that's another difficulty, I think, people face. But there is a lot of demand for, food production is very important. And where I come from in Hong Kong, I think 90% of the food is kind of imported from outside, which is also not sustainable. But we find that, as Dr. Sailesh Rao has presented so many times, that maximum is impact is from agricultural land that is, catering towards livestock and meat, production. So I think we know, and even when people see like graphs like this, where you see that the lower end, which is all more plant-based, is hardly any impact on the greenhouse gas emissions, but you have beef, lamb, and all these others are much higher. Still, my question is, why do people ignore it? And to me, I can't understand, because I've been a vegetarian all my life. And maybe thanks to Dr. Sailesh Rao, I would say maybe last 20 years, both my husband and I have been vegan. And for him, I think more difficult because he changed from meat eating to vegan, but for me, from vegetarian to vegan. So we give credit to Dr. Sailesh Rao for opening our eyes and making us get there. But if you look at the statistics, climate change, everybody's talking about this for a long time, and still somehow the change seems to be very slow. And this is something that we need to ask ourselves why. And even if you look at the deforestation, right? Maximum is because of animal industry. And we know that, and yet even at government, at policy level, people almost ignore that there is a problem. And to me, that is, I don't understand why this continues to happen, and something needs to change the way we talk about it. And even if you look at the water, stress, it's all related to the animal production. I think, and biodiversity loss, that's another thing, which actually this thing, biodiversity, is talked about in the urban planning part. I'm actually an urban planner, urban designer, and architect. And in our circles, biodiversity loss and everything is talked about, but again, not associated with food consumption. So it's kind of this, I think, gap or this disconnect is what I think is causing a lot of the problems. And I think we need to really connect the two. And even when you talk about the environmental and planetary impacts, they're enormous. We are experiencing it, like climate change, the extreme temperatures, unpredictable weather. It still is something that people are ignoring. I think if you look at chronic disease, right, health and social impacts, a lot of these actually arrive from animal products, but also I've heard of many individual cases where people have told me about that they have changed vegan because of health reasons, and actually they are much better and healthier. And but I think these stories maybe are not heard enough. Only recently I came across an article, a research, which actually is people are understanding. Like I like to give you an example. I go at many, I've talked in many places. I'm quite active, vocal, and everything. And usually when I go, I'm the only one who's vegetarian in the conference, say, or maybe even vegan now over the last 20 years. But once in Shanghai, I met this mother and daughter who are actually both vegan. So I was very surprised because we're sitting at a dinner and that other people who are also vegan in addition to me. That was very interesting to me. And I asked them why. And the story that they told me is that the lady's husband, she's actually a professor, was a professor, I think she's retired now, at Duquesne University in Chicago, Italian. They actually eat meat, I think, every day from breakfast, cheese, everything is very dairy and meat oriented. But the husband was really not well. And the doctor told him that if you want to live, you need to really, only option is you need to become a vegan. And to do that, he actually went and asked his wife, to be vegan with him because otherwise he can't handle it. And also asked another friend of his because they follow the same diet. And so all four of them, two couples, went vegan. And 6 months later, all his medical conditions were, neutral. So everything without any medication. So these kind of individualized stories we hear a lot. And I think more people need to hear this, and it needs to become an everyday association for people to really understand the importance of this. But when you look at the transition that is happening, thanks to people like Dr. Sailesh Rao and all of you on this event over here, veganism is growing, plant-based markets are improving, but also it's the number of searches, say, on Google or something is actually a lot more, as you can see from data. And I think the top areas are like Israel, Australia, UK, Austria, New Zealand. India is like, something naturally, they've like for decades, they've been more Hindu tradition has been more ahimsa based. So it's actually less meat oriented, but what I'm told from my own experience, it's actually changing the other way around. But if you look at the plant-based market, also there is more sales, but I think still the needle is not there. I think Sailesh Rao knows that it needs to get to a certain point for it to really become huge. And I think we are not there yet. And a lot of vegan campaigns, like, example in UK, Veganuary, like, is making efforts, and many speakers today with their events, organizations that they actually help promote this are working really hard to make it happen. And I've been to numerous sustainability conferences where food is not mentioned at all. And that, I think, again, is something is mismatch. And if you look at Hong Kong, it's I saw a presentation by somebody who boasted by the fact that Hong Kong is the most meat eating city in Asia or the world. And I couldn't believe when he was saying that as though it's the best thing. But if you look at this chart, you still see Hong Kong beef consumption per capita is very, very high, less than maybe other countries in the West like US, but still in Asia, it is still higher. Thanks to individuals, again, I think it's the people that make a difference. Francis Nye, whom I know quite well, who's actually an investment banker that has, become himself vegetarian then vegan. And he started this thing about Green Monday, getting people to adopt like at least once a week a vegan diet. And then he came up with the Green Common, Kind Kitchen, and is also the one who started the Omni Pork and got McDonald's to adopt that. And you find that in Hong Kong, at least there's about 3% full-time vegans. I think even in Hong Kong, finding vegetarians would be difficult, but you do have. And 34% actually claim they adopt at least a vegan diet once a week. And I think that's another way to get people to slowly transition. And even they call it flexitarian, that means mostly vegan, but sometimes they might eat a little bit. But if you look at the restaurant in Hong Kong, there are many more coming. I really thought that Hong Kong would be the last place to start, vegan menus. But actually, there is quite a play. Many restaurants have a vegan menu, but also many restaurants are increasingly becoming more fully vegan friendly and fully vegan, which is a good change. But if you look at the traditional cultural history of Hong Kong, there is a Buddhist tradition, and about 14% of the population actually identify as Buddhists, and they eat more vegetarian food 1st and 15th of the month, following the lunar calendar. And in India, I think it would be more like Ekadasi, where we would actually fast every 15 days. But one of the oldest vegetarian restaurant in Hong Kong is about 100 years old, Tung Fong Sui, as shown here. So there is this tradition. It's deep-rooted, and this is the Green Monday movement that, I think when they did a survey only in 2014, only 17% knew about it. When Omni Pork was launched, which is like your Beyond Meat version, and then 46% of the population are more aware. And also this whole thing about flexitarian grew from 5 to 35%. But interestingly, even for me as a vegetarian turned vegan, it is still difficult to have in restaurants vegan food because it is always imitating meat, because it's trying to get people who are meat eating to change to vegan. So I end up cooking at home. And I'll tell you one incident where on a wedding anniversary, we actually booked for my husband and myself in a restaurant. And I kind of said, no mushrooms, because I don't eat mushrooms also, because they're fungi. And then I said, no fake meat. And immediately the lady called me and said, don't come, please, because we cannot serve you. And she said they had 14 vegan items on the menu, which is a famous tea house in Hong Kong, but everything had either mushrooms or fake meat. So that's another thing that, it's not vegetarian turned vegan friendly, but at least it's happening, which is good. And but why I wanted to touch this, because it leads to a lot of the, we picked on 4 crisis, polycrisis, like ecological crisis, personal crisis, institutional, and social. And I just wanted to go over each one of those a bit. The ecological crisis is as like everywhere else. It's warming faster, the planet, rising seas, intensifying storms, and high temperatures and people, like during summers, there are many. Also, Hong Kong has a very large elderly population. So many elderly actually, some passed away because of the high temperatures. And the personal crisis is, I think, if you compare to places like in the West, maybe Hong Kong is not that bad, but still, for Hong Kong standards, overweight, obesity is still high, 54%, and hypertensive is around close to 30%, and diabetic is 8.5. I think India is even higher in diabetic. But it's also, these are diet-related diseases. And another thing is also the Gini coefficient, the inequity that exists in Hong Kong, in access for affordable housing, or even proper food is very high. And the Gini coefficient is 0.473, which is also high. And this is something that needs to be corrected. And institutional crisis. There are a lot of things that people have embarked on, like net zero. They want to go into investing into a sustainable future, financing net zero. So that means the government policies are geared towards this, making sustainability more inclusive. But none of these actually look at food. And that is the mismatch. And I think that's a problem that Hong Kong needs to correct. And if we look at like veganism as as a PolySolution, on an ecological level, if we promoted more vegan diets, obviously, the greenhouse gases will be reduced, pollution, the carbon footprint, everything could become less. On a personal level, plant-based diets will, as we know already, it's been documented, lower chronic diseases And on a social level, because of the food system requires less land for this to feed the same amount more people, you could feed more people and also cut down the hunger and the inequality that exists. On an institutional level, I think this whole thing about ahimsa and nonviolence, like one of the speakers mentioned, and ethics needs to come in. And economics and governance is also something that needs to look how, to promote more plant-based diets and not go after animal agriculture, to make people more environmental stewards of the place. And I tried to get Dr. Sailesh Rao to a big conference in Hong Kong coming up in September. They call it Rethinking Sustainability Everything. Again, food is not part of that conference. I tried to get him, and he was willing to actually pay for his own trip to come there, still didn't receive enough. So I think Hong Kong still needs to learn a lot. How can planning deliver this? And this is the institute I set up like my 10 year, more than 10 years, 12 years now, called the Institute for Sustainable Urbanization, because I feel everything is connected. And when we did research on smart city, and we came up with this smart and sustainable city framework, where we're talking about smart thinking. So if basically, I think half the problem is people are not thinking, and if they put their thinking hat, all the information that is available, I think it won't take too long for people to change and go on a more plant-based diet. But people are not thinking or not connecting the dots. So I think smart thinking is important, good planning and design, but also focusing on people, place, and planet. Planet is including, not harming animals, making sure that we are environmentally friendly. Technology can be an enabler, but it cannot be the answer for everything. So you can't have like a bad policy planning network and everything, and suddenly you just say technology can solve all the problems. It can help, but you have to have the right foundation before. And also, it should be, what we do needs to be purpose-driven, long-term value, engaging the community. That's why I think the program that Dr. Sailesh mentioned about around food, together around food, I think is important, because engagement and empowerment, I think, is the key, and also inclusive and transparency. Whatever the policies that people come up with at the city level needs to be like that. So mobility is important, and because accessibility is important. Environment, where food becomes part of it, and also smart living. Then infrastructure, the governance also include food as part of the policy, and then economy. Then you can promote and make it much better. I think there are some cases like in New York City where they've actually implemented plant-based diets, and like not only in public schools but hospitals, and seen a big change in not only the health but also the cost and emissions and satisfaction rate. Other places like in Europe, in Milan, they've come up with 6 action items, not only in governance, sustainable diets, but related to food as well. And this is something that needs to happen to really change it. India, as I mentioned, is primarily more vegetarian, but I feel it's actually turning the other way around. And this is something, and I really believe in India, for people to go vegan probably might be the last place. It needs to happen in the West and then come to India, because even when I go and I'm at meetings, when they offer me tea, milk tea, and I'm politely saying no with biscuits and tea. And there's one gentleman asked me, so somebody tells you not to breathe air, will you stop breathing? He thought that I was so ridiculous about saying I cannot have milk, tea, and biscuits because they're all they're not vegan. So that is the mindset in India, and I think things need to change much more than that. They can be vegetarian, but going vegan is more difficult. I think in conclusion, I think from plates, I think we need to think about it. It's not just a fad or a lifestyle change, but actually an ethical responsibility and also our duty to actually look at what we are putting on our plates and eating, and then look at the systems thinking, which Dr. Sailesh Rao is talking about, how food production and everything actually impacts everything else, and look at how the policies in the cities actually need to take this into account, and for us to transition towards Planet B. If there is a will, we can do it. And I think getting there to get that reasoning, I think, is the key. And we are not there yet, but I think the more and more, one of the things I try to do whenever we have events, try to offer, no need to mention to people it's vegan food or anything. I just only serve vegan food, and then people are fine with it. So I think this is something needs to be done. And I think it'll take a long time, but I hope it can be shorter than that. But for Hong Kong, one of the things that they can do, there are a lot of initiatives happening, like through NGOs and everybody, like the community gardens, the roof farming, the food rescue programs, healthcare. They're all happening separately. Like universities are also having vegan restaurants and more vegan food, but I think they're not connecting all the dots. So this is something needs to be done. But also, these are the opportunities, because Hong Kong is very well connected publicly. So it's like with public transport, accessibility is not a problem. So we could have 15-minute food environments. They could even implement public procurement leverage and shift diets at a scale, like when schools and hospitals, and start that. And also there is a cultural history behind, from a Buddhist standpoint, that it is the right thing to do. And they have all these smart blueprint, climate action change, but they do not focus yet on the food. And that is something that needs to happen. But the good thing about Hong Kong is it's quite vocal, and people can make a difference. And I think with that, I hope we can strive towards making a change, not only in Hong Kong, but elsewhere in the world. And if we don't, I think the risks are just continue high intake, very import dependent, especially for Hong Kong. And a lot of food is wasted, but there is still a lot of inequality and food insecurity that happens. So I think policymakers need to wake up and tie city planning and design to how we set our plates and what we eat, because that not only impacts health, but also with health, when you are more healthy and you're able to have a healthy lifestyle, you actually cut down resources on healthcare and all the other aspects. And if you have an active lifestyle, again, it would be, and if you're closer, especially for an urban dense city like Hong Kong, being closer to nature becomes important. And I think this is something that needs to be promoted. And I hope we at ISU can work much more to make things like this happen. Okay, with that, I think I would rather take more questions from the audience rather than just use up the airtime. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That was wonderful. Yes, wow. So as an architect and cities planner, I'm wondering about one of the how to bring in the food aspect. As an architect, I'm thinking of persons looking at the buildings and the environment around them, but it's the food outside of that environment, the shrimp and beef that is imported into that small area. And so this is what you're doing. You're calling attention to the food that comes into a system or a city. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't, fully promoted and said, okay, this is my only area, because I work on a lot of areas like heritage conservation. There's so many areas part of the city planning and design efforts. But I think one of the things what I try to do here is show we know all the facts, we know everything, but then people are not able to do because they're not connecting the dots. And this is the issue. And if you take even the sustainability, somebody was talking about in the previous sessions, head of sustainability, and you find those people, to me, they all should be vegan to begin with, to call themselves sustainable, but they're not. And so this is what I'm talking about, is you kind of shield that part away, you can truly not be sustainable. So I think it needs to be, people need to make an effort, and for things to change, it needs to change at multiple levels. So you need to have this individual awakening. That means, if you do Vedanta, in the Indians, Hindu spirituality, it teaches you to be beyond yourself, your family, to your community, your nation, to the world, so that we are, and to all life, right? That is the transition. But when you put those, have that understanding, it just tells you that is the only way to live. You don't want to do anything else. But I think people are not there yet. And that's where, to me, whenever I go to conferences or events or anything, where people are ignoring the food aspect and then calling sustainability and everything else, they're not sustainable, actually. So that, I think that awareness should be raised. And I hope through our effort, we could raise that. And that's why I wanted Dr. Sailesh Rao to come and actually present it. So what now I'm going to do, we will do a webinar like this and broadcast it into Hong Kong so people get more aware of it. Because I think a government can make a difference. Policy change, right? If you say, okay, schools should all be serving only plant-based food. That's why I asked the question about animal rights, right? If you say in the world it's illegal, it's like a crime to actually kill and eat, then if that is already agreed, then people, especially maybe in your own house, you can do something and eat. Nobody will question you in your private area. But in public areas, they should not be doing it, right? So if you change that narrative, then I think we can make a bigger difference.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, raise your hands if you have a question or put it in the chat. And I see we have questions here. And so let's begin.
Okay, hi. Thank you, Dr. Gravata. Is she coming back?
No, I'm coming back. My battery is on low. I'll just go to another place and charge it. Please continue.
Okay. So we have two questions from Michael. The first one is, was the rise in animal consumption in India over the last several decades also been due to a change in messaging from India's authorities in the fields of nutrition and medicine, practitioners nudging in that direction? That's the first question.
Thank you. Basically, I think in India, probably when you look at the numbers, it is still not showing that India is actually going, fully meat eaten. But what I'm talking about, if you look at, say, restaurants, and, I know there's a big difference from 50 years ago to now, right? People do And what I'm alarmed about, which I think even I mentioned to Dr. Sailesh Rao, where I come from, I've come from a state called Andhra Pradesh, which is like in southern India, and also Telangana, which is next to, it's bifurcated as two states. And in India, I think it's only Rajasthan and Gujarat are two states that actually are with a larger percentage of vegetarians. And it was funny. My husband was asking me because he originally from a meat eating. I mean, but they used to eat once a week or once a month or something. But still, he asked what happened to all the Brahmins. That means what happened to all the vegetarian people. Either they're changing because it's a fad that everybody else is eating meat, so they're eating meat. But the numbers, India will still look low in the world map, right? But what is alarming is that it is still changing on a day-to-day basis. You go, the lesser number of restaurants that are, like say for me, if I'm vegan, I can go to New York and San Francisco and find a vegan place much easier than in India.
Okay.
It's kind of weird, but it is because you can get vegetarian food, but vegan is more difficult.
Right.
Yeah.
We have a follow-up question, just one more from Michael. He says, I'm reading online that lower income persons in India consume more meat than ones with higher income. Is this true? Is this true there? And or for any other countries in Southeast Asia? I'm also reading here that India, for example, doesn't provide subsidies for animal farming and product operations directly. But the price of meat and animal foods have gone down a lot due to large-scale commercial operations. Any words on this?
I mean, I think more people are eating, but what I would say also that poor people could not afford anything before. Like when we were growing up, maybe they would eat rice with a chili on it. That's it. No vegetables, nothing. But you can actually see all the working people, like poor people, actually being able to at least affording to buy vegetables and some amount. Meat is still expensive, I would say, for them, affordable to be affordable. But I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the data, but definitely in terms of production, I think there's much more. And I think India is, which I find it very ironical that they are exporting beef to other countries, which I would think you should not be doing it if you are India. Why would you do that when you're supposed to say beef, it's not good to consume beef? Then you should be true to yourself rather than, I think that's where the commercialization, being greedy about making money and forgetting about everything else, is something that makes people do wrong things. That's why I say smart thinking is important.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. So I see Allison is here with a question.
Yes, I'm here to ask you a question, Dr. Gopala, about sustainable urbanization, and in particular about urban green spaces. And so many large cities in the world are not like Singapore. They don't have ocean breezes on every side. Many of them have very little circulation of air much of the year, and they suffer from heat exposure and from pollution, air pollution. And one of the solutions in some cities that's also helping to deal with home houselessness is urban forests, food forests. And so I wondered, in your experience with urban or sustainable urbanization, if you see that as a potential trend that would be part of the PolySolution, because it addresses green spaces, it addresses air pollution, it addresses healthy food, to mention a few things.
I think open space is very important. I'm telling you, during COVID, where did we all go? To the open space.
To the beach.
Right?
Yeah.
And so open spaces in a city are really, really important. And I think when you look at it from a spiritual angle, we are supposed to spend at least 1 hour in nature every day. Okay, minimum. So the reason why all this is there is because when you go and you spend your time in nature, and we also talk in planning and design terms that the city needs to be walkable. Why is the city important to be walkable? Because you're making the person as the measuring, the way you measure. So if a person has to walk, the air pollution has to be under control, good quality air. It needs to be safer. You can't just put yourself in a car, close everything, air conditioned on, and just fly by. That is actually what has killed our cities, actually. So you need to be more transit oriented, more shared economy oriented, right? So that I can travel in Hong Kong. Sorry to say, I'm in the US. I used to live here before I studied in Virginia Tech. Hong Kong, I won't even think about safety because it's safe. I don't need to worry about it, even at midnight, right? But when I come here, I still feel uncomfortable because people say, like I'm at my son's place near the Golden Gate Park. We went and enjoyed the walk today. And he says it's really good, but I don't feel comfortable enough to walk on my own. Maybe if I live here long enough, maybe I'll say, okay, it's okay, and then go out. So I think for a city, safety and having people as walkable cities is important, because what that does, it makes you become much more active and you observe things more. So if you're closer to nature, then I think people will question everything. And even another thing about eating meat, right? People, if you're just going into the grocery store, looking at the packaged foods, you're not even thinking. I remember when I was growing up, my neighbors, if they would do chicken curry or something, they're literally slashing a chicken in front of the house. And that was like gory to me because the headless chicken would run some, distance before it fell down. Those kind of scenes, if people see, they will not eat. And even I remember there was a construction building that was half constructed. They would get all these goats, tear up, and and I looked at it, I would say, why would people do this? And how many of the people who are actually meat eating think about all this? They don't know because they're just looking at packaged goods. So when you look at something as a product and you're not looking at where it is coming from, how it is coming from, you're not going to relate to it. So I think public space, to come back, is important because when you become more closer to nature, you will become questioning everything. Otherwise,
I'm looking at the picture in your background and I'm not seeing a lot of greenery. And, where I live in Lima, Peru, and Lima, Peru is desert. The entire coast of Peru is desert. And yet there is a lot of greenery and it has to be watered regularly to maintain it. But we have a lot of parks and trees. But interestingly enough, the entire coast of the city has been expanded with probably mostly cement that's been removed from different projects, and they've expanded the coastline. And the entire reclamation, the entire coastline of the city is beautiful, beautiful parks, beautiful parks. So
no, but I wanted to just tell you, Hong Kong is only 25% built. Rest of it is actually open. Wow. And so, which is unusual for a city. That is why it is compact and heavy, dense development. But what that density does is actually makes it much more vibrant and safer, and also actually good for public transit as well. So I think what we are saying is if Hong Kong can go vegan, any other place can go vegan. You know what I'm saying? If that, because it has all these extreme things happening in Hong Kong, because it's 90% taking food from elsewhere. So if you don't need to do all that, you're growing within the city, things might be different, right? So that I think that is what Hong Kong needs to be talking about.
They're all good questions. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you,
No.
Alice. We have
Thank
three
you.
more questions now, and I think Dr. Rao will be our last question for the day. So we'll start with Dr. Ort, Dr. Abraham Ort. If you'll come up, she'll bring you up. There you go. Hello.
Hello. I think you're on mute, Dr. Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh. That was me trying to unmute you. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. No, I was very interested to hear your story about Hong Kong, because if you look at it in your background, it looks so filled up.
Yeah, but it's 25% only.
I would like to compare it actually with another country, like the Netherlands. It has a large population of people, and they actually want in that direction. They want to go into the direction of having high buildings. They did a very interesting study by an architect and the University of Leiden from sustainability. And they did an experiment to see what happened if everybody in the Netherlands would become vegan.
I know, I saw that report that Dr.
Yes.
Sailesh Rao shared with me.
Very interesting, because and everything turns out to be much better.
Yeah.
The farmers were much better, the economy was much better. And as it is now, we import in the Netherlands so much from outside, from Brazil, soya beans. And actually, in this new study, they could easily do it in the Netherlands by itself and be completely independent of the rest of the world. So it's amazing differences what can happen, actually. So
actually, people don't talk about it, but actually meat is negative energy.
What do you mean with negative energy?
Energy. That means when your body, like, when you are more plant-based, you are more positive energy. And for a human being, we need more positive energy than negative energy. So if you have like a leather sofa and you're sitting on it, we used to buy when I was younger, we don't buy anymore because it's actually negative energy. When you want to do meditation and everything, you don't sit on negative places and do. So even consuming that food, if people talk about all this together, I think the movement, it'll happen much faster. People don't realize.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ort. Okay, and Emery, you have a question.
Yes, you're again mute. I think maybe Rebecca is trying to change.
There, we got it.
Thanks.
We got it. Yeah, it's really hard to relate some of these things and figure out the answers of where to start when you're in a smaller town, an older town, and we do see a few efforts to do some vegan things, but again, it's usually like they said, using vegan meats or something like that. But near my town, it's all corn and soy for miles and miles and miles and miles, and that's for animal feed. And recently we had that lettuce poisoning,
outbreak,
and so all the lettuce was off the shelves, almost all of it. And I happen to know which lettuces were veganic. We do carry some in our local Walmart. There's one brand that's made in Pennsylvania that comes to Illinois, and so I knew that, but everybody else would still be just trying to fight over the California foods that are right next to factory, not factory farms, but like those holding where they feed them and fatten them up. I can't think what that's called right now, but in California, they're right next to where they grow lettuce. So all that manure just leaks into the lettuces. So I'm like, okay, in a little town like this, if I talk to the city, it's like, I just don't know. We have a couple of farmers that farm organically. But I kept thinking we should be able to somehow get some of these farmers to change to veganic farming, because people are concerned about chemicals. That's something that even the meat eaters, they're concerned about chemicals. And I thought, well, start telling them to grow veganically, their fruits and vegetables and their grains and all of that. But right then, a meat eater will argue about yield, that the farmers have to have yield, and I'm not up enough to know. I feel like veganic farming could have the same yield, but they said, no, you put one tree in there and it's going to mess up everything. And because they go corner to corner and they have machines that go back and forth like this, and so I feel like, where do I start? But then listening to this, the place to start is to just be talking about veganism with people, to start there, because it's the big umbrella thing and everything else is underneath, I guess. But I kept thinking even the city council, if I suggest things like planning for the future, we know we're going to be more plant-based in the future. We know that. So, I guess it's almost like the usual planting seeds. Maybe that's all I can do at this point, is plant seeds in this town.
I think your question, engagement is important. And I think showing by action, like, getting more people, and I think people can make a difference. So it's like, two people, even like something like a beach cleanup in Mumbai. One guy started, got the whole beach cleaned up with other people. So I think if one person can do it, and you get more people, especially in a small town, I would say it would be good. And I think people like you then should actually go into where the decision makers are. So you become, even I tell architects, my students, don't just be designers, go into be in policymakers, because then you can change. So trying to work even inside the government to make the changes in decisions and making people think, I think is important. And maybe in a smaller town, it's probably you have less of this bigger city problems. It might be even easier even if you did it for a smaller thing. But I think Dr. Sailesh Rao probably can answer you even better.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut out. It's like an emergency. My dog has gone back to the back and is going to wake up my husband, and I'm supposed to be watching her. So
oh, sorry.
I've got to get off for tonight, or at least just get me out of the way somehow here. And I'm just going to go like this. Good.
Thank you. Sorry.
Jata, I had a question about what is the purpose of a city? Now, if you look at what is the goal of Planet B, it is to restore planetary health and achieve world peace. So then cities have to be built around that larger goal, right? Currently, all cities are built around extraction.
Yeah.
The extraction model.
Yeah.
So how would a city like Hong Kong transition if you change the purpose of that city?
I think, you know what, like Hong Kong has this, like I think many cities have, many people think, oh, short-term gain versus long-term value. So if you're looking at like, long-term value as your goal, and what you're talking about is the long-term value, then thinking has to change, because the amount of development and everything, they're not thinking a lot of other things. Like, if you say you don't need to import a lot of meat and everything into the city, say, for example, a lot of those industries don't need to be there. And I think the problem people feel is, what do they do next if that is cut off? And I think so that's the fear people have, and it's all over the place. And I think it's like how AI is, everybody's questioning about AI, but you actually are finding out that you can actually, there are some benefits to it as well. How to use it properly is important. And I think cities, maybe the more, if you think more clearly, you probably will get to a model where you would have more smaller cities, more distributed, which because when COVID happened, right? None of these big shopping malls thrived. It was the little guys that were selling the vegetables nearby the neighborhoods actually made more money. And I remember even in India, there were engineers selling vegetables too, like who were educated, but at that time that was the thing to do. So I think if we really question everything, that's why smart thinking is important. A lot of the things we are doing, we will change the course over time. That means from a city point of view, there could be a lot of spaces that are unused or not needed, so that you need to adapt to different uses. So you don't need to keep building all this as though there is no tomorrow. So we could really become a much more truly sustainable, cities and communities. And I think cities should be of a lot of smaller communities coming together rather than these big agglomerations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao, for coming up. And it is past time for us to close. So
okay.
Sorry, Jamin. I tell you what, I don't know if people will stay on after today, but I know it would be a very good discussion if you were here asking questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Govada. It was a very wonderful time. Now, if
can I want to hear the
you want to hear Davis?
Yeah, what
all right, Tammy, can you stay?
Quick, yeah.
If Tammy can stay, then yes, let's do it. All right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Govada, and thank you, BJ and everyone and Tammy for allowing us to stick around. Paige, I see you're there as well. I think we're in the heart of a really important conversation here, and this actually overlaps. Dr. Govada, were you here at the very beginning of the day when we? Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
No, you asked a question at the end. So in terms of city planning, this is a really important piece here because together around food, we're going to break out. We're going to break out into one big city somewhere. And whichever big city takes this on first is going to reap massive rewards.
Yeah.
They're going to become the capital city of ending world hunger and veganism and community. I was conceived in August 1967. I did the math because I was born in May 1968. 1967 was called the Summer of Love. I was conceived in the Summer of Love in the San Francisco Bay Area, right? Maybe that's why I'm so crazy as I am and proud and proud of it. Hey, that left a mark on San Francisco, a very positive mark. It became known as the progressive city, this and that. It then became the birthplace of the computer revolution, the gay rights revolution. I trust you've been to my hometown of the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm actually from the East Bay. Anyway,
James,
but the bottom.
Let's go to the.
Oh, let's go. Okay, so here's the point. Let's say Hong Kong is the first one to really embrace together around food. Number one, Everyone will be fed. It's not like the old industries of Hong Kong are suddenly going to disappear, right? This would be the birth of a whole new industry, and it would be an export industry because whatever city takes it on, Mumbai, San Francisco, doesn't matter. Whichever city takes it on is going to be, it'll be the birthplace of this whole new industry, really a set of industries, because we're going to be doing centralized production of food in a massive food factory, right, of gourmet whole food plant-based that then ships out. It'll ship out the goods cold. So like let's say a vegan lasagna, it'll build truckloads of vegan lasagna up to the point of sticking them in the oven, but they won't be baked yet. They'll be shipped cold in refrigerated trucks to the various distribution points, community centers, community cafes, etc. And then they'll be baked, and then they'll be served hot and fresh. That's just one example of one of the most complex dishes. So all of this is going to drive tremendous innovation in food preparation. We're going to completely eliminate packaging because we'll only be buying whole truckloads of produce, right? And grains and legumes and all that. And with zero waste, zero packaging, everything 100% reused. So think, stainless steel food trays with lids and everything that gets shipped cold, baked, and then. But my point is, it's going to be an economic boom for that city, and they will be exporting consultants to other cities to how to do this because all the health problems of the city will all but be eliminated. So many of the social problems, et cetera, et cetera. It'll be the beginning of a revolution of making basic human needs, basic human rights. And so as a city, as an expert, I mean, just with everything you said, Dr. Govada, I'd like to collaborate with you on making this dream a reality. So I put my email in the chat. I'll put it there again, and love to follow up on this. It says chat disabled. So if we can
I'll get it from Dr. Sailesh.
Perfect.
But what I wanted to say,
yeah,
I think even then it has to start at a small place. So within the city, like you mentioned in Seattle, in one place, and then it becomes a success story, then it needs to go to other places. But I really think the whole thing about dharma, spirituality also needs to come into it. Only then people will wake up. Right now, they're not connecting the dots. The majority are not. And that's why you see what's happening in the world. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to take any longer.
Thank you so
people
much.
are tired. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Jamin, I know you have lots more to say. And what's wonderful is that we have Movement Mondays. We meet twice on the Mondays, in the morning and in the evenings, for more discussion. And we have more discussions tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation and your questions. Thank you, Dr. Govada. It was Govada. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
And so now it's time to have the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. Okay, just a moment. We'll wait. Somebody accidentally. There we go. All righty. So now it's time for the Interfaith Coalition, Tammy Hay, to take us out with our closing words for today. Thank you all.
Well, thank you everyone for being part of this, for everyone listening online, and all of the communities around the world that will watch this and have so many things resonate with them and take creative action. So I'm going to share a few words of maybe summary, maybe something else for you if you want to just take a few deep breaths and come into yourself, come into this moment, and bring one thing into your heart, one beautiful thing, one experience. It might be more than one. It might just be a feeling of being together today. And even though the vegan community is small in the whole grand scheme of humanity, it actually feels very large in this space. It feels large and connected and beautiful and international. Let's just take another deep breath and become really grounded with your eyes open, your eyes closed. as I read the closing poem. The PolySolution has always been simple. It begins, as many of the best things do, over a shared meal, bowls of steaming unity stew. When we feed one another in this way, we nourish bodies and souls, restore forests, repopulate oceans, liberate the animals, and heal the earth. For behind each unity kitchen is a garden, not just for us, but for the bees, the butterflies, the dragonflies, and all the other small lives that keep the world alive. Around this table, the illusion of humane has given way to truth, and the resulting burnout finds its salve in community. The diners may have traveled along different paths: scientific research, witnessing, prayer, storytelling, frontline activism, but all have arrived at the same remembering that we belong to one another. The whale, the salmon, the beaver, the bee, the frog, the calf, the child. One living and breathing family, all belonging within this circle of compassion. The vitally engaged guardians and gatherers feast and fest, sharing not just food, but music and dance too. Because Planet B cannot be ushered in on urgency alone. It can only grow and flourish when hearts are restored and uplifted. Meanwhile, of course, more hearts need to break open. The planet waits for just this, for this inevitable spiritual awakening. When enough hearts are broken open to let enough light in, it is only through such cracks that compassion can enter, truth can take root, and love remembers what it has always known, that we were never separate, that we each belong to each other, as well as this beautiful breathing earth. Every new place setting is a widening of the circle, an extension to all species of a long overdue invitation to this feast of freedom. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you, everyone, for being here, bringing your hearts, your souls, your incredible information, and all that you do every day for the human, earth, and animal liberation movement that is going to be our new life in the very near future. Thank you. Namaste, vegan.
The earth is calling soft and clear, not with judgment, not through fear. She whispers through the wind and trees, remember who you're meant to be. We are not divided souls, but living parts of greater wholes. Every heart, every nation holds a piece of worldwide resolution. We have remedies beyond survival, beyond the stories of denial. 1,000 pathways join as one. The healing has already begun. We have the remedy for compassion revolution. Divine guidance lights the way. Hope for humanity begins today. With loving kindness, hand in hand, together we restore the land. True nature lives in every seed, in every generous word and deed. The rivers, forests, skies, and seas reflect the peace we choose to breathe. Spiritual embodiment, a living sacred testament, not escaping from this earth, but honoring her endless worth. Sacred restoration, hearing every generation. The birthright to existing in freedom, shared by every life beneath the sun. Beyond our borders, beyond our names, love burns brighter than our blame. From every culture, every shore, we discover what we're living